Hallo und herzlich willkommen zurück zu einem neuen Let's Play auf meinem Kanal. Heute habe ich für euch das Game Foolish Mortals im Gepäck. Ja, das Spiel kam erst am 5. November auf den Markt und ist ein Point-and-Click-Adventure. Ja, das Spiel hat richtig hohe Wertungen bekommen, hat richtig fette Grafik und ich würde sagen, es ist ein bisschen wie Baphomets Fluch. Ja, und dann hätte ich doch gesagt, starte ich hier direkt mal ein neues Spiel. Und dann geht's ja auch schon direkt los. Viel Spaß dabei.
They said there was a treasure on the island. Its location, known only to the dead. I could see it in my dreams. How was I supposed to know that in order to find it, I'd have to die too?
Spiel ist leider bloß auf Englisch, aber dafür mit deutschen Untertiteln.
I think you're a fool. Everyone on Devil's Rock knows what happened to that house. Over 30 years it stood empty now. Locals won't go near it. I say all it contains now is dust, cobwebs, and bad luck.
I don't have time for ghost stories.
Then what do you want with it?
33 years ago, the Bellemore Trading Company was wound up and absorbed by the state. The owner's dead, the heir nowhere to be found. Money was missing from the company accounts, and it's still unaccounted for. I'm here to find it.
So you're a treasure hunter?
Not quite. I'm an auditor.
An auditor? Records, taxes, all that stuff?
Think of me as the adventurer of the accounts book. But on this case, I'm out of office and on location. At 8 a.m. tomorrow morning, the state's claim on that money lapses for good, along with my commission. So I've got one night to find it. I'm overdue for a meeting with the parish comptroller to reopen the case.
The comptroller you're meeting wouldn't happen to be Theodore Grimes, would it?
Yes, I believe it is.
Would be hard to convince him, I'd say.
Why's that? I'm a good talker.
He died about 4 days ago. I'd wager he's waiting to be buried in St. Juniper Cemetery, stiff as a board.
Okay, that might be tricky. Talking to the dead isn't quite within my skill set.
Remember what I said about that house and bad luck?
My bad luck started long before that house. It's a 3-day journey to get here, and it took me 7. And ever since my suitcase got dropped overboard on the steamer, all I have to my name is a pocket watch, a magazine, and $1.
Less than $1, actually. You owe me for the taxi ride.
Okay, dann bezahle ich den doch mal direkt.
And here's your change.
Didn't you say you'd take me into town?
You can walk from here. No one with any sense will go further onto this island at night. And remember, the tide's coming in. Within the hour, you'll be cut off from the mainland until tomorrow.
That suits me. I took the pocket watch out of my vest and clicked open the cover. I've got 13 hours to find $13 million.
Unlucky for some, but if you're really dead set on it, here's a tip. Go find the Spirit Queen.
The Spirit Queen? Who is that?
I think you'll find you mean, what's that? Good luck, Murphy McAllen.
Die Spirit Queen. Hört sich an wie ein Boot oder so. Versunkenes Schiff vielleicht.
Walking into the port town of Dead Nettle, I could sense its history in every stone, brick, and plank. Echoes of merchant ships loading and unloading all manner of cargo from expeditions throughout the Caribbean. Gold and treasure that may still lie hidden on the island.
Okay, los geht's. Ich schaue mich erstmal hier im Inventar um. Was habe ich denn überhaupt? Eine Zeitschrift. Die verschwundene Hochzeit. Scheint aber erstmal nichts von Interesse zu sein. Dann meine Taschenuhr.
I'd been given when I reached 5 years as an auditor. I didn't know whether it was to celebrate the fact or rub it in.
Noch ein bisschen
It was the
Kleingeld.
change the taxi driver had given me from our drive across the causeway. A dime and a penny.
Okay, Groschen und Pfennig. Ah, schaue ich mich doch hier mal um. Was haben wir denn hier? Eine Tür. Gehen wir doch direkt mal rein.
The door was locked with a sign in the window saying closed for private appointment, reopening shortly. I could see 2 gentlemen inside the store. A spindly man with a wiry mustache had his face pressed against a display cabinet, while a diminutive older gentleman tried desperately to pull him away. I'd seen similar behavior in Laurel and Hardy pictures.
Okay, vielleicht kann ich da später irgendwann rein. Durchgang. Leiter. Puppentheater. Schau ich mir mal das an.
The puppet show hadn't started yet.
Aber da hängt noch ein
The
Schild.
sign read, "The Fantastic Fantocchio Brothers will be performing tonight. All ages welcome. Tips welcome even more." I had heard of the medical benefits of open-air night swimming. To my mind, the only medical benefit was diagnosing insanity in the people willing to do it.
Erstmal eine Runde schwimmen gehen. So, kann ich da durchs Tor?
I shook the gate, but it wasn't going to open. Down the
Natürlich nicht.
passageway, I could make out a portion of an illuminated courtyard and the echoing trickle of a fountain. The poster advertised billiards at the Captain's Club, with 3 billiard balls and 2 cues framing a cube of billiard chalk.
Slap me with a paddle. It's a whopper.
Heilige Makrele. Oh,
Well, blast my barnacles. That's the 3rd one tonight. These fish sure must have been spooked by something.
Schnur ist gerissen, oder? Ich geh mal zu dem. Quatsch ich mal mit dem.
Are the fish biting?
Not so well today, to tell the truth. That was the first nibble in hours. I'm Ned Kipps, by the way. I haven't seen you around here before.
I'm here because I have a very important job on this island. A calling that only I can fulfill. Dark secrets that I need to uncover.
Oh, you're a tourist. Now, why on earth would you choose Devil's Rock as the place to vacation?
I must have done something to upset my travel agent. The name's Murphy McCallan.
Nice to meet you, Mac. Not peckish, are you? You can help yourself to what I got here in my bucket if you like.
Oh, thanks. My expectations of a local seafood delicacy quickly unraveled when I plunged my hands into what felt like lumpy jelly. Ugh! It was a handful of fish guts.
Ha! That's the best bait you get around here. They smell pretty bad, but the critters on this island love them. Who would have known they're good at suckering in tourists, too?
Have you heard of the Spirit Queen?
Heard of her? Sure. But I wouldn't be heading out into the bayou at this time of night.
If she's out there, that's where I need to go.
Murphy, bayou's dangerous. It's not the kind of place you want to go alone.
I'll be careful.
Well, if you're set on it, just take the western route out of town. Left that Pimlico Rock, and right on into the bayou. Without dark it gets in there, you'll see the lights guiding you the last stretch of the way. Just make sure the gators don't get too attached to you.
Die Alligatoren. Okay, ging automatisch wieder weg. Ich frag ihn mal aus.
What's life like in Dead Nettle?
Well, it's not the hustle and bustle it used to be, but it suits me just fine. The ships just don't come through Dead Nettle anymore. Not since the disappearance.
You must have been talking about the Bellemore wedding. The locals actually believed the story. Have you ever considered moving to the mainland?
Nah, I wouldn't like it over there. Crazies, oddballs, crackpots. The mainland doesn't have any of them.
What's that you're reading?
This is Herman Melville's Moby Dick.
Are you enjoying it?
I'm struggling my way through it, to be honest. I thought it was a how-to book. I much preferred the last book I read. It was much more action-packed.
What book was that?
The Encyclopedia of Fishing Lures, 3rd edition.
I'm going to get back to exploring
Das
the
war
island.
Wouldn't go
actionlastiger.
looking for it if I were you, you know.
Excuse me?
Folks this island gets now either seem to be looking for something or running away from something. You look like you're doing both. You got your eye on that Bellemore treasure, and I wouldn't be doing right by you if I didn't warn you to stay away from it. I know this island has a reputation for the macabre, and it's all fun and games in the beginning, but dig too deep, and you end up in the place you don't want to be.
What makes you think I... Ned looked at me in a way that told me my playing innocent wasn't going to work. Okay, that's right, but I'm not a grave robber. I'm an auditor, contracted by the state.
It don't matter what your reasons are, Mac. You need to be careful with that house. Us locals, we don't go anywhere near it.
I appreciate the concern, but who can really say they've seen a ghost?
I have, Murphy, and I'm not the only one. Ever since the disappearance, anyone brave or foolish enough to go up to their house has seen the same thing. You might say it was moonlight shimmering off dusty glass, the shadow of a tree branch, or a curtain blown by an unseen breeze. But deep down, we all know what we saw.
What did you see?
The Phantom. It's not something anyone will forget. Every poor soul who's seen the Phantom has been plagued by the most awful experience. Night after night of endless nightmares. Months of restless sleep. Just visions of faces. Evil faces. Laughing. It's like it can infect your dreams.
And who do you think the Phantom is? Or was?
Nobody knows. But it must have been someone at that awful wedding. Someone who doesn't want to leave the house. Or doesn't want to let anyone in.
I appreciate your concern, but I have a job to do. I don't think my boss would be too happy if I report back that ghosts and ghouls are what's standing in my way.
You're not the first to come looking for the treasure, you know.
But if I find it, I could be the last.
Whether you find it or not, I hope that's true. For everyone's sake.
Okay,
Ned's talk
irgendein
of ghosts was
Geisterhaus.
the last thing I needed to be worried about. Even if it was a job, ever since I read about the Bellemore treasure, all I could do was dream about finding it.
So, da geht's zur Insel. Schau mal das Fischernetz an.
The fishing net was worn and useless. Using it would have been like trying to catch soup with a sieve.
Telegrafenmast. Schau ich mir mal den an.
I wasn't going to climb the mast. I had neither the proficiency with electrical equipment nor the desire to get electrocuted. Of all of the papers pinned to the board, one article stood out to me. It showed the beaming face of a rotund fisherman on the docks with a headline declaring he'd just broken the island's heaviest catch record.
Komm ich da rein?
It was the door to a newspaper office. A note on the door said, "Out on a scoop. Back later."
Später bestimmt.
The clothesline was decidedly out of reach, even for a person who wanted to steal someone's freshly laundered undergarments. I wasn't one of those people.
Okay, hier ist noch ein Durchgang. Geh ich mal da durch. Ah, okay, jetzt bin ich hier oben wieder. Gut, dann hätte ich gesagt Richtung Insel. Weil hier ist ja sonst nichts mehr. Das Wrack habe ich schon untersucht. So, da bin ich ja angekommen. Hier war ich eben. Gehen wir mal dahin. Da ist doch das Spirit Queen. Da ist ein
After what
Alligator.
felt like miles, the eerie darkness of the bayou gave way to the soft orange glow of a gas lamp. And beyond it, the last thing I expected to find in the heart of the swamp.
Ah, okay, ein Dampfer.
Hand-painted lettering on the side of a paddle wheel revealed the Spirit Queen wasn't a person, it was a riverboat. Its hull sagged, the wood swollen and split from years in the swamp. Peeling paint curled like dead skin, and what remained of its once grand decks now tilted and crooked. It looked like a wedding cake that had been left to rot.
Fledermausland. Okay, komme ich mal auf gar keinen Fall vorbei. Muss ich irgendwie ablenken hier mit dem Kran. Schrumpfkopf.
I may have been new to the bayou, but even I knew that plunging my hand into alligator-infested waters wasn't a good idea.
Okay, nehme ich mal den Schrumpfkopf damit.
As I took the shrunken head from the sign, it almost seemed to grin at me. Creepy. I considered climbing the water tower, but I couldn't imagine what I'd find at the top other than stagnant, moldy water. And there was plenty of that in the bayou already.
Okay, was haben wir hier noch? Schau mal durchs Fenster.
The damp air of the bayou had swelled the window in its frame. It would need more force than my bare hands could supply to open it.
Okay, kann man aber auf jeden Fall aufhebeln mit irgendwas. Okay, ich habe die Fischköder und den Schrumpfkopf. Aber noch habe ich nichts zum Aufhebeln.
The sign read Dockmaster. Presumably, this little shack was where documents and licenses pertaining to the riverboat's operation were stored.
Ist wahrscheinlich
I
abgeschlossen.
jiggled the handle, but the door was locked.
Ja, dachte ich mir. So, was hat's hier mit dem Kran auf sich? Hier muss auf jeden Fall, denke ich mal, irgendwas Fleischiges rein. Ich kann diesen Sack nicht anklicken. Aber eventuell kann ich da die Köder
I
dran
couldn't
machen.
do that.
Oder auch nicht. Den Schrumpfkopf?
That didn't work. A swiveling wooden crane used to load up cargo in days gone by stood halfway along the jetty.
Wow.
The alligator snapped at me like a sprung trap, giving me more than enough reason to stay well away from those teeth. If I wanted to get across the jetty, I needed to make sure the alligator wasn't on it.
Okay, hier komme ich erstmal nicht weiter. Und dann hätte ich doch gesagt, gehe ich hier mal nochmal zum Strand.
As I returned to the beach, I could
Da
see the
sitzt
causeway
jemand.
was now fully flooded over by the rising tide. I was trapped here until dawn.
Ein kleines Mädchen. Rede ich mal mit der.
Hello? Little girl? You lost your mommy and daddy? It's late. There could be a lot of strange people around.
Yeah, I think I'm talking to one.
Maybe I should introduce myself. My name's Murphy McCallan. What's yours?
Mallory Wisp, angel on the outside, malevolent force of disparagement, derision, and disorder on the inside. At least, that's what Mrs. Huxley wrote in my school report. Hey, do you know what an enfant terrible is?
Do your parents know you're here?
Of course they do. This is my happy place. I come here when I need to cheer up.
What's got you down?
It's my birthday, and I didn't get the present I wanted.
Well, happy birthday. Is being out here helping?
A little. It's a nice place to plot my revenge.
This doesn't sound like an appropriate way for a little girl to spend her time.
Little girl? Little girl? What am I supposed to like? Posies and princesses? Tiaras and tea parties? Those are not my thing.
Wie willst du dich rächen?
How are you planning on getting revenge?
I'm not sure. Currently, I'm at the plotting and ruminating stage of my plan.
What are you plotting and ruminating about?
How things would be different if I was in charge of the world. We had a school project last week. What we want to be when we grow up. Mildred wanted to be a baker. Bobby wanted to be a firefighter.
What did you want to be?
Queen of the universe.
I guess no one can accuse you of lacking ambition. Do you think you could fix the world's problems and make the world a better place if you were in charge?
Oh, absolutely not. It would be far worse. My patience is worn so thin with all the idiots around me. I don't know if it would be wise for me to wield that much power. You to the dungeons! You to the torture room! It would be very cathartic for me, though.
Sie macht kurz einen Prozess dann.
What present did you want for your birthday?
A doll?
A doll?
What's wrong with wanting a doll?
Nothing. I just didn't expect it. It doesn't quite fit with your whole aura.
I'm still a little girl. I don't have to defy all your stereotypes. Instead, I get this stupid tin boat. I know Sebastian's got something to do with it, too. He was all over the tin boat when I showed him my toy catalog from Mulligan's.
Is he one of your friends?
Not in a million years. You can see right through him.
Shouldn't you be heading home?
I'm in trouble at home. Mrs. Huxley held me back for detention yesterday. Again.
What did you do?
I convinced 3/4 of the class to sign over their eternal souls to me in exchange for some jelly beans. Third graders are remarkably easy to manipulate with a bag of candy and a little peer pressure.
Why did you do that?
You've got to speculate to accumulate.
Why did you want their souls? What use do you have for them?
Just making sure I'm prepared. And that's just step one.
I didn't dare ask what she was preparing for.
Sie will die Weltherrschaft.
Have you heard of the Spirit Queen?
Look, if Maury puts you up to this, you can tell him that I have no intention of going anywhere near his big, boring boat again. And anyway, those skulls look better with a little lipstick on them. I even made some cowrie necklaces for them, but nope. If we have a skeletal uprising, they're just going to have to maraud without being dolled up. And they'll have to take it up with Maury.
Who's Moray?
Nope, not falling for it.
Do you like living on Devil's Rock?
This island is cut off from society, an isolated microcosm of the dark and macabre. If I'm honest, it fits me quite nicely. Lots of places to explore, too, when I'm not banned from them.
Where are you banned from?
Where am I not? The Captain's Club wouldn't let me in after I declared a mutiny. The lady at the newspaper office kicked me out when I tried selling stories about a zombie uprising. The witch doctor in the bayou threatened to hex me if I didn't stop sneaking on board and borrowing his toys. And the gravedigger banned me from the cemetery when I played a teensy little practical joke.
What did you do?
I convinced him the stiff he buried was still alive. People are so antisocial around here.
Sie legt sich mit jedem an. Was jetzt sich auf das Board der Spirit Queen geschlichen.
You snuck on board the Spirit Queen? You got past the alligator?
Oh yeah, Mephistopheles is a big softie. I think he likes the smell of rotting fish in my hair. My dad works the trawlers. Our entire house stinks like the inside of a humpback whale.
Aber Innereien habe ich ja von den Fischen da, von dem Angler bekommen.
If you're not happy with your tin boat, could I have it?
I'll tell you what. I'll trade you my boat for your soul.
Ja, machen
I'm
wir.
just kidding. Your soul can't be worth diddly squat. But I would like a doll.
Sie hätte gerne eine Puppe.
I
Ah,
better get
Moment.
going.
I
hab doch
wouldn't
den
walk across the
Schrumpfkopf.
beach again if I were you. This beach is covered in quicksand. I can hop along the surface, but with your weight, you'll be sucked down like a noodle.
Oh no. Really? This beach has quicksand?
Nah, I'm just messing with you. Tourists.
Ganz schön frech, die Kleine. Ja, gebe ich ihr doch mal direkt den Schrumpfkopf.
How would you like to trade your tin boat for this?
A doll?
At least the head of one.
Deal!
Sehr gut.
Oh, I'll hug him and kiss him and conquer the world with him.
Vielleicht muss ich die Fischinnereien auf dieses Boot machen. Und dann springt der Alligator ins Wasser. Kann ich den Ballon
I
noch
didn't want to
nehmen?
take the little girl's balloon from her. Her brooding face made it more than clear that it wouldn't be a good idea to get on her bad side. I peered into the tide pools, but all I could see was pebbles, sand, and seaweed.
Okay, geht hier noch irgendwas? Nicht wirklich. Na gut, kombiniere ich mal hier die beiden Sachen.
I packed the fish guts into the tin boat. It was the smelliest little ship to sail the 7 seas.
Okay, sehr gut. Und jetzt zurück zum Alligator. Wo wär's das?
Mr. McCallan,
Yes? How do you know my name?
it's a work assignment that brings you to the island. Am I right?
She began staring at me with intense, hypnotic eyes. Disguised within her tailored outfit and tortoiseshell spectacles, she had the crazed look of someone not entirely in touch with reality. That's right.
An auditing job.
Eyes that looked like she was reading my very thoughts. Yes?
And you're late. Days late.
I was beginning to panic. Ned had warned me about the supernatural on this island. Was this person standing in front of me equipped with psychic powers that could read my very thoughts? How do you know all this? Are you the witch doctor?
The witch doctor? No. It was written on this telegram that came in for you. It came through a few days ago now. Your boss isn't too happy by the looks of it. Bill Bolam, the taxi driver, telephoned and said I'd find you out here.
You're reading my telegrams?
I'm a newspaper reporter. It's one of the best ways to get a good story. Now, do you want it or not?
If you wouldn't mind.
Bisschen wie Nico von Baphomets
I don't
Fluch.
remember authorizing the reopening of a cold case, but you better make sure it pays off, or you'll be swapping desks back to the mailroom. Sid Sinclair Auditing Company.
Do you want to send a reply?
What was there to say? My only contact was going to be pushing up daisies by morning, and my one lead was the magazine I'd been carrying with me since heading out. Before I checked in with my boss, I needed some progress to report badly. You know, for now I'll just leave it.
Suit yourself. Sounds like you're up to some fun on the island, Murphy. Be a sweetie and keep me updated so I have something to write about, won't you?
She didn't even wait for a reply before she started striding back through the bayou. She hadn't taken a single thing from me, and yet somehow, I still felt like I'd just been mugged.
Okay, jetzt ist wahrscheinlich auch das Büro von der offen. So, schaue ich mal, ob ich das Boot hier aufs Wasser irgendwie bekomme. Beziehungsweise schaue ich mir nochmals Telegramm an.
It was the telegram from my boss.
McAllen, you let I don't Sid Sinclair.
Perhaps this would attract the gator's attention.
Geht doch.
The hulking mass of scales and muscles lumbered to the edge of the jetty and dangled its toothy jaws over the side, its nostrils flickering at each waft of fish guts.
Aber noch will er nicht. Vielleicht muss ich ihm hier jetzt einen Schubs geben. Mit dem Kran. Könnte klappen.
Ready?
Nimm das.
Aim.
Go. Boom.
With a splash that would be the envy of any cannonballing kid at a pool party, the irritable reptile disappeared into the murky bayou. I just hoped it didn't hold a grudge.
Okay, dann ab aufs Boot. Beziehungsweise auf den Dampfer hier. Präparierter Fisch.
The taxidermied fish looked like it was barely hanging on to the rotting wooden frame. Deciding it would be better coming with me, I picked it up. And in doing so, tore a long hole in its previously stitched up seam. The plaque read, "My beloved Bernie, heartfelt wishes, now you sleep with the fishes." It was the taxidermied fish I'd taken from the riverboat, with a ripped seam opening up to the stuffing inside.
Okay, den kann ich mit irgendwas füllen. Was haben wir hier noch?
Writing on the
Schaufelrad.
paddle wheel said in fancy painted letters, "The Spirit Queen."
Was sonst ist hier nix? Kann ich noch nach da hinten? Ah, gut, hier geht's rein. Nach da hinten komme ich nicht.
Spirits and specters from realms yet unknown, guide to me the wanderer who searches alone. Welcome, Murphy McAllen.
Der kennt mich.
How do you know my name? Have you been reading my telegrams too?
I have no need for such trivial paperwork.
Er ist
I
Hellseher.
have eyes all over this island. Now it's time for me to see you for myself. Come, step into the light. I know a lot about you, Murphy. Unknown parents, a childhood spent in orphanages. I know things about you even you don't know.
How do you know all that?
My name is Dr. Morey. I am a conjurer, a shadow man, a controller of spirits that balance the line between life and death. And those spirits whisper to me. But for now, it's your time to talk, Murphy. Tell me why you've come to my humble abode.
I've been told you could help me.
That depends on what you seek.
I kept telling myself that the doctor's theatrics didn't convince me. That there must have been a logical reason why he knew what he did. But with how skittish the locals were, humoring him seemed like my only chance of learning more. I'm looking for the $13 million that went missing from the Bellemore accounts. I'm an auditor in the company I work for.
Murphy, do you take me for a fool? I know what your mind sees when your eyes are closed. Tell me, Murphy, what do you dream of?
I dream about completing my work assignment.
I see that spirit within you, hungering for more than an auditor's life. And I know you've dreamed about that treasure every night since you first read the story. Tell me I'm not right.
It's like the treasure is calling out for me to find it.
Many have sought the lost treasure of Bellemore Manor. All have failed. Some, it is said, have perished in the process. Do you know what happened at Bellemore Manor all those years ago?
The ghost story? I've read it, but I don't know how much of it is really true.
All of it. Dark magic runs throughout Bellemore Manor. The house was built by the Bellemore brothers, 3 merchants from England, who made their fortune trading across the Caribbean. Xavier Bellemore, an explorer. Yardley Bellemore, an actor. And Cecil Bellemore, a scientist. Their parents dead for many years, they each loved and cared for their young sister, Abigail. Abigail met a young sailor who worked aboard her brother's ships, and in less than a year, he proposed. The engagement was a scandal. Despite having the pick of any eligible bachelor in high society, her hand and her share of the Bellemore fortune was to go to a commoner. Because of their unconditional love for their young sister, the Bellemore brothers sanctioned the union. But people began to wonder if Abigail was being locked into marriage, whether by blackmail or black magic. The 3 proud brothers planned a grand wedding, but in the months leading up to it, one by one, each of the brothers was lost, presumed dead. And yet the wedding was still to go ahead. And with Abigail set to inherit the entire Bellemore fortune once she came of age, people began to wonder whether the sailor was not a perpetrator, but a pawn. On the morning of the wedding, Abigail summoned the sailor to her chambers. "I don't love you," Abigail declared. "I never loved you." And before the guests gathered in the house, Abigail declared that she would marry another on that same evening. John Rackham, first officer of the Bellemore Trading Company, would be her new groom. Except that didn't happen. That night, everyone in the house suddenly and mysteriously vanished. Perhaps it was the last revenge of the scorned sailor. In the house that night was a heart that would be broken, a victim who would be tricked, and a force that would unleash evil. But no one knows exactly who each was. If you want to find the treasure, you'll have to find out.
You're telling me
Mysteriös.
that all of that actually happened?
And so much more, Murphy. Mysteries you have yet to uncover.
Dr. Morey's performance was gripping, but it seemed like something out of the vaudeville shows I'd snuck into as a teenager. Grifters peddling magic spells, fortune-telling, and miracle elixirs. At least that's what I tried to tell myself. And the treasure, is that real too?
It is as real as you are, Murphy. And someone went to a lot of trouble hiding it.
Can you help me find it?
I can. If you can prove your dedication to the search, I will need you to retrieve something from inside the house. A small leather pouch called a gree-gree still lies inside Abigail Bellemore's bedroom. We will need it if I'm to help you. This will get you inside.
Schlüssel.
You're not gonna pull a rabbit out of your hat for your next trick, are you?
I do not do tricks, Murphy McCallan. You'll soon learn this. The Bellemore estate lies at the end of the northeastern peninsula of Devil's Rock. Find that gree-gree and bring it back to me. I'll be here when you return. And Murphy, this ghost story, now it's your story too.
Okay, ich gehe hier
There
noch
was
mal
no use
rein.
returning to the riverboat without the gree-gree. I needed to go to Bellemore Manor.
Geht nicht. Okay. Dann auf zu diesem Haus. Ich könnte aber mal noch kurz in die Stadt gehen. Und mal checken, ob ich da jetzt in diese Zeitung da reinkomme, ob das offen hat. Glaub's aber nicht.
It was the door to a newspaper office. A note on the door.
Okay, dann ab zu diesem Haus.
Framed by trees and lit by moonlight, Bellemore Manor stood imposingly in the still night air. Even without any lights on, it felt like something inside the house was calling me. Or warning me. I considered wading into the pond, water up to my waist, squelching my way through the reeds and mud, past frogs, bugs, and water snakes. Then I realized I had absolutely no reason to do that.
Okay. Ob ich durch die Eingangstür gehen sollte? Herrenhausschlüssel.
It was an old brass key to the front doors of Bellemore Manor.
Ich kann auch noch hin das Haus. Erst mal schauen, was hier noch geht. Schau ich mir mal die Möbel an.
From the patina of rust, it was clear the patio set hadn't been used in decades.
Da geht schon mal nix. Hufeisen.
Ouch!
Geht doch. Das brauchen wir.
So much for good luck.
Nimm mit.
I picked up the horseshoe that had assaulted me. It was heavy, as the bump on my head attested.
Okay, ist hier noch irgendwas? Sieht man nicht danach aus. Mond scheint hell.
Gazing up at the glowing moon, it reminded me of a poem I could recite by heart, even if I couldn't remember where I'd first heard it. From way up high, the moon can spy beyond where eyesight delves. But with some time, the maritime can see those sights themselves.
Gehe ich mal hier zu dem Pfad. Okay, komme ich in das Haus. Ein Fass, ein Kutschenrad. Ein Seil. Ein Schädel. Die Schuppentür. Schau ich mir mal das Rad an.
The wheel was too heavy to move.
Da geht schon mal nix.
The knot was tied so tightly I couldn't loosen it. The handle turned, but the door was restrained by the taut rope tied to it. From its other end dangled a heavy barrel full of molasses.
Okay, irgendwie muss ich das Fass hier runterlassen. Oder das Seil durchschneiden. Aber noch habe ich nix.
The barrel dangled from the rope like a piñata, but having this burst over my head would be the first step in getting tarred and feathered.
Oder ist vielleicht eine Falle für später.
The cow skull was out of reach, high up on the gable.
Geht nicht
Doors
auf.
were firmly locked from the inside. Looking out over the tranquility of the gardens, its magnolias lit by moonlight, Nothing could take my attention away from the macabre sight dangling from the oak
Da
tree.
baumelt da
A hanging
jemand.
skeleton, its wedding suit little more than tattered rags clinging to bone, and its skull seemingly watching me with hollow, unblinking eyes. An eternal groom without a bride. The stark trunk of the tree didn't offer any possibility of climbing it. I needed to think of something else. The skeleton hung high up in the tree, swaying with each slight breeze. Even from down on the ground, I felt disturbingly close to it.
Ich denke, den muss ich losschneiden. Ich versuche mal, was dran zu werfen.
I needed to think of something else.
Geht nicht. Ansonsten scheint hier nichts mehr zu sein. Zumindest kann ich hier nichts mehr anklicken. Gehen wir mal ins Haus rein.
With a deep breath, I placed the key into the lock of the house I'd been thinking about for weeks and turned it. Hello? I don't know if I expected a reply, but with only an echo in response, it seemed like nobody was home. I hope that was just the wind.
Tja, oder ein Geist. Komm bestimmt nicht
It
mehr
wasn't time
raus.
to leave. I needed to explore the house.
Okay, will er auch gar nicht. So, was haben wir hier? Ich check erstmal die Tür. Oh.
An
What's
orb
das?
appeared seemingly from nowhere, glowing and shimmering with energy, simultaneously captivating and terrifying. It was like it had a presence, an aura that I couldn't explain. My first instinct was to look for smoke and mirrors, but this illusion was right before my very eyes, one that I could reach out and touch.
Weg ist es.
With neither of the doors appearing to open, I peered through the crack between them. I couldn't tell if I was imagining things, but it looked like shadows dancing. It was a painting of Abigail Bellemore, hauntingly beautiful. The door didn't have a visible lock, but as much as I tried, it wouldn't open.
Alles verschlossen. Kamin.
Without a flue, the fireplace seemed entirely decorative, and yet, standing in front of it, I could feel a breeze. That didn't work.
Vielleicht direkt mal Papier reinlegen.
That didn't work.
Nee. Das funktioniert schon mal nicht. Bestimmt auch verschlossen.
Like the other door, this door had no keyhole, yet still seemed to be locked too. It was a family portrait of all four Bellemore siblings. The three brothers stood around their seated younger sister. The two sea deities stared at me with disapproving eyes. I didn't know what I could have done to disappoint a statue. It was a painting of the gazebo I recognized from the cliff top.
Gehen wir mal da durch. dem grünen Ding nach.
This was strange. I didn't remember seeing any lights on when I was outside the house. I couldn't ring the bells from the hallway. The door was locked.
Die bestimmt auch.
The door was locked.
Dann da rein. Oh oh.
Walking into the room, I realized it must have been Abigail's bedroom.
Aha,
I was in the
okay.
right place. Somewhere in this room was the Gree-Gree, and I needed to find it.
So, das Cree-Cree, was auch immer das ist. Checken wir doch mal, was es hier gibt. So ein Bett.
The sheets lay flat on the bed, undisturbed for more than 30 years. The Gree-Gree wasn't going to be there.
Da leuchtet was. Aschenkasten.
I tried to lift the ashpan grate, but decades without use had rusted it in place.
Festgerostet. Aber mit dem Schürhaken bekomme ich Fleisch auf.
I took the poker from the hook.
Get out.
Oh
I
oh.
hope that was my imagination.
Probieren wir doch direkt mal. Sieht gut aus.
I wedged the poker in the grate, and with all my might, pulled.
Sauber. So, ist das dieses Cree-Cree?
I picked up the object that had been glinting in the fireplace and discovered it was a jeweled brooch.
Edelstein.
It was an ornate brooch that had tarnished with age. What should have been a sparkling gem was now grimy and dull.
Kann ich den sauber machen irgendwie?
That wasn't going to work.
So, was haben wir hier noch? Ist da vielleicht noch
There
was
was nothing
drin?
left in the ashpan.
Was hat's
Lighting
mit
the
dem
fire may
Kamin
have
auf
warmed
sich?
the room, but it couldn't take away the chill I felt standing there. Lighting the fire may have
Kann ich da vielleicht Papier
that
reinmachen?
didn't work.
Nee. Porträts.
Portraits hung tight to the wall and didn't reveal anything hidden behind them. The portraits hung tight.
Kommode. Da ist noch eine Schatulle. Phonograph.
I couldn't see anything special about the phonograph's reflection.
Moment, der muss hinter mir stehen.
I couldn't see anything special about the phonograph's reflection. The music box was
Spieluhr.
locked with no visible keyhole, but a distinctive indent in the front looked like it might be the mechanism to open it, if I had the right key.
Okay, da muss irgendwas rein. Eine
It was
Vase.
best to leave the vase where it was.
Hat irgendwas hiermit wahrscheinlich zu tun. Ah, okay, da muss das hier rein.
The brooch fitted snugly into the indentation in the music box. With a small click, the music box opened and revealed the contents it had held untouched for more than 30 years.
Da ist es doch, das Cree-Cree.
The small leather bag was just as the witch doctor had described. It was hard to imagine what could be so important about it.
Oh oh.
You should not be here.
Wait, I can explain.
You don't belong here.
I don't mean any harm.
Get out. Get out.
Ajo.
With good fortune, the pond had broken my fall. It was a strange juxtaposition, wiggling goldfish out of my underwear as I tried to process the fact that I'd just been the victim of an attempted murder by a ghost bride. The stories were true, so that meant the treasure might be real as well. And now I had the Gree-Gree. It was time to return to the Spirit Queen.
Okay, macht er automatisch.
Murphy, did you find it?
I saw her. I saw the bride. She tried to kill me.
I told you it was true. Now, Do you have the gree-gree?
Yes, I found it.
Good. Good. Now, do you believe what I've been telling you?
I'm starting to. Why did she try to kill me?
There are some spirits that, even in death, do not wish to give up what they amassed in life. The question is, are you strong enough to persuade them?
I would be if they'd give me a chance to ask them.
Precisely. That will be our next step.
Irgendein Buch.
A
7
manuscript for a
Zutaten.
voodoo spell? A spell to help me find the treasure?
A spell to reveal those who know where it is. There are many things on this island that have gone unseen. Stories that have been left unheard, at least by mortals. But I commune with realms beyond. Let me introduce you to a friend. Out of the shadows, the cursed and the damned, return now, my servants, to do my command!
I have returned to you, Master.
Loa, this gentleman wishes to find the lost treasure of Bellemore Manor. Tell him how this can be done.
Only inhabitants of the house know where the treasure lies. Their spirits still within its walls, trapped between life and death. To ask them, those spirits must be pulled back to the mortal realm.
And that is what our spell will do, Murphy. A summoning spell to unveil the ghost trapped within the house.
7 ingredients place inside, tie closed and then unseal. Within the focus what may hide, this spell will soon reveal.
Once you've collected all 7, we can summon the ghosts of Bellemore Manor. Once we've summoned the ghosts, we can ask them exactly where the treasure was hidden. You have served me, Loa. Be gone. That, Murphy, is your goal. Find the 7 ingredients named in the voodoo manuscript, place them in the gree-gree, and return to the Spirit Queen. Are you up to the task?
I think so.
Excellent. Then there's just one thing left to do. The gree-gree that you carry is not yours. It was stolen from the spirits. And an artifact of voodoo will only work for its rightful owner. To be used, it cannot be stolen. It can only be bought or traded or inherited. Fortunately for you, the spirits and I are willing to make a trade for something symbolic of your spirit. The spirit that yearns to escape its humdrum life. If you want the gree-gree to be rightfully yours, what do you have to offer in exchange for it?
Gute Frage.
It was a small leather pouch with a drawstring that I'd taken from the bride's bedroom. It was a handful of nails, once used to seal up a coffin. At the center of the manuscript was an empty circle with arrows pointing inward from each of the ingredients. It was marked The Focus.
Sargnägel, Kreide, schwarze Federn, Schießpulver, Silbermünze, Rum und Knochenfragment.
It was a manuscript that looked hundreds of years old, with the instructions to a spell that summoned things hidden within. It was a manuscript that looked
Ich schaue mich hier erstmal um.
Taking some of the witch doctor's candles wasn't going to help me. Gazing into the spirit pool, I thought I could see formless faces gazing back at me.
Aber sonst ist da nichts mehr.
I didn't need to talk to the witch doctor yet. I needed an item to trade for the gree-gree.
Tja, probieren wir einfach mal.
Would the spirits trade the gree-gree for this?
Perhaps you should keep that for good luck. I think you'll need it.
Okay, das Hufeisen geht schon mal nicht. Der Schürhaken.
Would the spirits trade the gree-gree for this?
That item is of no use to me, and of no importance to you.
Die Brosche.
Would the spirits trade the gree-gree for this?
A valuable brooch indeed, but I seek something that represents you, Murphy.
Okay, das mich repräsentiert. Tja, dann wahrscheinlich die Taschenuhr, oder?
What about this?
A pocket watch, a symbol of the life that doesn't satisfy you, a symbol of lost time. Dare you give it up?
I think I can do without it.
Auf jeden
And
Fall.
cast it into the spirit pool. The spirits have deemed it a satisfactory trade. The gree-gree and its powers are now rightfully yours to wield. You are ready now, Murphy. Head out to the island and retrieve the ingredients we need. Then I will show you the final step of the spell.
How am I going to find what I need?
Everything I've ever needed for my voodoo spells, I've found here. It's as though this island draws the supernatural to it. The bayou, the beach, the town, the manor, all will help you in your search. Tell me, Murphy, have you visited the mill to the north, the fort to the south, the church at the island's heart? The island will lead you to that which you seek. I have no doubt about that.
Okay, richtig gut. Ha, nochmal 3 neue Orte.
How are the ghosts trapped within Bellemore Manor?
The explosion is what sealed their fate. They exist now only as spirits, the form they should take in the spirit realm, and yet they remain here in the mortal realm. The ghosts are trapped in that house, unseen, unheard, and unable to interact with the world around them. This spell will change that.
How is the bride able to attack me when she's supposedly unseen and unheard?
Voodoo works best when attuned to emotion, and the strongest of those emotions can sometimes push beyond the known limits. She must have been very angry with you.
If I summon the spirits of the house, won't I also summon the bride again?
Very true, Murphy. Best be a little more persuasive this time.
What was the explosion that caused everyone to disappear?
It was a tearing in the very threshold between life and death, a chain reaction of spirit energy suddenly unleashed by the most violent of emotions. Just as the bride's anger allowed her to manifest in front of you this very evening, think of the rage that must have caused an entire household to explode and vanish.
Who was the creature that you talked to?
That is my Loa. The Loa are the mysteries, the invisibles, the messengers.
Is it a ghost?
No, they are the intermediaries between humans and the supernatural. There are 2 planes of existence, Murphy. The mortal realm and the spirit realm. Loa can move between them both. With my powers, I can command them when they do.
How did you learn voodoo?
I have always been adept with the mystic arts. Just as you dream of treasure, Murphy, I dream of power. I came to Devil's Rock many years ago drawn by its voodoo energy. And no sooner than I arrived, the spirit realm began to reveal itself to me, pleading for me to be its master.
Why is this island such a focus of voodoo energy?
I suspect the answer to that question already lies in what you're seeking.
What's this riverboat we're aboard?
This is the Spirit Queen. It used to be a pleasure boat, ply on the rivers around the island. A den of drinking and gambling. That's how I came to own the boat. A lucky game of chance. But between you and me, Murphy, it's a lot easier to win when you have spirits to control the roll of the dice.
It sounds like you cheated.
Fate was always gonna bring this boat to me. I just hurried it along.
Do you keep an alligator as a pet?
That's right. My dear old Mephistopheles. Blind as a bat, but with the smell of a bloodhound. Good thing he's chained up safely in the boiler room.
No, he isn't. He was out on the jetty when I was trying to get aboard.
Where is he now?
Swimming in the bayou.
Oh dear, not again.
I'm going to go and find the voodoo.
Ja, dann schaue ich mich mal nach den Zutaten um. Teil 1, der Beschwörungszauber. Aber richtig gutes Game bisher. Das macht Laune. So, ich check jetzt erstmal die Dinge, wo ich schon war. Und schau mal, ob hier noch irgendwas geht. Vielleicht bekomme ich ja die Tür auf. Fenster. Geht doch.
With a bit of elbow grease, I levered up the window frame.
Nix wie rein. Zum Dockmaster.
Pressed against the inside wall was a dusty desk covered in spiderwebs. And to top it, one thing lay undisturbed. A small folded document which I picked up. Along with an inadvertent 8-legged companion. Ugh! Ghost stories and haunted treasures I could handle, but spiders gave me the creeps.
Die Kapitänslizenz. Cornelius Knott. Fehlt hier ein Siegel? Oder muss hier ein Bild vielleicht rein? Es könnte sein, dass da ein Bild von mir rein muss. Aber mehr geht hier nicht. Gut, aber in die Hütte rein komme ich nicht.
There was nothing else of interest in the shack.
Und da ist auch nichts mehr. Okay, gehen wir mal weiter. Ich hätte gesagt, ich gehe erst noch mal zum Strand. Okay, das Mädchen ist weg, aber hier liegt eine Flasche.
As I picked up the bottle, I anticipated what could be inside. A brine-stained treasure map, perhaps, or a scribbled plea from a castaway desperately awaiting rescue. Looking inside, I found it was empty. The only writing on it was the embossed glass letters of the Orangello Soda Company. It was an empty soda bottle I'd found on the beach.
Okay, die ist leer. Vielleicht Wasser reinfüllen? Macht er auf jeden Fall mal. Nehmen wir mal mit. Schaden kann's nicht. Ah, da hätte ich... Moment.
It was a soda bottle I'd filled up with water. I didn't need to pour water on that.
Okay. Irgendwo muss ich Wasser drauf schütten. Aber hier scheint mal nichts mehr zu sein. Dann geht's zurück in die Stadt. Ich quatsch mal direkt mit dem. Vielleicht hat der was Neues zu berichten. Ah, okay, da hinten steht die Tür offen.
The stories about Bellemore Manor are true. I saw the ghost bride inside the house.
Blast it, Murphy. Don't say I didn't warn you. This island has had its
der
fair
hat ein
share
Messer
of
da.
The best way to deal with it is to leave well enough alone. Why are you searching for that treasure anyway?
Well, it's my job. The state's claim on that money runs out at 8 a.m., and I'm supposed to find it.
You seem pretty passionate about something that's just for work. What are the odds you draw an assignment like that?
Well, I might have made my own luck there. They wouldn't normally authorize an investigation so close to the statute of limitations running out, especially on a 30-year-old cold case. But thrust a stack of forms in front of the boss 5 minutes before clocking off on a Friday afternoon, and he doesn't care what he's signing.
Let's just hope he wasn't signing your death warrant.
Most of my investigations don't amount to more than counting paperclips in a municipal building or going cross-eyed over receipt rolls in a courthouse. When I found that old case folder tucked behind the filing cabinet, its only lead, a water-stained magazine, talking about a real-life haunted house, how could I pass it up?
Mal gucken, ob ich dem sein Messer irgendwie bekomme.
You didn't tell me the Spirit Queen was a riverboat.
Oh, sure. That thing's been moored up in the bayou with her keel kissing the mud for years. Witch doctor lives aboard her now. Claims to sell all manner of hoodoo and voodoo. But to believe that, you need to be dumber than the bachelor in New Orleans, throwing beads at the Sisters of Mercy.
I spoke with Dr. Moray. He thinks we can make contact with the ghosts.
Moray is a charlatan and a fool. Only got into hoodoo and voodoo a few years ago. Before that, he was an actor over at the Calliope Theater, and not a very good one. He's the only person I know who directed and starred in a one-person production of The Pirates of Penzance. And that's because all the rest of the cast dropped out rather than work with him. He's always been searching for respect and recognition. Who would have known he'd find it by living in the swamp and reeking of incense?
Don't you believe in voodoo?
I certainly do. I just don't think Moray's got any more control of it than a rooster has control of the sunrise. His understanding of voodoo amounts to whatever he's gleaned from one of those horror pictures Ventura Studios puts out at the movie palace. My mama used to know all about it. God rest her soul. Voodoo isn't some made-up Hollywood magic, Mac. Voodoo's a real religion. It's about community, about belonging, and about searching for something more than flesh and blood. It's not the snake oil he peddles.
What do you think happened at Bellemore Manor?
Now there's a tale I don't like to tell.
Can I persuade you to tell it anyway?
I have a feeling I ain't gonna get any rest until I do. You know about Miss Bellemore, the bride, engaged to the sailor? Nah, the way I hear, Mr. Rackham was over the moon with her. Such an upstanding fellow. I won't have a bad word said against him. Now he realized that the sailor was going through terrible lengths to ensnare his bride, and Mr. Rackham tried to save her. I heard that the sailor cottoned on to this and tricked Rackham into giving the lady a gift. That's what made everything go topsy-turvy.
What was the gift?
There are places in the Caribbean that trade things more elusive than gold. Ungodly things.
Do you think the disappearance was caused by voodoo?
And that's what my mama used to say. If you're not careful, that stuff can go to your head.
No luck fishing?
Not a bite, Mac. Flippin' goza fish just ain't snapping for me today. Shame, too, because I'm planning on firing up my grill later. And the tastiest catch in these waters.
How do you catch a pencosa fish?
With hours of patience and decades of practice. You ever wrestled the rod before?
Just the once. I went fishing on Lake Erie, but the only thing I caught was a cold. What do you do with the fish you catch?
A couple I save for myself, and the rest I sell to the captain's club. They fancy them up with lemon lobsters, slawfish, something or other. But everyone knows the best way to cook them is to grill them.
Why won't you hear a word against Mr. Rackham?
He gave me my first work on this island, right here on these docks, and I'm still here to this day. He may have worn a scowl, but he don't judge a banana by its peel with people like him, Mac. When I looked into his eyes, all I saw was ambition.
What work did you do?
Loading and unloading the ships that came in. Of course, they just don't do that anymore. Dead Nettle's a forgotten town. Maybe that's for the best.
Catch you later, Ned.
Okay, aber das Messer bekomme ich mal nicht. Ah, doch.
Hey, Ned, do you mind if I borrow your knife?
If you need it, Mac, just bring it back to me later tonight.
Jawohl.
If I'm lucky with my catch, I'll be firing up the grill.
Gut, damit könnte ich schon mal das Seil durchschneiden, wo das Fass dran hängt. So. Geh ich mal in das Büro.
I wasn't going to climb the mast. I had neither the proficiency. Of all of the papers pinned to the board, one article stood out to me. It showed the beaming face of a rotund fisherman on the docks with a headline.
Murphy McCallan, so you're still here. What have you been up to? Anything newsworthy?
That's none of your business. Don't think I've forgotten your trick with the telegram.
Hey, it's nothing personal. Your business is my business, and my business is news. I'm Evelyn Stoker, editor of the Juniper Parish Gazette. No misdeed left unshared, no drama left unmonetized. Come on, work with me here, McCallan. I need something juicy. Committed any crimes? Uncovered any affairs? Any deep, personal secrets to reveal?
The honest-to-God truth? No.
I need a good story. I can't let something minor like the truth stand in the way of that.
Okay, was haben wir hier? Druckerpresse. Eine Schere.
I picked up the scissors. With her stunt at the bayou, I figured she owed me one.
Die
I
Schnur.
picked up the twine. Maybe she owed me two.
Oh, da ist noch irgendwas. Ich gehe da mal weg, dann
Don't
sehe
even
ich
think
das
about
besser.
it. The spring on that printing press looks like it's going to blow at any moment.
Kann ich aber nicht nehmen. Druckerpresse.
Don't even think about it.
Behälter.
I didn't want to get ink all over me trying to carry the canister around.
Ah, vielleicht hätte ich das hinten in die Flasche füllen müssen.
Nope. I didn't need to pour water on that. The twine would be more useful to me intact. Nope.
Okay, was ist hier noch?
On the floor was a large canister filled with dark black printer's ink. Around it, the floor was stained with ink splatters.
Okay, ich denke, der wird noch wichtig. Die Tinte. Was könnte ich damit machen?
That didn't work.
Aktenschränke. Da ist eine Kamera. Check ich mal die Schränke.
Hey, you can't come back here.
Sorry.
Okay, die muss ich irgendwie ablenken wahrscheinlich. Ah, ich rede mal mit ihr.
Yes?
Hi. What are you working on?
One of the most romantic articles this newspaper's ever seen. Francois Fogg, Dead Nettle's local pharmacist, is reuniting with his long-lost love after 14 years apart, thanks to this newspaper's personal ads column.
What a lovely story.
That's right. She mailed in a letter she wanted printed. Her former sweetheart saw it, and now they're on track to see each other again. Eventually.
Eventually?
Well, that's a bit of an administrative issue. In the letter we received, she told him to meet her in her Texas hometown of Magnolia. Due to a tiny typesetting error, he's now on a 6-week voyage to Mongolia. But doesn't it warm your heart how far people will go for love?
Don't you have more interesting stories to write about?
The crackpots this island calls a population wouldn't know something interesting if they paid for it. Which they hardly do. Believe me, I've tried to get juicier stories. Scouring the island, doorstop interviews, hiding under windows.
You eavesdrop on people through their windows?
It's called investigative reporting.
So.
I'm doing some research on the treasure of Bellemore Manor.
Have you found it?
Well, no, not yet. I've just started looking.
Then don't waste my time. Come back when you've got the goods.
You might not believe this, but I saw a ghost inside Bellemore Manor.
You know what? You're right, McCallan. I don't believe it. Really? You've been on this island how long? And you're already starting to sound as loopy as a local.
Have you ever written an article on the disappearance at Bellemore Manor?
What a waste of column inches. Leave it. That's my advice. There's no story in it.
No story?
Not one that anyone would believe. And I've got advertisers breathing down my neck.
What do you think went on?
Practically everyone on this island thinks there was some kind of sorcery involved. No one is looking at the reality. If I write up my research, no one on the island will believe me. If I write their wackadoodle theories, I'll be laughed out of the industry.
You can tell me what you've uncovered about Bellemore Manor. Trust me, at this point, few things would surprise me.
I heard the Bellemore Trading Company was losing revenue. Its profits eaten up by who knows what ventures those brothers had going on. I've seen the records. The company was privately owned, sure, but when you've got pressure building and the sharks are circling, you've got to shore up your defenses. I think that's why the Bellemores persuaded Abigail to marry John Rackham.
Marry someone she didn't love?
But he didn't love her either. He was just after the company, so he hires the sailor to seduce her, convince her there's more to life than Devil's Rock. And as soon as she marries Rackham, they split, never to see each other again. He inherits the lot, and she disappears with her lover boy sailor to who knows where.
But why do you think all the guests disappeared?
They bumped them off to cover their tracks. Either one of them could have been sunning it up in Sarasota ever since. But imagine me writing that into a piece of serious journalism.
Ah, würdest du ein Foto von mir machen? Für dieses Buch da, für die Lizenz?
Would you take my photograph?
Do you know how much the chemicals cost to develop those photographs? I'm on a limited budget here, McAllen. Unless you've done something notable, you're not getting into print.
Ich muss erst irgendwas von Interesse machen.
Did you know Comptroller Grimes?
How could I forget him? The guy was a walking, talking migraine generator.
Surely you shouldn't speak of the dead like that.
Why not? I spoke plenty worse about him when he was alive. Anyway, I'm sure everything happens for a reason. And hopefully that reason is to increase my circulation numbers. Everything's connected, you know. Have you ever heard of the butterfly effect? I suspect it works for moths, too, because I can never get the damn things out of here. Some people say that if a man breaks wind in Alabama, it can cause a hurricane in Fiji.
I think I shared a train car with that guy on my way here. What's in those filing cabinets?
Past issues of the paper, going all the way back to 1858. Of course, things were a lot more interesting when Dead Nettle was thriving. People, ships, and cargo coming and going. Lots to report on back then. More than the dregs I have to dress up now.
Why did the ships stop coming to Dead Nettle?
The Bellemore Trading Company was the heartbeat of this island. After the disappearance, there was no one left to run the company, and it all got sold off. When that folded, so did pretty much everything else.
Do you have any back issues featuring the Bellemore Manor wedding?
We don't, I'm afraid. Most of the paper's directors were at the wedding, and disappeared along with everyone else. The newspaper had to close up shop for months while it was restaffed. This was back when the Gazette wasn't run by just one person.
I think I better be going.
Keep your eyes peeled for a story, McAllen. There are secrets on the island, and it's my job to run advertisements next to them.
Okay, hier geht schon mal nix mehr, aber immerhin habe ich die Schere und die Schnur bekommen. Was auch immer ich damit machen muss. Gehen wir mal weiter. Ah, hier ist noch das Tor offen. Komme ich in den Innenhof. Checken wir das mal. Okay, irgendein Restaurant. Aufzug, Podium. Springbrunnen.
There was nothing in the fountain except a rim of moss and dirt that made it look like a stained toilet. There was nothing in the fountain except a rim of moss and dirt that made it...
Kann ich das abkratzen vielleicht?
That wasn't going to work.
Mit dem Messer?
That wasn't going to work.
Okay, ich denke, der Oberkellner lässt mich hier nicht durch. Ich probier's mal. Ich denke, der hält mich jetzt auf.
You can't go up there. It's for members
Dachte ich
only.
mir. Okay, das ist dieser Club.
Good evening. He looked past me like I was invisible, as though if he ignored me hard enough, there was a chance I'd disappear. I said good evening?
I'm sorry. I didn't realize you were talking to me.
There's no one else here.
Wishful thinking on my part. Have you taken a wrong turn, sir?
I'm just having a look around.
Well, make it a quick one, and I shall need to know your name.
Murphy McAllen, and who do I have the pleasure of speaking to?
My name is Felix Greer, maitre d', bartender, and acting manager of the Captain's Club. when Mr. Perkins has the night off.
Okay, da brauche ich dann das Bild für die Lizenz und dann komme ich hier in diesen Club.
What is this place?
This, sir, is the Captain's Club, a private members club for current and retired sea and riverboat captains. We are highly exclusive. Are you a captain?
He asked with a
Der
smugness that told
Schnöselclub.
me he already knew the answer.
I thought not. Then may I recommend a swift exit? You'll find a convenient egress to your starboard side. If you like, I can give you a good swift kick in the right direction, sir. And don't feel a need to stop walking until your ankles get soggy.
I'm looking for the lost treasure of Bellemore Manor.
Oh, goody! Another young adventurer seeking fame, fortune, or some combination of the two. Just the local color Dead Nettle has been lacking.
What do you know about the lost treasure?
You think you're living in a storybook? Weathered maps, talking parrots? X marks the spot? Grow up, you silly boy. Captaincy is a noble skill that doesn't need to be trivialized with childish tales of lost treasure.
You must have some thoughts on the disappearance.
On moonlit nights, when the waves crash against the rocks, the captains of this club trade yarns about this very mystery. Did you know Abigail Bellemore's fiancé was a sailor who worked on the ships? Some of the old boys here even worked with him. They say he loved her, as true as a captain loves the sea. But she was a temptress, a siren. She scuttled that sailor's heart, consumed by a voodoo premonition that she had to fulfill. More beautiful than a mermaid, and twice as fishy.
What did she do?
After months of engagement, she broke it off and chose to marry an officer of the company instead, on their very wedding day.
Why did she do that?
The rumors I've heard are that they discovered something in the Caribbean, something wicked, something that consumed them and drove them to heinous acts. The Bellemore brothers swore their crew to secrecy, and the men were loyal to their word. But the rot in the rope was that sister, Abigail. People say that whatever they discovered took hold of her. With the sailor's broken heart and the officer's resources, she was about to unleash something terrible. Until the disappearance halted her evil plans.
Do you think that's true?
Of course not. It's all nonsense. But the captains do love to outperform each other with such tales on a dull evening.
What makes you think I'm not a captain?
For one thing, you lack the grizzle, the crustiness, the essential R of a captain.
How do I get those?
Years of exposure to saltwater and a sullen, uncooperative crew, I should think. Do you even have a boat?
Actually, I did have one earlier this evening, but an alligator fell on it. Admittedly, it was only 3 inches long.
It isn't the size that matters, sir. It's the motion of the ocean. Tell me, have you ever captained a 3-rigger through a tropical typhoon? Have you ever run the rapids of the Mississippi without hitting a single reef? Wind in your sails? Fire in your furnace? Waves beneath your keel?
Have you?
Well, it's a little complicated.
In what way?
I get seasick.
Weichei.
Is there any way to prove I'm a captain?
You might show me your captain's license. As I'm sure you know, the state of Louisiana requires all captains of both river and sea to carry one. But don't try to foist off a fake on me. Last week, we had someone present a license with a photograph distinctly unlike their contemporary appearance. The photograph was clearly of someone a good deal older than them, with more facial hair, and most importantly, one less eye.
Okay, ich brauche definitiv ein Foto von mir.
You know, I quite like being out at sea.
Oh, really, sir?
Bobbing along the ocean waves, up and down, like one of those roller coasters at Lunaland. Up and down and up and down.
If sir would please be quiet. Else I expect there'll be a few waves of something coming out of my mouth any moment.
Ned told me he sells fish to you. What do you serve here?
Captains.
Right, yes, I mean by way of food.
The Captain's Club serves a dazzling array of sea-sourced dishes, from our house special jambalaya to my personal favorite, Devil's Rock Pancoza, pan-seared with lobster slaw and citrus crawfish beer blanc. In all honesty, it's not very popular. Most of the clientele are absolutely sick of seafood by the time they get ashore. Just the sight of it makes them queasy.
What about drinks?
Listen, if you're from the Prohibition Bureau, we've cleared all of that up with Officer Moe. Fines were paid, items changed hands, and now we're clear.
I'm not from any Prohibition Bureau.
Then forget I said anything. The Captain's Club is strictly teetotal. in line with federal law. Now, if certain members wish to bring in their own medicinals, then we're happy to provide the accompanying aids. Ice, tonic, mixers, and the like, but we serve no alcohol on the premises.
Is the club busy tonight?
Well, we haven't opened yet, but if it's like last week, it'll be quite the lively soiree. I could barely keep up.
The members here like to have a good time?
That's right, sir. Both of them. This town sure isn't what it used to be.
What's happened to Dead Nettle?
Do you think you've wandered into the Tourist Information Center? I can assure you, you'll never meet a tourism official who dresses with this much panache. Stuart LePew, head of the Devil's Rock Historical Society, looks like a thrift store had a crisis of conscience and threw up on him.
I was just hoping to talk to someone so obviously knowledgeable about the area.
Well, yes, that is true. I am plagued with an encyclopedic knowledge of the locality. My concierge duties require it. I have a spiel.
Felix pushed out his chest like this was his moment in the limelight, his eyelids half closing as he performed before imagined crowds.
Welcome, hardy traveler, to our quaint port town of Dead Nettle. Once this town you see around you was a hub of commerce, a beacon for ships bravely navigating between America, Europe, and the Caribbean. With the unfortunate dissolution of the Bellemore Trading Company, our town has settled into a quieter life, perfect for the sailor ready to hang up their cap. We hope that you enjoy your time in our cozy town and perhaps explore some of the local sites here in Dead Nettle. Well,
Excuse me?
I was expecting applause.
I best be casting off.
Don't feel the need to rush back,
Okay,
sir.
hier komme ich erstmal nicht weiter. Ich könnte mal noch versuchen, dem vielleicht den Fisch zu geben.
I didn't need to show him that.
Nee. Gut, ich brauche auf jeden Fall ein Bild.
The puppet show hadn't started yet.
Komme ich das Schild vielleicht ab?
That didn't work.
Dem Messer.
Nope. I needed to think of something else.
Ist da hinten jetzt vielleicht offen? Tatsache. Gehe ich da auch noch direkt rein.
Oh,
Ah, okay,
my
ein
second
Juwelier.
customer of the night. I don't know if I can handle such a rush. Welcome, young man, to Doubloon's Jewelry. Oh, the riches to fill your breeches. Jewels, silver, gold, the finest things for you to behold. Whom do I have the pleasure of meeting?
My name's Murphy McCallan.
Oh, a pleasure to meet you. My name's Jasper Crumb, owner and proprietor. Are you looking for something valuable while you're here on the island?
Funnily enough, I am.
Is there a special someone in your life? Looking for an apology gift, perhaps? I've sold more missed anniversary necklaces and drunken fumble earrings than I can count.
No, I don't need anything like that.
Then how about something for yourself? You look like a working man. Could I interest you in a pocket watch?
Actually, I had one up until about an hour ago. Traded it to a glowing green guy for a magic pouch. As the words left my lips, I realized I sounded like a character from Jack and the Beanstalk.
Pardon me?
I'm just here to browse.
Browse away, young man. I'll be here if you need me.
Okay, was geht hier? Poliermaschine.
Even if I could reach it, it was probably better for the jeweler to operate equipment like that.
Okay, kann ich irgendwas polieren? Ah, das hier, die Brosche. Fragen wir ihn doch direkt
Excuse
mal.
me, would you be able to polish a brooch for me?
Let me take a look. Oh, well, 18-karat yellow gold, filigree wirework in a handcrafted floral motif, and round, brilliant cut ruby, if I'm not mistaken, made to fit a music box?
That's right. How did you know that?
I know my own handiwork anywhere. Now, how did you get a hold of it?
Just a gift.
What a generous gift indeed.
Der behält das
We do
bestimmt.
offer free polishings on all items purchased here, so I'd be very happy to shine her up for you.
Ah, ne, er
Please,
poliert's.
bear with me for a moment.
Ah, okay, jetzt ist er abgelenkt.
There is no reason to use the microscope without something to magnify. There is no reason to use the microscope without...
Okay, damit kann ich ihn aber auf jeden Fall ablenken.
There we go. Shining like a firefly's rear end. I'm afraid the clasp on the back has broken off. You weren't planning on wearing it soon, were you?
I wasn't planning on wearing it at all.
There's no shame in indulging yourself every once in a while. Lord knows I can appreciate the comfort and empowerment a pair of hosiery can bring. Anyway, we don't have any replacement clasps in stock, but I can put in an order. In the meantime, here's a button magnet that should hold it in place, as long as you're not too vigorous with it.
Okay, Knopfmagnete. Sehr gut. Ah, die sind hier direkt dran, oder was? Ah ne, hier sind sie.
It was the small round magnet I'd been given by the jeweler, meant to attach a brooch without piercing clothing.
Okay.
It was the ornate brooch I'd had cleaned at the jeweler's, now glimmering in the light.
Könnte ich das dem nochmal geben?
Could you polish my brooch again?
Hand her over.
Okay, das heißt, hier muss ich dann auf jeden Fall irgendwas untersuchen. Oder vielleicht was aus
Robbing a
der
jewelry
Kasse
store
nehmen.
really wasn't my style.
Den Goldfisch nehmen. Aber irgendwas muss man da machen, auf jeden Fall.
Thank you. The cabinet proudly displayed all manner of gold and silver creations, watches, necklaces, pendants, and more, all made in-house by the jeweler.
Mal gucken, ob der mich auch so hier dran lässt.
There is no reason to use the microscope without something to magnify.
Was könnte ich denn vergrößern?
I didn't need to look at that.
Kein Plan.
I didn't...
Hab ich erstmal nix.
I inspected the carving. Its woodworm-dotted surface and water-stained edges suggested it had once been much more than a decorative piece in a jewelry store. Robbing a jewelry store... I didn't need the poster. The cabinet was filled with precious jewels, geodes, and fossils. There was no way I could carry a fishbowl full of water and a live goldfish around with me.
Ah, aber ich kann den Goldfisch vielleicht in die Wasserflasche.
The neck of the bottle was far too narrow for the pudgy little goldfish to swim through.
Funktioniert nicht.
That wasn't going to work.
Aber ansonsten...
Nope.
Nö, wüsste ich jetzt auch nicht. Aber ich kann mal mit dem quatschen noch. Gucken, was der noch
Good
zu
evening,
berichten
Mr.
hat.
Crumb.
How can I help you?
How's business tonight?
You're not a millionaire with an enraged fiancé, are you?
I'm not, no.
I didn't think so. Then business tonight is about as lively as a snail drinking decaf. The only other customer I had in here tonight was more interested in the provenance of fossils than the shiny stuff. Booked a private viewing, and then didn't buy anything. Can you believe it? The first time in weeks this shop gets a private viewing, and all they're interested in is bones.
You sell fossils, too?
I sell all the treasures of the earth.
Interessant.
If it's under the ground and I can sell it, I'm interested.
I hear Burke and Hare had the same philosophy.
Ja, gib mal her ein paar von den
What are you
Knochen.
selling?
We specialize in jewelry and precious stones. Rings, necklaces, earrings, and brooches in this cabinet to my left. Gems, geodes, and fossils in this cabinet to my right. You'd be surprised at how much of an impact some stones can make. My family can tell you that. We also offer a free polishing service on all purchases from the shop. Just bring it in and we'll shine it up for you. Our little thank you to our loyal customers.
How do you know what jewelry was purchased here?
I handcraft everything this shop sells. I have an encyclopedic knowledge of our wares, Mr. McAllen, going back decades.
What's the most valuable thing in here?
I suppose that depends on how you value things, doesn't it?
In dollars and cents?
Yes, I used to value things that way. But a lack of business has a way of making you more philosophical about these things. Now I'd say the most valuable thing here is Granny.
Granny? Your grandmother is in here?
That's right. In the fishbowl. Granny is my goldfish.
You named your goldfish Granny?
Yes, it was the most wondrous thing. The same day my grandmother Bethesda died, I was out at the local fun fair, and I won this goldfish on the ring toss. When we got home, every time we mentioned Bethesda, that little fish jumped out of the water and back on in. We think Granny's passed on into that fish. What do you think?
I mean this with no disrespect, but I think that's the craziest thing I've come across tonight.
Ich denke, wenn hochspringt, muss ich ihn bestimmt irgendwo
Don't
reintun.
goldfish only live for a few years? If she was your grandmother, she must have died sometime around the middle of the last century.
Oh, yes, that's right. Each time the goldfish dies, Granny's spirit hops into a new fish. We must be on Granny number 44 by now.
I'm looking for lost treasure.
I'd say you found it. Everything inside these four walls is a treasure, handmade to the finest quality.
I mean a specific treasure. The lost treasure of Bellemore Manor.
Well, if you find it, bring it in here for an appraisal. I'll give you a good price for it. But that's a pretty big if, isn't it?
What do you know about Bellemore Manor?
Oh, it's a tragedy what went on there. But I know what I think. Black magic.
Black magic?
That's right. While some of us make an honest living around these parts, there are others who are lured in by the darker depths of the sea.
Who do you think that was?
Well, it's simple, isn't it? Abigail used to stop by here all the time, taking a gander at the rings and the necklaces. She was a lovely young girl who always saw the best in people. And Mr. Rackham, he was a model for how to run a good business. Honest and decisive. Now, that only leaves one person, doesn't it?
The sailor?
Exactly. I'd heard rumors about black magic going on inside Bellemore Manor. I think he was casting his spell on Abigail, making her fall in love with him. Why else would someone as rich as her want to marry someone like him? He certainly couldn't afford the rings and necklaces that caught her eye. I think, come the night of the wedding, she wised up. That's why she decided to marry Mr. Rackham after all. A much more responsible choice for the company.
What's the carving on the front of your counter?
That is the genuine stern carving of the Golden Goose, the famous brigantine. I could trace my family's history on the island back hundreds of years, right back to the ship's owner, Captain Bartholomew Crumb. You've heard of him, I expect.
Captain Crumb, the vicious pirate? I read about him as a child.
One of the most successful in the Caribbean. That is, until, as the story goes, he got pursued by a ghost ship.
A ghost ship? Surely that can't be more than a legend.
Then how do you explain this? Without a single shot fired, every sailor aboard his ship fell down dead, victims of an evil pirate who wielded a black stone. Captain Crumb was the sole survivor. He escaped undetected in a rowboat, and after days at sea, made it to this very island. After that, he never went to sea again. Instead, he set up this shop with the one chest of jewels he'd managed to carry away. Some of the gems you see around here still date back to that final hoard.
A black stone killed the crew?
So the story goes. I suppose it explains my family's obsession. Not just the gold and jewels that tempt us, but the wicked stones that threaten us.
Why did Captain Crumb come to Devil's Rock to set up his store?
This was his home port. Devil's Rock used to be quite the lawless island. Legend goes he used to hide his treasure along the southeastern coastline. The island is dotted with caves. Plenty of places to hide the loot.
I think I'll just look around for now.
I'm here if you need me.
Okay.
There is no way I could carry a fishbowl full of water and a live...
Mal schauen, ob ich den anklicken kann, wenn rausspringt. Nee. Aber hier vielleicht mit den Knochen
The cabinet was
irgendwas?
filled with precious jewels, geodes, and fossils.
Geht aber auch nix. Okay, dann gehe ich wieder raus.
What a nice young man. Isn't he, Granny? I couldn't have put it better myself.
Okay, und ich gehe hier nochmal zum Haus. Und nochmal nach hinten. Ich muss hier irgendwie auf den Balkon kommen. Dann kann ich den losschneiden. Vielleicht kann ich das Seil da durchschneiden.
The rope was too thick for the scissors to get purchase. I would have been hacking away for hours like a nearsighted lumberjack.
Okay, aber mit dem Messer. Geht doch. Die Melasse.
I wasn't going to touch the molasses with my bare hands. With the items I was borrowing across the island, some may have said I had sticky fingers, but this would have made it a little bit too literal.
Okay, aber ich könnte die vielleicht mitnehmen.
I couldn't.
Nur mit was?
That wasn't going to work.
Ich probiere einfach mal ein paar Sachen aus.
Nope. I couldn't do that.
Nee, das macht alles
I
keinen Sinn.
needed to think of something else. That didn't work. That was.
Dann gehe ich hier mal in den Schuppen. Okay, aber den Schädel.
I reached up to the cow skull and dislocated its grisly jaw. There was nothing else I could take from the animal skull.
Okay, Knochen hätte ich schon mal.
It was a jawbone from the cow skull at the carriage house.
Mehr geht hier nicht. Dann ab ins Haus. Schaue ich mich da nochmal um.
I went to open the door into Bellemore Manor, but the key was gone. I was sure I'd left it in the lock. From the ground, I didn't have a clear view through the balcony doors, but that didn't stop me from knowing the dark magic that went on beyond that broken glass.
Aber vielleicht muss ich über das Skelett nach oben.
I considered wading into the pond, water up to my waist, then I realized that didn't work.
Gedacht, irgendwie vielleicht so ein Seil nach unten. Vielleicht geht das mit dem Baum.
That didn't work.
Was habe ich denn noch?
I didn't need to cut that. Nope. I couldn't do that. That wasn't going to work.
Nee, sonst habe ich nix. Zumindest nix von Interesse, was da funktionieren könnte. So, ich könnte mal ein Save machen. Und fortsetzen. So, jetzt haben wir hier 3 neue Punkte. Aber ich gehe erst noch mal kurz in die Stadt. Ich will hier noch mal was checken, was das hier ist, was hier hängt. Eine Waage und die Angelrute. Vielleicht kann ich die hier nehmen.
I had more important things to do than fish. To make use of that, I needed something to weigh.
Okay, ich brauche etwas zum Wiegen. Was könnten wir denn wiegen? Den Fisch. Geht sogar.
I hung the fish on the scales.
You caught a pincosa. They're the most delicious fish around here, especially grilled. But you'll never beat Squib's record.
Squib?
Jebediah Squib. The Cajun catcher, he calls himself. Last week at the Dead Nettle docks, Squib caught the heaviest pincosa on record. Got his photograph on the front page of the newspaper and everything.
Ah.
Well, he brags and boasts about it every single night.
Okay, so komme ich auf die Titelseite.
With its innards made of cotton and material scraps, the fish's weight was distinctly unimpressive.
Okay, ich muss den Fisch schwerer machen. Mit Kleingeld?
That didn't work.
Mit dem Hufeisen?
With the ripped seam as an opening, I placed the horseshoe inside the taxidermy fish. Now it was heavy.
Sehr gut. Okay, direkt nochmal dranhängen.
Mac, does that say what I think it does? You've been holding back on me. That breaks Squib's record.
McAllen! How does it feel to have decimated the town record in your first few hours on the island?
How did you hear about this so fast?
It's my job to know about things fast.
Rasende
Now,
Reporterin.
I'm asking the questions here. Where'd you get the fish, McAllen?
Well, it was a mighty battle on the southern coast. Its fins strong as a motor, its mouth as fierce as a tiger's. I paused dramatically to allow my fishing prowess to wash over them.
What rod did you use?
Wooden one?
I mean, what make?
You know, I didn't use a rod.
You caught the fish without a rod?
It was more one-on-one. Mono, fisho.
You wrestled a fish?
And I won.
Well, as much as it pains me to say it, you're the cover story in the next edition of the Juniper Parish Gazette.
Sehr gut.
This is why I'm not getting a Pulitzer.
I've got to hand it to you, Mac. That fish is a whopper. I don't know how you got it, but as long as it keeps Squib quiet at the porch party tomorrow, I ain't complaining.
Okay, wo bekomme ich jetzt die Zeitung her?
Murphy! Have you seen the cover of the evening edition? I think we caught your personality perfectly in that photograph. Naive, simple, unsophisticated. Makes it all the more surprising that you actually accomplished something.
I wonder if I should have it framed.
That'll cost you.
Da liegt sie.
Hey, those cost money, you know.
But it has my photograph on it.
The Do Not Serve board down at Spinelli's bar has my photograph on it. But that doesn't mean I can just pick it up and walk out with it, does it?
Ich zahle auch dafür.
I'd like to buy a newspaper.
Finally, I get something out of you loitering in here. That'll be 1 cent, please.
Ha, wegen einem Cent macht die rum.
I picked up the newspaper. The fewer people that saw it, the better.
Ha, gut getroffen. Insel Neuling bricht Angelrekord.
The headline read, "Island Newcomer Breaks Fishing Record," with my photograph printed in black and white.
Okay, dann hätte ich doch gesagt, schneide ich das Foto mal aus.
Carefully, I cut my photograph out of the newspaper.
Passt doch.
It was the photograph of myself I'd cut out of the newspaper. I wish I'd posed better.
So, kann ich das hier jetzt schon reinmachen?
I was going to need something adhesive to stick it in with.
Okay, etwas Klebriges. Aber ich weiß auch schon was. Halt hier hin. Und hinters Haus. Und dann benutze ich die Melasse. Die klebt doch.
I touched the back of the photograph to the molasses.
Okay, und jetzt hier rein.
Thanks to the stickiness of the molasses, the photograph adhered nicely to the captain's license.
Passt doch. Okay, dann hätte ich gesagt, ab in diesen Club da. So, zeige ich dem direkt mal meine Lizenz.
My credentials.
Guckt skeptisch.
You're telling me you are a captain?
I trust it's all in order.
I thought you said your name was Murphy McCowan.
That's right.
Then why does this say Captain Knott?
It's a pseudonym for marketing purposes. You've got to stand out nowadays. A cool name's a good way to do that. You didn't think Captain Hook was called Hook before the hand incident, did you? What would the odds of that have been?
Look, Sonny, the bylaws of this club only allow the club manager to verify a captain's license. And Mr. Perkins is enjoying his backgammon soiree with Mrs. Perkins and the ladies this evening, with strict instructions not to be disturbed. So I'll accept this for tonight. We'll try this again tomorrow night and it'll be another story. Now, with that said, a warm and hearty welcome to the Captain's Club. We sincerely hope you make use of and enjoy our facilities, and do please let me know if I can be of any assistance at all. We don't open for another hour, but if you'd like, you can head up now to acquaint yourself.
Okay, mache ich doch direkt mal. Was hat's hier mit dem Aufzug auf sich?
I waited for the doors of the elevator to open, but nothing happened.
If you wish to use the elevator, I'm afraid to tell you it's broken. You'll have to endure the stairs.
Fair enough.
Sauerei. Was ist das für ein billiger Club? Der Globus. Kann man den vielleicht aufmachen?
While I was trapped on Devil's Rock, a map of the world wasn't going to be much use to me.
Nicht wirklich. Deckenventilator.
Ceiling fans were on.
Schrank.
The cabinet was locked.
Ich spreche ihn direkt mal auf.
The glass front would have shattered if I tried to force it open. I didn't want to get kicked out of the captain's club so soon after getting in.
Da mache ich mal lieber nix. Hier geht's auf den Balkon. Ah, Billardkreide.
I picked up the cube of billiard chalk from the edge of the table. I considered playing a game, but the lack of balls and cues was going to be a roadblock.
Ich mach mal den Schalter aus.
The switch seemed to control the ceiling fans.
Okay, jetzt wird's hier drin warm. Kann ich da vielleicht eine Schnur dran machen?
Nope. Nope.
Wüsste ich jetzt aber auch nicht, was ich hier machen kann mit den Ventilatoren.
I needed to think of something else.
Geh ich mal auf den Balkon.
The door was locked.
Okay, abgeschlossen. Mehr scheint man hier nicht machen zu können.
I couldn't do...
Was könnte ich mit der Kreide machen?
Nope. Nope. It was a jawbone from the cow skull at the carriage house.
Nö, wüsste ich jetzt auch nix.
Nope.
Den Schrank bekomme ich auch nicht auf. Nö, dann gehe ich mal wieder raus. Der vielleicht noch irgendwas zu sagen?
I had nothing else to say to Felix, and I doubted he had anything to say to me.
Nicht wirklich. Aber ich gehe mal noch kurz zum Juwelier. Mal schauen, ob ich
Welcome back.
hier den Kieferknochen vielleicht unter das Mikroskop legen
I
kann.
didn't need to look at that more closely.
Nö. Nö, dann weiß ich auch nicht. Dann hätte ich gesagt, gehe ich mal hier hin. Mal schauen, was hier ist. Okay, Baxter's Mill. Hühnerstall.
Cluck, cluck. Cluck, cluck, cluck.
Glock, 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 glock.
I tried to persuade the chicken to come outside, but clearly I was out of cluck.
Dass ich keinen Glock hatte. Okay, ich muss irgendwie das Huhn wahrscheinlich rauslocken. Nur mit was?
That wasn't going to work. Nope.
Weiß ich auch nicht. Holzhaufen.
The wood was old and rotting. It wasn't going to be of any use. And who knew what critters might have made their homes inside the pile? Despite its obvious age, the water wheel was still turning. I couldn't get near it, and that was probably a good thing if I didn't want to get dragged under by the current.
Gehe ich hier mal in die Mühle.
The inside of the lumber mill smelled like sawdust and grease.
Da ist ein
Judging
Hammer.
from the overgrown weeds, it clearly hadn't been used in a long time, and yet the lights remained on.
Sägeblätter. Kreissäge. Ich nehme erstmal. Okay, ein Bohrer.
I picked up the auger from the tool shelf. It was a small metal tool used for drilling holes by hand.
Vielleicht in die Wasserflasche.
I didn't want to make a hole in that. I didn't want to.
Ich probiere mal ein paar Sachen aus.
I did.
Man weiß nie. Aber scheint nichts zu gehen. Sägewerk.
I looked over the machine, but I couldn't find a way to turn it on, if it even still worked.
Aber hier hinten geht ein Kabel auf jeden Fall. Hier oben in die Steckdose. Schalttafel.
I didn't want to touch it. I hadn't seen something with that many scary-looking teeth since Old Lady Malloy's German Shepherd got loose on my 10th birthday.
Luke. Geht nicht auf.
The hatches were locked. From their shape, I deduced they were for storing lumber, and I wasn't in need of any 2x4s. The saw blades were rusted, dull, and would surely have precipitated the need for a tetanus shot.
Schau ich mir mal die Schalttafel an.
The electrical safety of the panel looked questionable. I wasn't going to touch it. I tried the door, but it was locked. The electrical safety of the panel looked questionable. I wasn't going to touch it. I didn't. Nope.
Aber hier scheint auch nichts weiter zu gehen.
I didn't need to pour water on that.
Kann ich hier vielleicht irgendwas aufbrechen?
I couldn't break my way through the door. It was peculiarly reinforced for a lumber mill. Nope.
Vielleicht die Luke?
The hatch doors had swelled closed. I wasn't getting... The beam looked to be driven by the water wheel outside. From the multitude of wires fanning out from the top, it was presumably hooked up to a generator.
Fett.
If I touched the grease with my bare hands, I'd be spending hours trying to wash it off.
Okay, muss ich mit irgendwas anderem anfassen?
Nope.
Nope. Mit was könnte ich das... Mit dem Messer vielleicht?
Nope.
Auch nicht.
That didn't work. I needed to think. Nope.
Nö, wüsste ich jetzt auch nix. Sägen muss ich auch erstmal nix. Geh ich mal weiter. Das Holz will er ja nicht mitnehmen. Ansonsten ist hier leider nix. Geh ich mal dahin. Okay, eine alte Kirche. Friedhof, Kirche. Schauen, ob ich da reinkomme. Glaub's aber irgendwie nicht.
The church door was locked.
Schau mal durchs Fenster.
The inside of the church was silent and still.
Friedhof.
I couldn't see any way to open the crypt door. Not a doorknob, not a keyhole. Whoever sealed this up intended to seal it up for good. I scanned the headstones for anything of note, but didn't know what I was searching for. I scanned the heads. I scanned.
Sagt immer bloß das Gleiche. Oh, hier ist was. Gehen wir mal zu dem. Okay, hier geht auf jeden Fall was. Spindelwagenheber. Sarg. Wenn ich den mitnehme. Ja, nimmt er sogar. Ich dachte, da bricht der Sarg runter. Tisch. Okay, jetzt wackelt
Jack
der.
removed, the table rocked freely. The coffin lid had been nailed down securely. I wasn't going to be able to open it. The coffin lid had... The tin was full of nothing but holes.
Blasebalg. Ich sack einfach mal alles ein.
I
Ofen.
didn't need to warm my hands on the stove. It was already a humid night, and the fire was more useful at keeping bugs away from the shack than keeping anyone toasty.
Na, quatsch ich mal mit dem Totengräber.
Hello?
Yeah! Sarn it! Don't sneak up on people like that! You frighten the dying daylights out of me.
He looked at me like he'd seen a ghost. Sorry, you seem a little jumpy.
I thought you were that pesky little girl again.
A little girl? That doesn't seem like a reason to be scared.
She's a terror. One of these days she's gonna give me a heart attack. Last week, she showed up with a doctor's note she'd forged, saying a man I'd buried that day was just a very deep sleeper. 7 hours I was out here digging him back up, at my age.
And was he sleeping?
Dead as the dodo. Just like that little girl will be if I get my hands on her. Who are you, anyway?
My name's Murphy McCallan. I've just arrived on the island.
Well, welcome, Mr. Murphy. I'm Edgar Kettle. Gravedigger, undertaker, coffin maker, and anything else that needs doing to keep this cemetery running.
I'm looking for the treasure of Bellemore Manor.
Oh, a treasure hunter. Well, let me tell you something, young man. Don't even think about digging up my graveyard. There's no treasure buried here, and I'm already busy enough filling in the holes that are supposed to be here.
Do you know anything about the disappearance at Bellemore Manor?
I think it's important to let the dead rest in peace.
But what if they're not in peace?
Well, you got me there. Listen, I think there's more to that story than meets the eye. You know the 3 brothers went missing, right? Well, if you ask me, I think Abigail Bellemore was behind it. She was engaged to a sailor, but nobody like her would go for a commoner.
She might have loved him.
She could have loved somebody with a big bank account, too. I think she must have been using him, pretending to love him so he'd do her dirty work for her, bumping off her brothers. Then afterwards, she drops him and goes to marry the officer of the company. Fiendish.
Do you have any proof?
Just a feeling, that's all. But when you work with cadavers, you kinda get a sixth sense about things.
What do you think was behind the disappearance?
Well, the sailor must have found out he was being manipulated, right? Done something to get his revenge.
What do you think he did?
Nobody knows. He could have been working his way through those bodies like a madman. All we know is that everyone in that house disappeared. Tell you the truth, quite relieved they did.
Why's that?
Because if they hadn't disappeared, it would have been this old fool who had to bury him. Saved me a lot of work.
Did you make this coffin?
I sure did. But this is no more than a pauper's coffin by anyone's standards. The finest a parish pension can buy. Lock them in lumber, leave them to slumber, that's what I say. This'll end up 5 feet under by the end of the night.
I thought it was supposed to be 6 feet.
You're not the one doing the digging. 5 feet means I get a tea break.
Have you got any spare coffin nails?
No, I don't have any to spare. I've got a backlog of bodies begging for burial. But does the parish increase my funding? Nope. The roof's leaking, my table's broken. I've used floorboards to build some of the coffins. Take my advice. Don't go into this line of work. Undertaking is a dying business.
Do you think I could fit inside the coffin?
Probably not. The gentleman inside might make it a bit of a squeeze.
You mean there's a dead guy inside there?
There better be. I can't afford to be burying empty coffins.
Was the little girl named Mallory Wisp by any chance?
That's her. The peril in a pinafore. She got the whole town thinking I was burying people prematurely. I walked past the school the other day, and they'd made up a jump rope chant about me.
Oh, what was the chant the school children made up about you?
Edgar, crazy feller, just be careful, he don't get you. How many bodies did he strive to bury while they're still alive?
1, 2, 3, 4.
I wasn't looking for audience participation.
Sorry, I got carried away. Just like you with the burying. Have you ever accidentally buried someone who was still alive?
Has someone been making accusations again?
No, just making conversation.
Well, not that I know of. When you think about it, how would I know?
Shouts for help, desperate shaking of the coffin.
Look, I haven't sealed anyone up who was chatting with me, let's put it that way. I usually check for signs of life, but everyone takes shortcuts sometimes, don't they? I deserve some rest in peace, too.
Knock, knock.
Klopf,
Who's
klopf.
there?
Hopefully not the guy in the coffin.
Not funny.
I best be
Aber
running
mehr
along.
sagt er mir
Don't
nicht.
drop dead. I don't want anything else on my to-do list.
It was a pair of handheld bellows used for stoking a fire. It was a screw jack, the type I'd normally see being used to hold up a motor car when changing its tire. The gravedigger definitely wouldn't have been happy with me prying up the lid of the coffin.
Tja, aber hier scheine ich auch mal nichts mehr machen zu können.
The tin was full of nothing but holes.
Hurry up with the barrels, Morris. We gotta get these unloaded before anyone sees us.
Are you sure this is a good idea, Musket? I don't think we should be using a church as our hiding place.
You're not being paid to think, Morris. You carry those barrels in here and let me worry about the theological implications. This place has been abandoned for decades. There's nobody around.
Nobody living, maybe. What if there's ghosts, boss?
Darn it, Morris. If brains was dynamite, you wouldn't have enough to blow your nose. Now get unloading. And keep an eye out for anyone snooping around.
What if someone catches us?
If anyone asks, we're the new clergy. We tell them these barrels are full of communion wine.
I thought we was rum runners, not wine runners, boss.
Communion rum, then.
Ah, gotcha.
Remember, St. Juniper's Church is a place to get closer to God. And if anyone questions our alibi, we make sure that happens.
The pair of rum runners looked like the human personifications of the dish and the spoon from Hey Diddle Diddle. The gangly spoon bossing around the rotund dish as it carried barrels effortlessly from the jalopy and into the church. As it turned out, nursery rhyme characters become a lot more intimidating once they have revolvers.
Okay, die sind mal in die Kirche rein. Fässer, Klapperkiste, Hupe. Schau ich mir mal die Fässer an.
The barrels were far too heavy for me to lift, though that gorilla of a rum runner had been picking them up like they were cotton balls.
Vielleicht kann ich da Löcher reinmachen.
Using the auger, I drilled a small hole in the barrel, and out poured rum.
Okay,
I wasn't going to be able to carry rum around in my bare hands, and drinking straight from the barrel felt a little uncouth.
Nimm einen Schluck. Okay, in die Flasche füllen. Okay, macht er.
I poured out the water, then began to fill the bottle with the rum pouring from the barrel. Relief washed over me at the realization that I'd done it without getting caught by the two rum runners.
Oh.
Hey, Musket! There's someone out here!
Or so I thought.
Hey, fella, what do you think you're doing snooping around here? This is our church, you know, and it's closed.
Ich bin nur hier, um ein bisschen zu beten. Logisch.
I'm just here to do some praying. Mainly praying that I get out of this situation without a puncture wound.
He's being a wise guy, Musket.
Time to fill him full of lead.
But boss, it's bad luck to bump someone off in a churchyard.
Now, where'd you hear a nonsensical thing like that?
I thought churches was hallowed ground, where sin and immorality would face supernatural punishment in this world or the next.
Where do you get this stuff from? I told you, I do the thinking in this partnership.
Okay, ich denke, hier kann ich auch erstmal nichts mehr machen. Geh ich mal dahin. Moment, ich schaue mir das hier nochmal an. Okay, Sargnägel, die bekomme ich vom Totengräber. Kreide, die hab ich. Schießpulver. Silbermünze könnte ich eventuell auch haben. Rum hab ich. Knochenfragment.
It was a manuscript.
Okay.
It was a small leather pouch with a drawstring used for magic spells.
Okay, das
Currently, it
muss
was
hier
empty.
rein wahrscheinlich. Also, Kieferknochen mache ich mal da
Place
rein.
the jawbone into the gree-gree.
Die Kreide haue
I
ich da
placed the
rein.
chalk into the gree-gree.
Und den Rum
I
auch
poured
da
the rum
rein.
into the gree-gree.
So, wird das hier jetzt irgendwie angezeigt? Tatsache. Okay, 1, 2, 3, noch 4 Dinge.
It was a
Silbermünze, vielleicht ist es hier diesen Cent, den ich noch hab. Den Groschen. Probieren wir.
I placed the dime into the gree-gree. That would work as the silver coin.
Okay, sauber. So. Jetzt brauche ich nur noch die schwarze Federn, Schießpulver und Sargnägel. Die Federn wahrscheinlich vom Huhn. Und das Schießpulver. Hier stehen zumindest mal Kanonen. Schau ich, ob ich da mal reinkomme. Tafel.
The plaque read, Fort Bellemore. No public access. For further information, please contact the lighthouse keeper. I jiggled the gate, but it wasn't going to open. If pirates and the colonial powers of Western Europe weren't able to get into the fort uninvited, I wasn't about to either.
Okay, hier komme ich mal nicht weiter.
There wasn't
Laterne.
anything to do with the lantern.
Aber die Katze will dahin. So, was hat's mit der Katze auf
Here,
sich?
kitty, kitty. Psst, 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 psst. It was no use. That cat was clearly more entranced by shiny things than the stranger outside the gate.
Ah, Moment. Die Katze spielt doch bestimmt gern mit der Schnur.
The cat seemed too entranced by the light to notice me dangling a ball of twine out for it.
Okay, ich muss irgendwie das Licht ausmachen. Nur wie? Vielleicht komme ich da mit dem Schürhaken hin.
I couldn't do that.
Das Messer dran
The
werfen.
knife was so discolored by fish guts and brine, it was too dull to catch the light of the lantern.
Ah, Moment.
The knife was so discolored by fish guts and brine, it was too dull to catch the light of the lantern.
Moment, wenn das stumpf ist, muss ich das vielleicht schleifen lassen. Beim Juwelier. Das könnte sein.
I didn't need to cut that.
Ich check mal
That didn't work.
alles durch. Man weiß nie.
With the newly polished brooch gleaming, I angled it towards the lantern,
Ah.
catching the light and reflecting a red beam on the wall.
Perfekt. Okay. Schießpulver.
I took a
Moment, das
handful of
brauche
the
ich
spilled
doch.
gunpowder. Gunpowder had spilled onto the floor when the barrel tipped over. It was the gunpowder barrel the cat had knocked over, now spilling out its contents onto the cold stone floor.
Mache ich doch direkt auch mal da rein.
I placed the gunpowder into the gree-gree.
Okay. Bleiben nur noch die Sargnägel und die schwarzen Federn. Aber hier scheine ich nicht weiterzukommen.
The gate was too well set into the thick stone walls to be dislodged with the screwjack. I couldn't get to the staircase while the gate was locked.
Ich gehe mal wieder raus. Ich gehe noch mal zum Strand. Aber Hier ist auch nichts mehr.
The jalopy door was locked. How ironic that the rum runners would take care not to be the target of criminality.
Dachte schon, es wäre keine gute Idee, hier zu hupen, aber die kommen mal nicht raus.
An old jalopy was parked up out.
So, was könnte ich noch machen?
I didn't need to do any mechanical work on the jalopy. I couldn't do that.
Ich brauche irgendwie die Sargnägel auf jeden Fall.
Wandering happily into the hideout of a pair of mobsters wasn't going to be a smart move. I could see the shadows of the rum runners moving around inside the church, but I didn't want to get too close in case they saw me too.
Aber irgendwas muss es doch hier mit dem Tisch da auf sich haben. Dass der hier jetzt wackelt.
A mischievous idea began to form in my mind. Hey, I think the guy inside here might still be alive.
And why would you think something like that?
The coffin was just shaking around. Maybe you should open it up.
Well, I didn't see it move.
The gravedigger had me in a conundrum. I could hardly start shaking it right in front of his eyes.
And unless the body inside starts jiggling around, I'm not opening up that coffin.
Okay. Der Tisch muss irgendwie wackeln.
A coffin sat upon.
So, wie bekomme ich das hin? Ich denke, ich muss erstmal hier was drunter machen. Oder vielleicht die Schnur dran binden.
I tied the twine to the uneven table and took up a hiding spot behind a nearby wall. It was time to wake the dead.
Okay.
Hello? Hello? Why is it so dark in here?
Huh? Who's that?
I'm stuck. Help! Help!
Mallory, if that's you again.
Get me out of this thing!
Oh no, not again. Mister, are you okay? I'm so sorry. I was told... Mister? Oh, God darn it! Next time I see that girl, I'm gonna have a peewee-sized coffin all ready for her. A few hours locked in one of those should adjust her sense of humor.
Okay, der hat die Nägel in den Eimer geworfen.
I picked up the handful of discarded coffin nails from the tin.
Okay, wäre das auch mal erledigt.
Searching the dead man's body was not something I wanted to do.
Also die Nägel auch ins Cree-Cree.
I placed the coffin nails in the gree-gree.
So, fehlen nur noch die schwarzen Federn. Und ich nehme doch mal stark an, dass ich die von dem Huhn bekomme. Nur wie?
Cluck, cluck. Buck, buck, buck. Cluck. I tried to persuade the chicken to come outside, but clearly I was out of... The chicken coop was already crooked enough, and I didn't want to damage it. The blast of air may have dislodged some feathers, but there was no chance of them flying out the small opening. I needed to lure the chicken out.
Wie bekomme ich die raus? Aber der Blasebalg ist schon mal auf jeden Fall eine Option.
Vandalizing the chicken coop wasn't quite my style. That didn't work. Vandalizing the chicken coop.
Aber
The
irgendwie...
chicken coop was all... That didn't work. I didn't need to blow on them. That didn't work.
Geht alles
I
nicht.
didn't need to cut that.
Hier geht aber auch nichts mehr. Ich muss irgendwie auf jeden Fall das Huhn rauslocken. Nur wie? Vielleicht ist hier irgendwas Neues. Sieht mir aber nicht danach aus.
You've returned. Have you found all the ingredients and placed them in the green?
Not yet. I'm working on it. I'm going to go and find the voodoo ingredients.
Rebecca.
Ich kann den Sack anklicken. Das ging vorher noch nicht.
With the gator disposed of, I turned my attention to the sack hanging from the crane. There was no apparent way to open it, but by the feel of it, it seemed to be filled with some kind of grain.
Okay, sehr gut. Den schneide ich auf.
I cut into the sack with the knife, revealing it to be full of corn.
Nimm mit.
I took the corn from the sack.
Okay, das bekommt das Huhn.
I scattered the corn on the path. Mere seconds later, it attracted the attention of the curious chicken.
Hat aber weiße Federn. Ah, okay, ich muss die teeren mit dem Fett wahrscheinlich.
I was glad nobody had seen that. I may have known how to handle a chicken drumstick, but wrestling the living version was altogether different.
So, jetzt blase ich da mal Luft rein.
Now that the chicken was enjoying the fresh air, there was nothing of interest in the chicken coop. Now that the chicken was enjoying the fresh air, there was nothing of interest in the chicken coop.
Da muss ich das Huhn einfangen.
Now that the chicken was enjoying the fresh air, there was nothing...
Nur bekommt dann nicht hin.
That didn't work.
Wie fange ich das Huhn? Ich red mit ihm.
That wasn't going to work.
Aber wieso war da eben ein Totenkopf? Gute Frage. Oh.
If the chicken didn't want me to touch it, perhaps a blast of air could do the trick.
Geht doch. Und jetzt die Federn einsacken. So, da die ja aber weiß sind, geht's jetzt in die Mühle. Und ich ziehe die hier direkt mal durchs Fett.
That didn't work.
Halt, nicht auf die Balken. Fett.
Grease-soaked feathers wouldn't have been of any use to me.
Wie bekomme ich die schwarz? Oder muss ich die in die Melasse tauchen erstmal? Kann das sein?
Nope.
Oder kann ich die da schon reinmachen?
The manuscript required black feathers, not white.
Wie bekomme ich die schwarz?
I didn't need to cut that. That wasn't going to work. That didn't work.
War irgendwo was Ölisches? Fällt mir gerade nix ein. Strand war auch nix. In der Stadt. Ah, Moment, die Druckerei.
Anything to report?
I'm keeping my eyes open.
Hier vielleicht. Behälter. Moment, hier.
I didn't want to get ink all over me trying to carry
Tinte.
a canister around.
So sieht's aus. Da müssen die Federn rein.
Delicately, I dipped the feathers into the canister of ink. When they emerged, they were dyed jet black.
Sauber. Und ab ins
Place the
Gree-Gree.
feathers into the gree-gree. I'd done it. All 7 ingredients for the summoning spell. Now I needed to head back to the Spirit Queen.
Und zurück zur Spirit Queen. Spirit Queen da oben. Da ist wieder die Reporterin.
I thought I'd find you out here, McAllen.
How did you get out here before me?
Never mind that. This will be the last time, McAllen. I'm not your secretary. I don't know what you're up to out here, but I'll figure it out soon enough. But for now, let's hurry it up. These shoes are alligator skin, and I don't want the local fauna recognizing an old friend. Another telegram came through for you, marked urgent. Kip said you might be out here.
My boss again?
Got it in one.
McAllen, report back immediately. Received word Grimes is deceased. Lack of resources has made this a waste of time. And I've cut onto your little stunt with the Friday signatures. When you get back here, sorting mail is gonna be the least of your worries. Sid Sinclair, Sinclair Auditing Company.
I couldn't believe what I was hearing. On a night when I'd just seen a ghost, this telegram was almost more unbelievable. There was more to the Bellemore story than I could have ever imagined. Now I was being pulled away to a job I didn't want to work, A life I didn't want to live. Maybe it was time to do something a little foolish. Do I still have that prepaid reply?
Sure do. What do you want it to say?
Tell him I quit. I couldn't believe what I'd done. I'd quit my job and opened the first chapter in my own adventure. But without a job, I didn't have a salary. Without a salary, I wouldn't have a place to live. And it suddenly became more important than ever that I find that treasure. For me this time.
Murphy, have you found all 7 ingredients?
I have.
Wonderful! Now it is time for the final step. Out of the darkness, the sadness, the fear, I command you, my servant, now to appear.
I have returned, Master. What is your desire?
The ingredients have been gathered. The final step of the spell is ready. The focus.
The focus of the spell is whatever you are casting it upon. Bellemore Manor is where the ghosts reside. An image of Bellemore Manor is what you must use to direct the spell.
Murphy, do you have an image of Bellemore Manor we can use?
Nur das Comic.
Yes, Murphy, that will work. Place it inside the gree as the final ingredient.
Kein Problem.
I folded the magazine cover and placed it inside the gree.
The spell is ready. Finally, the ghosts will be free again. Open the gree, Murphy, and that will cast the spell.
With some trepidation, I took the gree from my pocket and with a deep breath, opened it.
Das Licht geht an.
At last, I am free.
Servant, what's happening?
Keine gute Idee.
I was never your servant.
I am your master. You shall do my bidding. I command you.
Foolish mortal. You have served your purpose. No longer do I need to manifest as an ephemeral specter. Now my true spirit form is freed.
Loa, do as I say.
You are of no more use to me.
I wasn't sure what I just seen, but the voodoo fire raging all around me was all too real. I needed to get out, and fast.
Da kommt der Blasebalg zur Geltung.
Bellows were used to stoke fires, not extinguish them.
Bringt nix. So, erst mal schauen, was hier überhaupt geht. Kerzen.
Surrounded by a burning inferno, I wasn't going to complicate matters by picking up lit candles, even if the phrase was fight fire with fire.
Geisterbecken.
Gazing into the spirit pool, I thought I could see formless faces gazing back at me.
Kann ich da nicht irgendwie eintauchen?
Gazing into the... I wasn't going to be able to put the flames out with my bare hands. I would have looked pretty cool sitting in a flaming voodoo throne, but now was not the time.
Okay, aber ich muss sie ja irgendwie löschen können mit dem, was ich im Inventar habe. Ja, ich fülle mal die Flasche.
I filled the bottle with water from the spirit pool.
Ich schütte das mal da drauf. Geht doch. Oh oh. Hey, was geht jetzt? Ah, was? Ab ins Becken. Bin ich jetzt in der Geisterwelt oder was? Teil 2. Das Gegenmittel.
As I opened my eyes, I realized I had no idea where I was. Hello? Hello? This wasn't good. I checked my hands and still seemed to be flesh and blood. What's happening? Where am I?
Party time.
Welcome back to Bellemore Manor, Murphy McCallum. We didn't
kennen mich.
expect to see you again so soon.
What's going on? Am I dead?
Don't be so overdramatic, Murphy. You're still very much alive. But you're the only person in the house that is. I'm afraid your actions have caused a good bit of trouble for us inhabitants of the house.
What's happened?
Let's see if you can figure it out. We're about to play a song, and Murphy McCallum, this one is for you. All right, all you Bellemore Manor ghosts and ghouls, let's take it to a place where voodoo rules. Foolish mortal, do you know what you've done? A house of spirits, but we know of one with evil intentions, and now no preventions to all that evil scheme. You're now implicated in this complicated supernatural dream. You cast the spell, now the deed is done. Evil's free, the plan has just begun. Without your detection, we'll have no protection from the Machiavellian game. You set them loose, so you have to deduce who is ill and who is to blame. And self-detested, we'll ask you questions 3. Draw on clues to solve the mystery. The lover, the poor, the devil, oh God. Questions surrounded in doubt. The officer bride, the sailor or guide, Murphy. Can you figure it out? Can you figure it out? The broken heart stolen by another. Tell us now, who is the lover?
Ich glaube, die Braut war die Geliebte.
I think the bride was the lover.
A girl in love and a dream to wed, but does she know what cannot be said? Are the people around her just that to confound her? A love that must end with them dead. The sunset life, no chance for dawn. Tell us now, who is the one?
Der Bauer in Not. Der Seemann, oder?
I think the sailor was the pawn.
A sailor forced into a wicked deal, a pride to woo, a heart to steal, sinister threats if he ever should get found out that his love isn't real. Wicked spirits in evil rebel, tell us now who is the devil.
I think the officer was the devil.
The Bellemore fortune, his work has grown. He wants that work all to be his own. If the bride was away, then the fortune will stay. Choose the riches to be his alone. Murphy tried, but it wasn't right. The real story might give you a fright. You gave your best guess, but it's not a success in these paranormal days. We'll re-sing a song, try to see where you're
Okay, das war auf jeden Fall falsch.
while your hopes still remain. The broken heart stolen by another. Tell us now who is the lover.
Nur jetzt ist halt die Frage, was war falsch? Wer war der Geliebte?
I think the bride was the lover.
A girl in love and a dream to wed, but does she know what cannot be said? Are the people around her just that to confound her? A love that must end with them dead. A sunset life, no chance for dawn. Tell us now who is the one.
Aber Moment, das habe ich doch schon so gemacht. Der Seemann war der Bauer. Na, jetzt mache ich halt mal den
I think the
Offizier.
A man in love with her charm and skill, tricked to give just what would bring her ill. His love is now hexed, so what to do next? He's the one who released what will kill. Wicked spirits in evil rebel, tell us now who is the devil.
I think the sailor was the devil.
He wanted love, but now a curse begun. If he can't have her, then no one can. He feels he deceived, now she
War das
will be
richtig?
reprieved. Free herself and no powder for playing. Murphy tried, but it wasn't right. The real story might give you a fright. You gave your best guess, but it's not a success in these paranormal days. We'll re-sing a song, try to see where you're wrong. Try again, while your hopes still remain. Broken heart stolen by another. Tell us now who is the lover.
Gute Frage. Tja, keine Ahnung. Wer war die Geliebte? Probieren wir mal den
I think the
Seemann.
sailor was the lover.
Someone in love and their love is true. Is it return? What is there to do? They're caught in the middle of baffling riddles. Is love what can carry them through? A sunset life, no chance for dawn. Tell us now who is the one.
Die Braut war der
I
Bauer.
think the bride was the pawn.
A bride in love, but in some evil curse, immersed in voodoo and things perverse. She cannot protest, and her mind's not possessed by things that only get worse. Wicked spirits in evil revel. Tell us now, who is the devil?
Der Officer.
I think the officer was the devil.
A phantom figure who's now in control. Black magic powers got things he stole. But maybe it's set back, but he's gonna get back, and we're worried that goes now, let's go.
Ich glaube, das war richtig.
Maybe you listened and now you've done it. You took a gamble and you have won it. A bride in a spell and a sailor's farewell, and an officer pulling the strings. A hostage filled with voodoo, and yes, we know like you do. To fix it, we'll take some strange things. To test it, we asked you questions 3. You do not lose, hands off the mystery. The officer, bride, and the sailor all died. Questions surrounded in doubt. The lover, the pawn, the devil are gone. Murphy, you figured it out. And dance you must, the foolish boss. Find treasures trapped in hidden vaults. You may think you are done, but it's all just begun. It's time for the ghostly debut. So say trick or treat, 'cause there's a goal to defeat. And Murphy, we hope that you do. Or guess what? You'll have to lie to.
Das ist echt cool gemacht. Okay, jetzt bin ich wieder in der Villa.
After that till.
I was back in Bellemore Manor, and although it was better than being dead, I didn't know what was awaiting me.
Da steht jemand.
Who wanders to this ghostly trick? The prey that prays it will be quick. Do not blame that final try, for once he's in, he's sure to die.
Another ghost? Oh, this can't be good.
Welcome back to Bellemore Manor, Mr. McCallan. My name is Cordelia Lockett. I do hope I haven't scared you.
To be honest, I've had my fill of ghosts for today. Perhaps I should be running along.
I'm afraid you'll need to come with me. There is someone you need to meet.
Who?
Miss Bellemore.
You know, I don't think that would be such a great idea. We met twice already this evening, and I don't think she's taken much of a liking to me. What with throwing me off a balcony and pulling me into a spirit pool. Attempt to kill me once? Shame on you. Attempt to kill me twice? Shame on me, you know? I'll just go. It'll be like I was never here.
It's too late for that, Mr. McCallan. I really must insist.
What have I gotten myself into?
Miss Bellemore, Mr. McCallan is here to see you.
I don't see anyone. I'm terribly sorry, Miss Bellemore. I wasn't trying to steal from you. I didn't know anybody was still here. And then I've gotten deeper into things than I expected, and Miss Bellemore? Why isn't she saying anything? Why is she crying?
This is all terribly exciting, isn't it? I'm afraid there's much more to this than you realize, Mr. McCallan.
Can she even hear me?
I don't think so, but keep trying to talk to her anyway.
What happened to her?
I can tell you all that I know, if you're brave enough to hear it.
I hope I am.
I was there on that night, all those years ago. And it wasn't wasn't Miss Bellemore who was to blame. The morning of the wedding, Mr. Rackham left a gift on Miss Bellemore's dresser. A small leather pouch with strange beads and strange markings. I shouldn't have been looking, but I saw her open it. It was black magic. Everyone had heard the rumours about Mr. Rackham, but I saw it with my own eyes. Miss Bellemore panicked. She threw the pouch into her music box, slammed down the lid to lock it, and threw the brooch into the fireplace. But it was too late. She was losing herself. I could see it in her eyes. Minutes later, she asked me to bring her fiancé to her room. It's bad luck to see the groom before the ceremony. She told him she didn't love him, but I don't think it was her speaking. He begged, he pleaded, his heart broke in two. He was devastated. I saw him head up the staircase to the balcony overlooking the garden. But oh dear, I didn't know what he was going to do.
Dass der wurde abbaumelt.
That evening, her wedding to that evil Mr. Rackham began, but it didn't go the way he had planned. Just before Miss Bellemore's lips formed the words, "I do," I could see the forces battling inside her. The real love within her resisting the forged compulsion of Mr. Rackham's curse, staring into eyes that were not those of her true love. And that battle of good and evil exploded. Just like that, everyone in the house was gone, trapping us as ghosts to remain here forever. For more than 30 years she's been like this, her mind trapped in an eternal battle between the true love in her heart and the evil magic trying to control her. More than 30 years of never-ending heartbreak. And while Miss Bellemore is trapped in torment, do you realise what you've done? You've summoned all the ghosts in the house, including Mr. Rackham, that manipulator, that occultist, that devil, the cause of Miss Bellemore's suffering. He's once again free to pursue his evil deeds, because you released him.
If Abigail is under a spell, how is she able to attempt to kill me twice?
Well, it's never happened before. Maybe she's losing the fight against Mr. Rackham's curse, and the evil inside her is growing more powerful. Oh dear, it's almost too terrible to think about, isn't it?
Why is Rackham doing all this? What does he want?
He's after the same thing you are, the Bellemore treasure. But he's willing to do a lot more to get it. And he doesn't care who gets hurt in the process. I'd say he's a lot more committed than you are.
I have to do something. How can we stop him?
I'm afraid I don't rightly know, but Miss Bellemore might. She managed to break out of the spell once, just at the moment of the explosion when Mr. Rackham tried to carry out the wedding. Perhaps if you take her back to that moment, she might be able to break out of it again. To do that, you'll need to create a love antidote to Mr. Rackham's curse.
How can I create a love antidote?
Look in the mirror. In this reflection, she's as happy as she was on the morning of her wedding. And look, there in front of her, 4 wedding mementos and the echoed music of the wedding march. Each one a touchstone of that final happy time. If you could gather those 5 things, perhaps we might bring her back to the moment she escaped the spell, even if just for a moment. There's something else you should know. Mrs. Craddock, the housekeeper, has announced that all wedding preparations are to resume upon the orders of Mr. Rackham. He plans to repeat the wedding tonight. You don't have long.
But what if I break her out of the spell and she is evil now?
I think you'll just have to take that risk.
Maybe I should go. Try to find someone who knows more about this.
Oh, don't you know? You're just as trapped within this house as any of us ghosts. Try the windows, try the doors. We all have 1,000 times. But it's no use. If you want to escape, she's your only hope.
That can't be true. I haven't died. I can't be trapped here forever like you.
In moonlight's glow, a spectral cell, and whispers of an eerie spell. No one hears his silent shout, for once he's in, he can't get out.
No amount of force or technique or desperate longing would open the door. Cordelia was right. I was trapped. And as I looked around at the house that held me, I felt both dead and alive at the same time. Both awake and in a dream, or a nightmare. The only way I could possibly free myself was to gather the 5 items to awaken the Ghost Bride, perhaps giving her a third and final opportunity to kill me.
Okay, aber ich kann hier mal durch die Türen.
Hold it right there. The dance is about to begin. I shall deal with you afterwards.
Muss ich mir das merken oder was? Oh, ich bin schon raus.
The skill, the movement, the passion. It certainly gets the blood pumping. Now then, do you have an invitation?
An invitation?
To the waltz. This celebration is only for wedding guests. We have all manner of help running around the house who certainly aren't invited to the festivities. Imagine the smell. If you want to come in, you'll need to retrieve it. Rules are rules, and it's my job to enforce them. I am Mrs. Elaine Craddock, housekeeper of Bellemore Manor. Who are you, anyway?
Murphy McCallan. I'm just a visitor.
Evidently.
Okay, hier komme ich nicht durch ohne Einladung.
Stop right there, young man. Only guests with invitations are allowed to watch the waltz.
Ich red mal mit der.
Good evening, Mrs. Craddock.
Oh, are you still here?
You need to stop the wedding.
I shall do no such thing. The preparations have begun on the order of Mr. Rackham himself, and I shall see to it personally that his wishes are carried out.
But he wasn't the original groom. He's an imposter.
Another word like that, and I shall have you escorted out of the house.
Good luck trying. I seem to be rather supernaturally stuck here.
Mr. Rackham is a fine man. Motivated, determined, ambitious, rich, and roguishly delectable. Precisely the type of person a well-to-do debutante like Miss Bellemore should be marrying.
Not if she doesn't love him.
Love is not important amongst families of blue blood. What matters is lineage, inheritance, and continuity. That last-minute change of heart she had last time was the best decision she ever made. She'll be far better off with Mr. Rackham than she would be with a sailor.
She sputtered the word with such disgust I half expected her to scrub herself clean afterwards.
I mean, really, what was he going to do for her? Fetch her a fish supper, clear the decks, and sing the sailor's hornpipe? Do you get a funny feeling when your wealth keeps on depleting you should never marry sailors when your funds run low?
There are some who think Rackham has duplicitous intentions.
The green-eyed monster. Mr. Rackham is exactly what is needed to get this household back on the straight and narrow.
What do you mean?
I don't like to speak ill of the dead.
Especially now that you're one of them?
Indeed. But I'm afraid that the Bellemore brothers were becoming increasingly unusual before their disappearances. Their interests veered away from the economic and turned towards the esoteric. And now look where we are.
You think the Bellemore brothers caused you all to be trapped in the house?
Perhaps not directly, but their decisions certainly led to it. To find out the Bellemore brothers were inviting sinners into this house when I gave this household the best years of my life.
And the best years of your afterlife now.
I am a servant to serving, but even I have limits.
Please, could you let me in to see the waltz?
Certainly not.
You know, you're the second person tonight that won't let me in somewhere. I'm beginning to take this personally.
The guests at this wedding are titans of industry and jewels of the aristocracy. Industrialists from Chicago, magnates from Philadelphia, dukes from England. And you are?
A now unemployed auditor from Yonkers.
Precisely.
How long have you worked at Bellemore Manor?
I've been here since the final finial finished off the cupola. Before even the Bellemores themselves moved in, I was getting this house ready for them. It is a position I was bred for. I may not have blue blood, but I should think it's at least a shade of plum. I spent 17 years at some of the most prestigious all-girls schools, you see. Followed by training in Blenheim Palace for 3 years, and subsequent coveted positions with some of the finest families in England.
Well, I'm glad you managed to escape all that and come here.
I can quote you Mrs. Beaton's book of household management in my sleep.
It was an interesting offer, but I couldn't think of any situation where I'd need that, short of terminal insomnia. You must know Bellemore Manor quite well.
Like the back of my hand. Built between 1885 and 1888 in a mixture of antebellum and Victorian styles, and designed by the Bellemore brothers themselves. Until, of course, they disappeared after living here only a year.
Why did they decide to build it on Devil's Rock?
Well, the island is exceptionally well placed for trade between the United States, Europe, and the Caribbean. When the Bellemore brothers were looking to relocate, it was Mr. Rackham who recommended Devil's Rock. It's just a pity about the name.
You speak very highly of Mr. Rackham.
The Bellemore brothers may have had expertise in exploration, innovation, and public relations, but it was Mr. Rackham that pulled those 3 threads together into the beautiful business tapestry that benefits us all.
Do you know anything about the treasure of Bellemore Manor?
The stuff of whimsy. The Bellemore family had their capital invested in stocks and bonds, not hoarded in a heap like some fairy tale dragon. And don't even think about snooping around the house looking for anything, or I shall have you removed from the premises. If anyone would know of a secret treasure hidden in this house, it would be me.
Sie ist allwissend.
Thank you for your help.
Goodbye.
Aber gut, hier komme ich nicht ohne Einladung weiter. Geh ich mal da durch.
You, boy! Are you one of the staff? Is the wedding ready to begin?
Ready to begin? Goodness gracious, but I haven't found my Bible.
Sorry, I'm just a guest too. I don't think the wedding's happening until later tonight. Or not at all, if everything went to plan.
Just enough time for another drink, then.
I picked up the vase. From the delicate porcelain and hand-painted ornamentation, it looked like it must have been worth a fortune. Ming Dynasty, perhaps?
Foskett, why is that young man picking up that chicken?
Der
I
Nachttopf.
have absolutely no idea.
Or perhaps not. It was an old chamber pot, hopefully thoroughly cleaned. After my escapades with the fish and its hidden horseshoe, I had had quite enough of taxidermied animals.
Okay, neue Türen, Torbogen. Glas, trinkt ein Whisky.
The empty glass was best left where it was.
Okay, ist leer. Aber ich habe auch nichts, um's aufzufüllen.
I'd previously seen small pots hung in fireplaces like this contained water in order to humidify the room, especially when tobacco was being smoked. In this case, however, the pot was empty.
Okay. Da muss irgendwas rein.
That wasn't going to work.
Aber ich hab noch nix. Ich quatsch mal mit dem Pfarrer.
Good evening.
Hello, my child.
Oh, don't get him going again.
And what is your name?
Murphy McCallan.
Hello, Murphy. I am Father Foskett, spiritual shepherd of St. Juniper's Parish. Have you seen the good book?
I'm not the most religious person, but I have read parts.
No, I mean that rather more literally. I've lost my Bible and have no idea where I put it. Have you seen it?
I haven't, I'm afraid.
Pity.
Are you here for the wedding?
I am officiating the wedding. With everything that's gone on in the house, we must thank God we have someone like me to keep us on a righteous path.
I've been told that Abigail Bellemore doesn't really want to marry Rackham. You need to call the wedding off.
We shall stick to the system, young Mr. McCallan. Objections should be heard during the ceremony, not before, when all parties may articulate their feelings on the matter. These things are greater than you and I, you know. Until then, we must treat the wedding as the joyous occasion it is.
What do you think of Abigail Bellemore?
A little headstrong, in my opinion, but a lovely young lady. I baptized her, you know. She grabbed my nose as I held her over the font, right up the left nostril. Wouldn't let go until her brothers distracted her with a teddy bear. Still, she's a very caring girl.
Just not two ecclesiastical noses. Is St. Juniper's your church?
That's right, young man. A beacon of godliness on an otherwise spiritually desolate isle.
I hate to be the bearer of bad news, but I think St. Juniper's been taken over by rum runners.
Criminals? In my church? Good God! They must be removed immediately.
Let's not be too hasty. They sound like my type of gentleman. That's the type of church I can see myself attending.
I could do with less of your opinions, thank you. Many things can be preserved in alcohol, Colonel. Dignity is not one of them.
I'm not the most well-read on religion, but shouldn't you be in heaven now?
Gold standard question, my boy.
Well,
Gute Frage.
I'll admit this isn't what I expected.
Perhaps the good book has some missing passages.
I think we can do without your theological input, Colonel.
Is there a way to fix it?
Well, that's precisely what I'm doing, young man, as we speak.
It looks like you're just sitting in an armchair.
You don't see the metaphorical cogs whirring around in my head, the tick and the tock of the thanatological matters in my mind. To the layman, I might appear to be just sitting in an armchair, but in reality, I am studying the Bible, or at least I would be, if I hadn't lost it.
You've lost it, all right.
Do you think it might be voodoo keeping you here?
Voodoo is nothing but mumbo-jumbo misdirection. I fear we may be in limbo. Some devilish force has interrupted the supernatural order of things.
I think Rackham might be practicing black magic.
That is an extraordinary accusation. I refuse to hear another word of it. He is a God-fearing man who always attends the sailors' services, and he has donated generously to the church and my vacation fund. The culprit here is that awful sailor Abigail was going to marry. It is precisely because Miss Bellemore's marriage to Mr. John Rackham was interrupted that we are still here. And why we must continue the wedding as planned tonight. It shall be our way out.
I best be heading off.
God be with you.
Good evening.
Good evening, my boy. I'm afraid you'll have to speak up. Old army injury, you see. Care to join me for a drink?
Colonel Bloom, how many times must I warn you about your predilection for hard drinking?
It's not hard drinking. It's very easy. What do you say, my boy? Care for a nip?
I probably shouldn't. I'm a little preoccupied at the moment.
Well, don't go saving it for the toast. You'll be waiting decades.
See? This is what I was talking about. This is the kind of ungracious, ungentlemanly behavior that will spell your doom, Colonel.
Stop trying to threaten me with eternal damnation, Foskett. If it was going to happen, it would have happened by now. I'm pretty sure I'm dead at this moment, and I don't see any evidence of women playing harps. Just you harping on at me.
Klingt wie die Hölle.
Did you see much action in the army?
I killed 4 men.
From food poisoning, Colonel Bloom's title is an honorary one for services to catering.
The Cattle King is what they called me. I owned farms from New Orleans to Tallahassee. Beef, leather, dairy. It was a roaring trade.
Or at least a mooing one.
Those cows, they were my army. I tell you, everything a man needs can be provided by a good troop of cows.
Herd of cows.
Of course I've heard of cows. I was just talking about them.
What are you drinking, Colonel?
Good hearty rum. It'll put fire on your chest and hair in your belly. Wait.
And perhaps it is time to consider whether you have drunk too much of it, Colonel. Or perhaps give it up altogether.
I could easily give up alcohol. I've already done it hundreds of times.
I think you'll find the time between one glass and the next does not count as teetotalism. Perhaps we should be grateful to the Lord that your glass remains empty.
Are you looking forward to the wedding?
I'm looking forward to it being over. In my opinion, being stood up at the altar for 33 years is a pretty bad sign. Not what strong relationships are made of.
And you should know, Colonel. You've only had hundreds of them.
Do you think the bride and groom should be together?
That Rackham's a slimy character, and no mistake. Oh, by God, he's a good businessman. Trickier than a magician's rabbit that's gotten stuck on a particularly difficult crossword puzzle. But all that don't amount to a hill of beans if you're not enjoying life. I don't know whether to hate the guy or envy him.
Both are sins, I think you'll find, Colonel.
And not even the best ones. Do you know what's wrong with society nowadays, Murphy? Drink, guns, and women. There's just not enough time for them all.
Have you ever married, Colonel?
Oh, yes. I've been married for 47 years.
Yes, but to 9 different women.
It still counts.
His shortest marriage was 2 days, and that's only because they couldn't find him to serve the annulment papers.
I ended up in a bordello in East Nevada with half the members of the Albuquerque Militia Marching Band. Best honeymoon I've been on. Some lovely girls.
Lord forgive him, for he knows not what he does.
That's not what the girls were telling me.
Okay, genug gequatscht.
I'll be back.
At your leisure, my boy. I have nowhere to go and nothing to do.
Idle hands are the devil's playthings.
Try idling your mouth for a change, you old curmudgeon.
Okay, mal schauen, wo es hier hingeht. Okay. Trophäenzimmer. Ich muss irgendwie nach da oben. Check ich mal die Tür.
Stepping through the doorway, I found myself in an ethereal black void that stretched in every direction. Draped in green fog, all I could see were staircases floating in all directions, and in the center, an eternally ticking clock. There was no way across the void to reach it.
Is that little whippersnapper playing on the staircases again?
No, it's not him this time. But how that wayward whelp's mother allows him to run riot through that cursed room baffles me. When it comes to Sebastian Bach, I think King Herod might have had a point.
That is an insult to my honor. I didn't know you had any honor left to insult.
Boys, you don't want to be fighting over little old me.
Tallulah, this man is nothing but a scoundrel. Then you, brother, are a no-good fraud.
Die machen ein Duell.
It was a devilish carving of a satyr, half man, half goat, holding a shield. I wondered if the shelves held any books on battling ghostly curses, but that seemed a little too niche. Now wasn't the time to rearrange the furniture.
Oh, ein Sonnenschirm.
I thought I should introduce myself first.
Quatsch ich mal mit der Debütantin.
Good evening, miss.
Oh, another fine young gentleman.
My name's Murphy McCallan. Pleased to meet you all.
Back off, Peanut. Yeah, keep walking. We were talking to the lady first.
Now, boys, we must be welcoming to our new friend. My name is Tallulah LaRue. I expect you've heard of me. My daddy owns the LaRue Oil Exchange. We're the richest family this side of the Mississippi.
But don't be getting any ideas. Tallulah, don't you think this gentleman is a little beneath you? He looks so poor, he probably waves a popsicle around and calls it air conditioning.
Let's not be rude to him just because he's less fortunate. You boys be welcoming and introduce yourselves.
If we must. I am Humphrey Tallulah. And I am Orville Tallulah of the Tallulah Textiles Company.
I think you made the pants I'm wearing. What's that in your hand, Miss LaRue?
This is my invitation to the wedding. It allows me to bring one guest with me. But
Das bin
I
ich.
seem to have made a teensy tiny mistake. I've invited both boys all the way out here to Devil's Rock when I can only take one of them into the wedding. Now, both of these fine fellows are here and want to attend with me, and I just don't know who I should pick.
You mean you two don't have an invitation?
We may not know the Bellemores, but we do know this southern magnolia before us. We were brought to Devil's Rock by passion.
I was brought to Devil's Rock by taxi. If you're not using the invitation, perhaps I could take it off your hands?
I don't think so, knucklehead. Miss LaRue is going to need that invitation for when I accompany her. Over my dead body? Have you seen yourself? You're already dead.
These two gentlemen seem pretty heated.
I just hope it doesn't come to blows. I'd be happy to marry either of these gentlemen one day, if only I could choose between them.
If you did end up marrying one of them, would that make your name Tallulah?
That's right, and my middle name is Beulah. Rolls right off the tongue, doesn't it?
How are you going to decide who to take to the waltz, Miss LaRue?
I just don't know if I could decide. I think I'll have to leave it to the boys to decide for me.
Choose me, Tallulah. I'm the one who inherited our family's good looks, I assure you. Good looks? Your reflection hides when you walk past a mirror. I have the southern elegance she desires. Elegance? You have all the elegance of a drunken pelican. I believe the lady would be better suited for a man of my sophistication. Sophistication? You have all the sophistication of a rodeo clown. It's my bravery that she needs. Bravery? You'd run away from a June bug. If you think yourself so brave, then we must put it to the test. Brother, I challenge you to a duel. Not if I challenge you first.
Tja, wenn die nicht schon tot wären, könnten die es ja irgendwie umbringen. Und dann bleibt ich übrig.
But if that's how things have to be, let's get the guns on the table, boys.
Warten wir mal ab.
McCallan, you shall be the adjudicator.
I shall?
I'm glad you've agreed.
What exactly does that entail?
In order for the duel to be fair, an independent third party must load the pistols and declare the victor.
Okay.
But I've never loaded a pistol before.
Don't worry, McCallan. A donkey with a lobotomy could do it. You have at least half a chance.
So, Loading Pistol.
Instructions read. Powder, shot, ramrod, aim, fire.
Aber ich kann hier irgendwas manipulieren wahrscheinlich. Also, Pulver.
One at a time, I poured the powder into the muzzle of the pistols.
No, McCallan, you haven't put it...
So, jetzt die Kugel.
The instructions read, powder, shot.
Vielleicht den Magnet?
The button magnet was exactly the right size for the barrel of each pistol, but it would have become a bullet itself if I'd loaded it inside.
Ansonsten...
That didn't work.
Aber ich denke, es hat irgendwas hiermit zu tun,
The
oder?
magnet was exactly the right size for the barrel of each pistol, but it would have become a bullet itself. I then dropped the shot into each muzzle. Finally, I patted the contents down with the ramrod.
Schauen wir mal,
No
was
pussyfooting
passiert.
around here, boys. I want to see some action. If you miss, you're not the man for me. Fire! Well?
I've been hit. Me too.
In any other situation, this would have been a tragedy, but it quickly became clear that a duel to the death wouldn't be conclusive when the duelists were both already dead.
Oh, neither of you missed? Well, sorry, boys, but I think that's a draw. What a terrible waste of everybody's time.
Would you like a rematch of the pistol duel?
What a wonderful... Boys?
Okay, will ich aber eigentlich nicht. Hier muss ich irgendwas manipulieren bzw. anders machen.
Instructions read. It was a scrap of paper.
Not yet, my cat.
One at a time. Then, finally,
Remember, boys, if you miss, you're not the man for me. Fire!
Statt der Kugel muss irgendwas anderes rein.
I've been hit. Me too.
Oh, neither of you missed? Well, sorry, boys, but I think that's a draw. What a terrible waste of everybody's time.
Tja.
Miss LaRue, would you mind if I borrowed your parasol?
Don't be silly, Murphy. It's a beautiful evening outside. You have no use for it. But I'm sure I can be of help to you if the weather turns sour.
Okay, wenn's Wetter umschlägt, bekomme ich den Schirm. Sprich, ich muss irgendwas hier wahrscheinlich runterschütten, das so aussieht, als ob's regnet.
Good evening.
So, hat die noch irgendwas zu sagen?
Were you friends with Abigail Bellemore?
Friends may be a bit of an exaggeration, but I'd seen her around at the debutante balls before she got engaged to that sailor. I mean, really, what was she thinking?
You don't think they should have gotten engaged?
What's the point? Mr. Rackham was an improvement. I do love the powerful.
I best be running along.
Ta-ta for now.
Hello.
Beat it, bud.
Hi there.
Keep walking.
Okay, die haben nichts mehr zu sagen. Hier geht's in den Keller.
I wondered if the shelves held any books on battling ghostly curses, but that seemed a little too niche.
Hier geht's hoch. Und runter.
Walking into the cellar, I was hit by the pungent smell of rotting wood and mildew. 3 decades without upkeep hadn't been kind to this section of the house, and it was now knee-deep in floodwater. The wine racks were largely bare. What few bottles remained were cracked and empty. I decided to keep the bottle on me. I flipped the switch, but nothing happened. It seemed the barrel lift lacked power.
Aha, hier, das hier. Der Fassheber.
I needed to use the switch to operate the barrel lift.
Okay, ich muss irgendwie Strom drauf bekommen.
Knowing the type of animals that lived in the murky water on this island, there was no way I was stepping into the floodwater. The label read magnetic carriage, theater rotation, orrery track, barrel lift.
Hier, Fassheber.
Electrograph, lightning rods, ground.
Also, der Erder muss mal drin bleiben.
The wire had corroded into the fuse box. I couldn't budge it with my hands.
Das bekomme ich nicht ab. Das
I
sind
took the
Kerzen.
handful of candles from on top of the fuse box.
Wie bekomme ich das ab? Das muss ich abmachen und hier reinstecken.
The wire had corroded in...
Ich tue mal auf jeden Fall...
The water was murky and stagnant, even confined to a bottle. I didn't want it.
Okay, das Wasser will er nicht in die Flasche machen. Wie bekomme ich das Kabel
That
ab?
wasn't going to work.
Kein Plan. Auf jeden Fall mal nicht mit dem, was ich im Inventar habe. Vielleicht kann ich das Wasser in den Nachttopf füllen.
That was going to be the perfect container to scoop the water out, but I needed a way to automate it.
Nee, das geht nicht. Geh ich mal da oben durch. Ha. Der Durchgang scheint versperrt. Klavier. Maschine, Koffer. Große Halle.
My piano repertoire consisted only of a few bars of Twinkle Twinkle Little Star, and I thought it best not to inflict that upon anyone.
Alle meine Entchen.
Good evening. My name is Murphy McCallan.
Pleased to make your acquaintance. Ezra Hughes is the name. Pianist for Hire is the game. Got any events coming up that you can use a pianist at? I do weddings, christenings, bar mitzvahs, funerals.
You're still hustling for work? Isn't being a ghost an impediment?
Hey, when you're self-employed, you've got to keep that next paycheck coming in.
But you're trapped in the house.
Well, I admit I'm not normally based here, but Bellemore Manor makes a lovely venue.
How's the gig?
It's the gig of a lifetime. Quite literally. I just didn't realize how short that lifetime would be. Still, I should be making out like a bandit at the end of it.
Why's that?
My contract says I charge overtime at time and a half. So far, we're 30-something years past my original end time.
Is there much to spend your money on when you're dead?
They say you can't take it with you. But I don't seem to be going anywhere at the moment, so why not find out?
You don't seem to have much of an audience.
Most have gone through to the ballroom for the waltz. Still, at least it means I don't have the Southern Belle from Hell hovering over me.
When you say Southern Belle from Hell, do you mean Tallulah?
That's her, the Black Widow of the Bayou.
What's wrong with her?
Well, she has a reputation, doesn't she?
A reputation for what?
Murder.
Tallulah is a murderess?
Now, don't be getting me caught up in a slander suit, but behind those demure, blush cheeks is the mind of an absolute psychopath. She's been engaged 3 times. Each of her fiancés died in ridiculous circumstances.
Did she murder them for money?
That can't even be the motive. You'd think she'd go ahead and marry them, so all their worldly goods become each other's, right? But her family's already got more money than honeybees got buzz. And she finishes them off before they've even booked a venue. I think she just does it for the thrill.
Someone should really tell her about wing walking. Are you local to Devil's Rock?
No, New Orleans born and bred. Hard to grow up in the Big Easy and not fall in love with this music. Street performers in the French Quarter, brass bands on the balconies, parades at Mardi Gras. It's in the air down there.
So what brought you here?
Work. Figured I'd play a few gigs, make some cash, Next thing I know, I'm caught up in more drama than a Gilbert and Sullivan operetta.
Where did you find musical work here on Devil's Rock?
I got a full season contract down at the Calliope Theater. It was pure luck, really. The original pianist broke his arm.
How?
Before the renovation, that place was falling apart. 14 people in the audience watched as the stage gave out right in the middle of Claire de Lune. Pianist and piano falling straight through the floor into the basement.
Ouch.
Physically, he was fine. Emotionally, devastated for months.
Sounds like he went through a bad stage. Yardley Bellemore was a performer too, wasn't he?
And more. Writer, director, producer, philanthropist. He's the one that bought the Calliope, fixed her up, and hired me. Once he came on board, that place got put on real shows.
Real shows?
Yeah. Before Yardley put up the funds, they were so broke they had to rely on sponsorships. The final year, Bon Tom Bakery funded everything. With conditions.
Conditions?
The shows had to be on brand. Before Yardley put a stop to it, we were looking at 3 Shakespeare plays that season. Romeo and Baguette, A Midsummer Night's Cream Cake, and Much Ado About Muffins.
Do you know what happened to Yardley Bellemore?
I haven't a clue. But you know what? I think I was one of the final people to see him alive.
Oh, really?
He came down to the Calliope to offer me this gig for the wedding, and I overheard him talking to someone backstage after I had finished rehearsing.
What were they talking about?
Well, after Yardley scrapped the baked goods from Romeo and Juliet, he was after ideas to bring something new to the story. This fellow was telling him about a place he'd found, an actual crypt. Such a missed opportunity, really. Can you imagine? Romeo and Juliet's tragic finale, played out in a Capulet tomb, the star-crossed lovers' final doomed moments in a real-life, honest-to-God crypt. The last thing I heard was them setting a date to check it out. And then, well, after that, no one ever saw him again.
Do you know who the man he was talking to was?
Rackham, I think you call him. Don't know where his interest in the theater came from all of a sudden. I'd never seen him in any performances.
Do you know where I could get some wedding music?
I take request. It's part of my contract for the wedding. What are you after?
I need some wedding music to play to Abigail Bellemore, upstairs in her bedroom.
I might be able to move people with my music, Murphy, but there's no chance I can move this piano up to the 2nd floor.
Das muss ich aufnehmen.
I should get going.
See you around, Murphy.
Okay, was ist das hier?
The pianist wouldn't have been happy with me rifling through his belongings. Without knowing what it was, I didn't want to break it. I wondered if the pianist knew more about it.
Ist auf jeden Fall eine Maschine, mit dem ich das aufnehmen kann. Bringen wir mal kurz in
Good
Erfahrung.
evening, Ezra.
Hello, Murphy.
What's the machine next to your piano?
That's my ticket out of hustling. A phonograph recorder. I'm going to compose and record a hit song. Something that'll sweep the nation, like those guys on Tin Pan Alley. I can record and release a song all across the country, and people will be able to hear me live in their living room.
But you're not live, or living.
That'll be how I market myself. Anthems by apparitions, hymns by haunts. The magazines won't give you the time of day if you don't have some way of standing out. If I'm dead, it's better to be composing than decomposing.
How does the machine work?
You just put in a blank record and press record. There's an old one still in there if you want it. It's too worn for me to use anymore. The records have a thin layer of black wax on the outside, and the machine records the sound as grooves in the wax. Keep an ear out for me in a year's time.
I should get going.
See you around, Murphy.
Ja, aber Moment.
That didn't work. I thought I'd leave Ezra to his playing. The pianist had explained to me that the device was for recording music directly from the piano. I didn't need to cut that. I didn't need to cut that. I didn't think he'd be interested.
Mal schauen, ob ich hier durchkomme.
The macabre warning was definitely serving a purpose where it was. I decided to leave it there.
Eine Rose.
I wouldn't do that if I were you.
Why not?
You're still flesh and blood, aren't you?
That's right.
And to be ashamed of. You'll end up see-through blue like me if one of those thorns nicks you. And don't try cutting them. Even so much as a snap, and it releases a toxin so deadly you'll be on the ground within 3 minutes. Certainly keeps things exciting, doesn't it?
I'd already been warned about touching the poisonous thorns.
Watch out for that vine down there. That bugger was trying to make a break for it earlier.
Oh, okay. Will do. I didn't have the slightest idea what the gardener was warning me about. Like a snake coiling around its prey, it soon became apparent. Help! Help!
What's all the fuss about?
This vine's got me, it won't let go!
Oh, she likes you, she does.
Well, the sentiment isn't mutual.
I've never seen the plant so attached to someone before.
That's exactly the problem. Its hold is getting tighter. I needed to get away before I was dragged into the flower beds. I tried to shake the vine from my leg, but every wriggle just encouraged it to wrap itself tighter.
Schneide ich doch direkt ab.
Well, you didn't need to do that. I wasn't planning on doing the pruning till tomorrow.
What was that?
Just a Devil's Rock creeper. They do seem to have gotten a lot more active since I was last tending the garden, though.
First, the animals on this island had tried to eat me. Now, I was finding out the plants wanted a nibble, too.
Springbrunnen.
The fountain had long run dry, and the cracked, dusty basin was empty. I couldn't see anything I could do with the statue.
Aber hier scheint auch mal nix weiterzugehen. Blumentöpfe.
I couldn't see anything alive in the plant pot, despite the gardener's
Der
best
gießt
efforts.
einfach.
Good evening.
Pleasure to meet you, young man. I'm Rupert Riddle. I'm the gardener for the Bellemore estate. And whom do I have the pleasure of meeting?
Murphy McCallan, pleased to meet you.
Do excuse the state of the conservatory. After 30-odd years without so much as a pruning or watering, it's taken on a mind of its own. Don't be telling the Horticultural Society or I'll be having my golden trowel taken off me.
You've won awards for your gardening?
Oh yes. This conservatory is rather famous. Welcome, Murphy, to the Poison Garden.
Poison? Why would the Bellemore brothers want a poison garden?
Academic interests, prestige, and morbid curiosity, I should think. Master Cecil liked to study them. Master Xavier used to collect them on his expeditions. And Master Yardley, well, he just liked the theatricality of it all.
Isn't it dangerous?
Well, it all depends on how you use it, doesn't it? A few berries of deadly nightshade could kill a person, or cure their headache. Hemlock killed Socrates, but I used it to treat my arthritis. These plants may be dangerous, but that's because they're powerful and mysterious.
From medicine to murder.
Exactly. The power to heal and the power to kill. That's what makes them so interesting.
Remind me never to get on the bad side of a florist. What's the secret to growing your garden?
Plants need the same things as you and me, they do. Food, water, sunlight, and someone to chitter-chatter with.
You talk to your plants?
And sing.
What kinds of songs do poisonous plants like?
Vaudeville, mainly. Tarara-boom-de-ay always goes down a treat. Tarara-boom-de-ay. I'm with plants all the day. To sing's the only way to grow my shrub display. Vegetation brings elation to me.
That's quite an accent you've got. Where are you from?
Jolly old England, just outside Bristol. God's own country. The green and pleasant land where my love of horticulture bloomed. I caught the gardening bug at an early age, you see. Histoplasmosis. I was in hospital for 8 months, all told. But trapped in those 4 wipe-clean antiseptic walls, staring at a pot of plastic philodendrons, why, it just grew my love of all things botanical.
Why did you move to Devil's Rock?
I came over with the Bellemores, didn't I? Got myself a little cottage on the edge of the estate near the mausoleum. Bugger if I can get to it now, though. Shame, too.
Why's that? Do you miss home?
Oh, I think I left the gas on. Wouldn't want an accident now, would I? Could be the death of me.
What are you working on at the moment?
I suppose I ought to be pushing up daisies. But death isn't going to stop these green fingers. So I'm getting right back into it where I left off, tending to these plants. It's not quite the same as it used to be, I must admit.
How so?
I suppose, being dead now, they've lost some of their allure. It used to be that one prick of the finger, one wipe of the nose, one accidental inhalation of a seed, and that would be the end of it. Things just aren't as exciting anymore.
Will you be attending the wedding?
Me? Get an invitation? I'm not sure overalls would meet the dress code. But it's a good thing, too. I wouldn't trust that Rackham with a hosepipe on a hot day.
Why not?
Well, it's not like me to tell tales. But it wasn't long before the Bellemore brothers started to disappear that Rackham was in here asking about the poison plants. Very suspicious timing, if you ask me.
You think he murdered them?
I couldn't possibly say.
I need a bouquet. Can you help me?
I'm a gardener, not a flower arranger, Murphy.
Is there anything in here I can take without it killing me?
I'm afraid the only non-poisonous plants were those down in Abigail's flower bed. She had her own little area that I used to help her with. There's only that one flower that stayed alive in the whole conservatory. Funny that.
What's funny about it?
That's the same flower bed Abigail used for her bouquet the night things went awry.
That'll be perfect. Is there a way to get rid of the thorns?
Oh, certainly. A good drenching with alcohol should kill
Okay,
them
ein Schuss Alkohol.
Who's the statue of?
Oh, him. He's from an old Indian fable the Bellemores used to have read to them as children. It was a gift Cecil Bellemore gave his brothers a couple of years before he disappeared. Quite the conversation piece.
What was the statue's story about?
A young Maharaja prince who sold his kingdom for a single coin, all so he could use it to save the love of his life.
How romantic.
I suppose, if you're into that sort of thing.
Thanks for your time.
Before you go, you wouldn't do me a favor, would you?
What
Was will
kind
er
of
jetzt?
favor?
Well, I was just wondering how that flesh and blood thing is working out for you.
Excuse me?
It's just, and I don't mean to impose, but my eternal frustration is that I have 187 different ways to die in this conservatory, but I was never able to test any of them out. Now that we've all discovered death isn't quite so conclusive, I was wondering if you'd want to help out.
Help out how?
Well, we could test out some of the plants on you.
They'd kill me.
Fingers crossed.
The dainty old man's eyes glowed with unrestrained excitement at the mention of murder. His dottery demeanor offered a complete contrast to his apparently homicidal tendencies. He was like a tortoise holding a machine gun.
Now, don't make such a drama out of it. We could put it in a nice pie, and maybe some herbal tea. I know the recipe for a lovely cobbler.
Definitely not. Let's cross that possibility out right now.
I was only asking. Maybe let me know if you change your mind.
Gut, ich brauche auf jeden Fall Alk, damit ich die Dornen da wegbekomme. So, jetzt bin ich wieder in der Haupthalle.
Without a flue, the fireplace seemed entirely decorative, and yet, standing in front of it, I could feel a breeze. That didn't work. I needed to think of something else. That wasn't going to work.
Geh ich mal nach oben. Ich geh mal hier rechts. Hier war ich noch nicht. Truhe.
Haha, the look on your face.
What are you doing? Oh, you could have scared me to death.
Imagine how cool that would be.
I don't think I'd be very happy about that.
Baby. Who are you, anyway?
My name's Murphy McCallan. I'm a guest. Who are you?
I'm Sebastian Pock.
The little boy puffed out his chest with a grin that would make the Cheshire Cat jealous. What were you doing in the trunk?
Playing hide and seek. That stuffy old vicar challenged me to a game and hasn't found me in more than 33 years.
Don't you know it's dangerous to shut yourself up in places like that? You could have gotten locked in.
Well, it's funny you say that, actually. I think the latch closed on me while I was inside. Still, it's the worst that could happen. I'm already dead.
Gutes Argument.
What are you looking so pleased about?
I'll have a new toy to play with later tonight. A brand new Goo & Hose Model 5 wind-up tin boat. I'm going to play with it in the bathtub down the hall.
That's funny. I know a little girl who accidentally got one of those for her birthday today.
Yeah, funny that.
The boy pulled an expression that made him look slicker than a politician in an oil spill.
Aber das ist der Junge, von dem die in diesem einen Zimmer da der Pfarrer und der andere von geredet haben.
You've been in that chest for 33 years?
On and off. That's got to make me a hide-and-seek champion. This house is amazing for it. Before I climbed in the chest, I must have explored every room in the house. The ones that aren't locked, at least.
You haven't seen the Bellemore treasure while you've been exploring, have you?
There's a treasure here, like pirate treasure.
That's what the stories say.
And you believe them? I thought kids were supposed to be the gullible ones. I don't think it exists.
Why not?
Because if it did, I would have found it by now.
I heard some of the other ghosts talking about a boy playing in the staircase room. That was you, wasn't it?
Sure was. How did you know?
In truth, the description of wayward whelp was the giveaway. But as long as Sebastian knew something I didn't, I needed to contain my annoyance. Lucky guess. Do you know how to get through the staircase room?
Oh, sure. I know every route in this house. You've got to be as good at hide-and-seek as I am. I bet I could beat you without even leaving this room.
Sebastian, I really need to get through the staircase room. Could you tell me how to do it?
Well, are you any good at hide-and-seek?
Excuse me?
Because I could tell you how to get through the staircase room. If you can beat me, hider or seeker, I'd beat you at either.
Er soll sich verstecken. Ich suche ihn.
You hide, I'll seek.
Great. Eyes closed and count 5 Mississippis. I won't even leave the room.
Okay, er wird den Raum nicht verlassen.
2 Mississippi, 3 Mississippi, 4 Mississippi, 5 Mississippi. Ready or not, here I come.
Okay, hier soll der jetzt irgendwo sein. In der Truhe? Okay, ich hab bloß einen Versuch, oder was?
Too easy. I just wish this was more of a challenge.
Ich denke, das bekomme ich so nicht hin.
Gazing into the portrait's eyes sent a shudder through me, and I realized it must have been a portrait of Rackham. His eyes looked back, almost as if he were scowling right at me. Hello, Sebastian.
Back for a rematch?
Erstmal nicht. Du schummelst doch.
You must be cheating.
How could I cheat?
I don't know, you're a ghost. Can't you dematerialize or something?
This isn't a bedtime story, you know. I may be a ghost, but I still touch things just like you.
This is a long shot, but do you know Mallory Wisp?
Sure, I know Princess Stink.
She was getting a tin boat too.
I know. I swapped over the pages in the toy catalogue, so she ordered the wrong thing. She'll get fed up with it, and I'll get to play with it instead.
Well, that wasn't a nice thing to do.
Nice guys finish last. That's what my father says.
How are you and Mallory able to talk? You're a ghost and she's...
A flesh bag.
Right.
A blood pumper, an air guzzler, a bone puppet, a muscle wriggler.
Hey, I get the idea. How come you can talk to her?
Children aren't so close-minded, I guess. Plus, she's the only person brave enough to come up to the house.
Are you here for the wedding?
Do you think I dress like this for fun? I look ridiculous.
I thought you might be the mayor of Munchkinland.
My mum made me dress like this. What's your excuse?
Do you know the man in the portrait behind you?
I don't want to look at it. Gives me the creeps.
It's John Rackham, isn't it?
Shh! Mum says we're not allowed to say his name.
What do you know about Rackham?
I don't want to talk about it.
You know something, don't you?
I can't tell you. I'd get in trouble.
I won't say a word.
Cross your heart and hope to die?
That's ironic, given the circumstances, but sure.
We came to the house a few months before the wedding was supposed to happen. My dad's a lawyer for the Bellemore Trading Company. A real important one. But oh boy, is that stuff boring. I was sneaking around, you know, just exploring the house. And I saw him, that man. He was talking to one of the Mr. Bellemores. The one that wore the white coat.
Cecil Bellemore, the scientist?
Yeah, he said he was going to his laboratory, but where it was hidden was a secret. I thought I could follow him.
Did you have any luck?
Not really, because I wasn't the first. That man, he was following him too, in secret. I kind of got too scared to keep going once I saw him.
What scared you?
I saw something. I saw something the scary man was carrying.
What was he carrying?
A dagger.
Ich versteck mich mal.
You seek, I'll hide.
You're on. 1 Mississippi.
Ich geh in die
2
Truhe.
Mississippi.
Hiding inside a locked chest might have been fine for a ghost, but as long as I
4 Mississippi.
I was far too big to fit.
5 Mississippi.
Ich kann mich nicht verstecken.
Ready or not, here I come.
The door was locked.
Found you.
Goody for you.
You didn't even make it hard. Maybe I should hide next time.
Okay, ich muss auf jeden Fall
Hello,
machen, dass
Sebastian.
sich versteckt.
For a rematch?
You hide, I'll seek.
Great. Eyes closed.
1 Mississippi, 2 Mississippi.
So, ich schaue jetzt halt mal hinterm Vorhang.
Mississippi, 5
Aber ich denke,
Mississippi.
jetzt wird er
Ready or not,
wahrscheinlich in
here I
der
come.
Kiste sein. Ich nehme stark an, dass ich da
Are you behind the
irgendwas
curtain?
anderes machen muss. So sieht's aus.
Better luck next time. Another win for me.
Ich schaue mich mal weiter um.
The door was locked. The door was locked. The door was locked.
Okay, hier komme ich auch mal nicht weiter. Vielleicht muss ich die Truhe verschließen irgendwie.
The chest wasn't locked, it just had a fiddly latch. I didn't need to. I couldn't.
Ich probiere mal ein paar Sachen.
That didn't. That wasn't going to work. I needed to think.
Nee, weiß ich auch nicht. Ich gehe hier mal längs. Oh. Das Hausmädchen. Staubwedel.
You can't have that. I might be needing it later.
Okay, die muss ich von dem Wagen wegbekommen.
I didn't need to move the cart. I considered picking up a sheet and draping it over me, but there were enough ghosts in the house already. I couldn't ring the bells from the hallway.
Ja, wahrscheinlich muss ich in so ein Zimmer und dann läuten, damit die gerannt kommt. Aber ich
Hey,
rede erst
Cordelia.
mal mit ihr.
Oh, hello again, Mr. McCallan. Have you made the love antidote yet?
I'm working on it, even though I'm still not sure it's a good idea. Do you know why I can't leave Bellemore Manor?
We ghosts have been trapped here ever since the explosion, but I don't know why someone still living would be unable to leave.
I was able to get out the last time I was here, even if it was via the balcony and into the pond. I don't want to try that again.
Something must be keeping you here now. Better hope it's not Mr. Rackham.
Did you say there were rumors that John Rackham used black magic?
Oh yes, all of the staff talked about it. Even if we daren't mention it to the family. Crates and boxes delivered in the night, hidden from prying eyes. But not hidden well enough. We see what happens in this house. We hear the whispers in the night. We know.
Do you think the Bellemore treasure is here in the house?
If it is, I've never seen it. But it is a big house. There are rooms I've never been in. Rooms I was forbidden to enter. Who knows what's in them?
The skeleton hanging from the tree outside. That's the sailor, isn't it?
What's left of him? I do hope it's a mess I don't have to tidy up.
Isn't the sailor's ghost trapped in the house too?
Oh no! He killed himself hours before the curse took hold. He will have long since passed over to the spirit realm. Lucky escape, some might say.
He was lucky to be so distraught he committed suicide?
It's better than being trapped in this house for eternity.
How did Abigail and the sailor meet?
It was aboard one of the Bellemore ships. Miss Bellemore was never one to be caged up inside the house, always wanting to go away on her brother's voyages. But they were a good deal older than her, and very protective after they all lost their parents. So she made a plan to stow away.
Did she manage to do it?
No, she was caught mere hours before the ships left port from Dead Nettle, covered over in spare sail.
Who discovered her?
That young sailor. I don't think she was best pleased that he had to tell her brothers, and he did, but she didn't hold it against him. Instead, he told her of the voyages on each return to Dead Nettle, and as the months progressed, she took more and more of a liking to him. I suppose fate will always bring two soulmates together, even when they least expect it.
And that's how they fell in love.
The young sailor promised that one day they would explore the world together. But until that day arrived, he would carry her in his heart on every voyage he undertook. He carved a wooden compass, split it into 2 pieces, and they each carried one, promising that despite their time apart, the necklace would be reunited once they were back together. How romantic.
How did the Bellemore's parents die?
A shipwreck off the southeastern coast. 28 perished, with just 1 survivor.
Who was the survivor?
Why, it was Mr. Rackham.
Dubios.
Where do these doors behind me go?
The middle door goes up to the cupola, but the key's been lost ever since Master Cecil died. There's not much up there from what I remember, just old sheets, linens and lace.
And the door on the right?
That's where the parlour witch lives.
Did you say a witch lives in the house?
Oh yes, didn't you know? Mr. Rackham isn't the only one said to delve into the supernatural. Perhaps poor little Abigail was just an innocent, caught in the middle of Mr. Rackham's and her brother's dark dealings.
Who is she? Is she still there now?
I should think so. The Bellemores brought her to the house not long before they disappeared, though after moving into the house, she was never seen again. No one ever goes in, and no one ever comes out. I don't even think Mrs. Craddock can get in there.
Do you know what happened to the Bellemore brothers?
That certainly is a mystery, isn't it? But I'm afraid I don't know. My duties were to help Miss Bellemore, while Mrs. Craddock dealt with the masters.
Although what?
I did see Master Xavier on the day he died.
What was Xavier doing on the day he died?
Preparing for an expedition. He'd been given a birthday present not long before, an old pirate map of Devil's Rock that he'd hung over the fireplace in his bedroom. And on the map, marked in red, an X marks the spot.
Pirate treasure? On Devil's Rock?
I doubt the treasure even came into it. A cove on Devil's Rock, where no one has stepped foot in over 100 years. That'd be like a moth to a flame for Master Xavier. He left before dawn, and then never came back.
Who gave him the present?
I expect you can guess.
Thank you for your help.
Okay.
You're welcome.
Es hat ihm bestimmt auch dieser andere Typ da gegeben, dieser Rackham oder wie der heißt.
You're much more exciting to watch.
Okay, mal schauen, ob ich da reinkomme.
The door was locked.
Hier brauche ich ja den Schlüssel.
The door was locked. I looked behind the curtains, but there was nothing there.
Mal schauen, ob hier noch irgendwas ist.
Now wasn't the time for a nap. There was nothing left in the ashpan. I thought that Abigail would prefer them to stay where they were. Excuse me, Miss Bellemore? It was no use. She was in such a deep trance I doubted if she knew I was standing only feet away from her.
Okay, hier kann ich klingeln. Ich checke erstmal die Kommode.
It was an untouched slice of wedding cake. It was a simple gold ring. It was a bridal veil made of delicate, intricately woven lace. It was a beautiful bouquet of roses. It was best to leave the vase where it was. I couldn't do that. Nope. As I concentrated on the phonograph in the mirror, it began to sound like I could hear its music through the reflection itself. It was the wedding march. The phonograph horn had snapped off the machine when I was flung out of the balcony doors.
Aber ich kann mal auf den Balkon gehen. Ah, hier bin ich jetzt. Ich kann zumindest mal hier außen rum. Hier wahrscheinlich das Geländer hochklettern. Das ist ein Werkzeugkasten, ein Kabel. Ich versuche mal hier hochzuklettern.
Whoa! As I rounded the corner of the balcony, I saw that the walkway had dropped away, the mortar crumbling after decades of neglect. The ground was a long way down. It was a decorative wrought iron railing spanning the height of the balcony. I assessed whether the railing would be safe to climb. With the slippery ironwork and crumbling masonry, the answer was obviously no. But I didn't have the luxury of safety. Here goes nothing.
Wird schon klappen. Okay, sieht gut aus. Vielleicht komme ich auch hier hoch und hier in die Kuppel.
I realized there was no easy path to get higher. The roof tiles ranged from loose and dangerous to soggy and dangerous. Either way, I wasn't going to be able to climb them.
Okay, höher komme ich nicht. Aber ich kann den Werkzeugkasten mitnehmen.
As I approached the lightning rod, I started to feel the hair on the back of my neck standing up.
Oha.
That was a close one. Fortunately, the lightning bolt had hit the lightning rod instead of me, breaking it from its socket and sending the rod tumbling to the ground below. It looked like someone had already intended to start fixing the roof. I looked inside the toolbox and took the only thing it held, a rusty old pair of pliers.
Okay, eine alte Zange.
There was nothing I could do with the empty socket. I definitely didn't have the natural balance needed to walk across the cable unaided.
In die Fassung könnte aber eventuell der Schürhaken.
With a spark of inspiration that worried even me, I decided to test whether I could improvise a replacement for the lightning rod, breaking all manner of building codes in the process.
Scheint zu klappen. Aha, sauber. Unten wäre mal Saft drauf. Okay. Kann ich den wieder mitnehmen jetzt, oder was?
I touch the poker again. I may have been hallucinating this entire experience, but some self-administered shock therapy didn't seem appealing. I couldn't see an easy way up to the cupola. From down on the balcony, the drain pipe was unreachable. From down on the balcony, the drain pipe was unreachable. Nope. I needed to think of... Nope. I couldn't...
Nee, dann weiß ich auch nicht. Ich gehe mal wieder runter. Auf jeden Fall kann ich jetzt in diesem Keller da weiterkommen. Mit dem Stromkasten. Kann ich nicht auch irgendwie den Kamin anmachen?
I needed to think of something else.
Beziehungsweise die Kerzen irgendwie
I needed to think of something else.
schmelzen lassen.
I need...
Ah, ich könnte hier mal noch klingeln. Und wenn die jetzt kommt, schnappe ich mir den Staubwedel und einen Laken.
Coming!
Okay, sieht gut aus. Jetzt nix wie raus.
Miss Bellemore, did you ring?
Den Staubwedel nehmen.
With the maid distracted, I was free to take the feather duster.
Sauber. Und so ein Laken.
I considered picking up a sheet and...
Nee, das will er nicht.
I didn't need to move the cart.
Nee, ansonsten wüsste ich auch nicht, was ich mit so einem Laken machen könnte. So, ich gehe jetzt hier nochmal zu dem Jungen. Und frag den mal, vielleicht hat er was Neues
Hello,
zu berichten.
Back for a rematch?
See you around, kid.
Erstmal nicht. Dann geht's wieder nach unten. Okay, hier ist der Pianomann. Da hinten war der Gärtner. So, hier ab in den Keller. Mal schauen, ob ich hier diesen Lift da bewegen kann.
The wire had corroded into the fuse box. I couldn't budge it with my hands. It was a small paper label used to mark which fuse was which. I pulled at the wire with the pliers and managed to dislodge it from the fuse box.
Okay,
It was a
aber...
small paper label used to mark which fuse was which. Ground.
Aber die Erdung ist raus. Naja, ich steck das hier mal in den Lift.
The surge of electricity from the lightning strike, the barrel came to life, disappearing into the water, then rising up to the hatch above. So this was how they loaded barrels in and out of the cellar.
Okay, nur was bringt mir das jetzt?
I flipped the switch and the barrel lift ground to a halt.
Okay, der bleibt stehen. Jetzt kann ich da zumindest mal zum Weinregal.
I needed to use the switch to operate the barrel lift. I needed to... Wine racks adorned each wall of the cellar. Bellemore Manor must have been quite the spirited place once upon a time.
Okay, aber ich kann hier nichts machen. Ich komme hier auch nicht weiter. Was könnte ich denn auf diesen Fassheber? Kein Plan. Okay,
With
den Topf.
extraordinary fortune, the porcelain chamber pot fitted neatly into the decorative ironwork of the barrel lift.
Ah, was bringt mir das? So, ich schalte das mal an.
I flipped the switch and the barrel lift started up again, held by the barrel lift.
Ah, okay, der schöpft jetzt das Wasser raus.
Scooping up the murky floodwater and carrying it to the ground level hatch above. With time, the jury-rig machine began bailing the cellar like a sailor trying to save a sinking dinghy.
Okay, das dauert jetzt aber wahrscheinlich eine Weile. Ah, sauber. Okay, das halte ich mal wieder an. Okay, geht nicht. Aber checken wir mal, was hier jetzt geht.
The wine racks were largely bare. What few bottles remained were cracked and empty.
Die Sackkarre. Ich glaube nicht, dass ich die mitnehmen kann.
There was nothing large that I needed to move. All of the smaller barrels I could see were rotted and empty.
Was könnte ich mit der Sackkarre heben? Kein Plan. Aber das Fass hier sieht verdächtig aus.
I turned the spigot and rum began to pour out. If I wanted some, I needed something to carry it in.
Okay. Rum, sehr gut. Das bekommt der in dem Zimmer.
With the bottle positioned beneath it, I turned the spigot. The grotesque face began spewing out rum like it was 2 a.m. on Bourbon Street.
Okay, das wäre mal erledigt. Aber irgendwie muss ich doch hier auch dieses Duell da lösen können. Schnitzerei. Was hat's damit auf sich?
It was a seductive carving of a lamia. Half woman, half snake, holding a shield.
Okay, aber wenn die schießen, müssten die ja normal da drauf schießen.
I needed to think of something else. That wasn't going to work.
Ich probiere einfach mal ein paar Sachen.
That didn't work. That didn't. I couldn't.
Oh, das sieht gut aus.
Inspired by the pistol duel, a plan began to form in my head. With 2 wooden carvings on either side of the room, I could bore a rough hole in each of them.
Ah, okay.
Look at the carving.
Der macht ein Einschussloch.
All wooden and carved and wooden. Yes, these certainly are some of the most carved pieces of wood I've ever had the privilege of seeing. When I was finished, they looked passably like bullet holes.
Okay, jetzt muss da ja aber irgendwie die Kugel da rein.
The shield now had what looked like a bullet hole in it.
Muss die ja irgendwie austricksen, beziehungsweise überlisten.
Would you like a rematch of the pistol duel?
What a wonderful idea! Boys, guns on the table. Murphy, load 'em up.
One at a time, I poured the powder into the muzzle of the pistols.
Bei irgendwas musste man da mit dem Magnet machen.
The button magnet was exactly the right size for the barrel of each pistol, but it would have become a bullet itself if I'd loaded it inside.
Ja, wieso macht er die da nicht rein?
The button magnet was exactly the right size for the barrel of each pistol, but it would have become a bullet itself if I'd loaded it inside. Stealthily, I took the button magnet from my pocket and affixed it to the end of the ramrod. With its small size, it could barely be spotted.
Okay. Ah, jetzt kann ich die Kugel da wieder rausholen.
No, McCallan.
Okay, jetzt die Kugeln rein.
I then dropped the shot into each muzzle.
Und jetzt hier mit dem Stock laden im Prinzip und holt dann die Kugel wieder raus.
Finally, I patted the contents down with the ramrod. When the ramrod emerged, the magnet I'd attached brought the shot with it.
Sauber.
With the prestidigitation of a magician, I dropped it discreetly back into the shot tub. To anyone else, the pistols appeared to be properly loaded.
Okay.
Remember, boys, if you miss, you're not the man for me.
So, die schießen jetzt mit der leeren Pistole.
I'm not hit. Well, neither am I.
You both missed. Are you sure the pistol's fired?
Look, there's a bullet hole in the
Na, und jetzt sagt er, das wäre ein Einschusslöscher.
So what does that mean?
Ihr habt daneben geschossen.
Looks like you both did.
Then who's going to accompany Miss LaRue?
I think the lady's words
Das bin
were,
ich.
if you miss, you're not the man for me.
But we both missed.
He's right. If you're both losers, I can't take either of you to the wedding. I'm not dating a man that can't shoot straight.
Tallulah, we can talk about this. Give us another chance.
I'm sorry. My mind is made up. Here, Murphy. You can have this. I won't be needing it anymore.
Sauber.
It was an invitation to...
Okay, dann hätte ich doch gesagt... Den Sonnenschirm bekomme ich noch nicht. Dann hätte ich doch gesagt... Ah, okay, dem könnte ich hier doch direkt mal noch den Rum einschenken.
No, my second wedding. The father of the bride didn't appreciate me canoodling with a honor. Got all the locals to run me out of town. Talk about a shotgun wedding.
So, Rum in das Glas.
Can I top you off, Colonel?
Oh, excellent. What do you have there?
Bellemore rum, aged 33 years.
Wonderful. Fill her up. I much prefer rum to that hoity-toity champagne they serve. Rum is a man's drink. I'll save this for the toast later.
Do you think that's a good idea, Colonel?
I certainly do. You know, Oscar, I've had about enough of your sanctimonious prattling. I try to sit here and enjoy myself, and all I hear is the droning of a long-winded clergyman.
I'm not droning. You just don't like to face the truth. My sanctimonious prattling, as you so ungratefully call it, is all that stands between your unrighteous life and a subsequent consignment to the fiery gates.
You know, that must be it. It's a revelation, an epiphany. All these years I've been thinking I've been in limbo, wondering why I haven't moved on to the pearly gates or the raging fires, and now I've realized.
What have you realized?
I must be in hell right now, and listening to you is my torture.
Sagte ich doch.
I can't bear anymore.
Ah.
There! Now I can't hear a word you say.
Infantile.
Jetzt nehme ich sein Hörgerät. Und hier hinten kann ich wahrscheinlich die Kerzen reinmachen. Ausprobieren wir auch direkt. Damit ich den Wachs bekomme. Sauber.
I dropped the candles into the empty pot hanging in the fireplace. They soon began to melt and bubble. Double, toil and trouble.
Goodness gracious! That isn't more satanic sorcery, is it?
I'm sorry, I was just quoting Macbeth.
Well, don't.
So, nur wie bekomme ich das Wachs da jetzt raus?
The pot contained melted wax.
Wie bekomme ich das da raus?
That didn't work.
Ich müsste...
The pot contained melted wax.
Gute Frage.
The fire beneath the pot was already burning steadily.
Ich brauche irgendeinen Behälter oder so. Ah, hier in die Flasche vielleicht.
I needed to think of something else.
Na gut, aber wenn es ja wieder hart wird... Bringt mir ja so gesehen nix. Ich glaube, hier fehlt mir noch irgendwas. Na, sei's drum. Geh ich mal hier in den Ballsaal und zeig ihr die Einladung.
You know, it's funny, I completely forgot I had the invitation on me the whole time. It's these vest pockets. They're much bigger than they look. Seriously, you wouldn't believe the number of things I've been carrying around with me tonight.
You have an invitation?
It'd be rude not to show my face.
Are you absolutely sure about that? I'm sure our guests could survive without beholding the sight of your singular visage. You see, as the housekeeper, it is my job to ensure that only guests of the highest class are in attendance.
How kind of you to think so highly of me.
Look, just don't try burping the alphabet or announcing when you're going to the lavatory.
Okay, jetzt kann ich hier den Walzer tanzen, oder was? Ah, okay, ich komme auch hier hoch. Publikum, Tänzer, Torte. Ich brauche ein Stück Torte.
Please, keep clear of the dance floor!
The dancers were too far away to talk to. I didn't need to involve myself in supernatural small talk. I had a love antidote to make.
Okay, irgendwie muss ich da hinkommen. Na, ich gehe hier mal die Treppe hoch.
Walking around the upstairs mezzanine, I found myself in a small balcony overlooking the dance floor, where a tabletop of placards had been set out. At the side, a board marked dance steps looked like it would hold the placards in a chosen order, directing the dance below. All I had to do was set it up, then ring the bell.
Tja.
The only thing I could do with it was to place the cards into the slots. Down below, the dancers would be able to see the choreography for the next song.
Tja, müsste ich mir jetzt noch mal anschauen.
That wouldn't work. The dance board was missing steps. They were too far away to talk to.
Kann ich mir das nicht noch mal irgendwie anzeigen lassen? Ich rede noch mal mit der.
Good evening, Mrs. Craddock.
Oh, are you still here?
When you talk about sinners in the house, do you mean the parlor witch?
Don't even mention her. Why the Bellemores thought to bring her into this house is beyond me. Oh, thank goodness we have Father Foskett trapped with us to keep this house holy.
Where is the parlor witch?
Now don't go seeking her out. You'll only regret it. We barely ever see her, but she's up there in one of the locked rooms, tainting the entire household. I found some of her black candles one day, you know. Who knows what she did with them? Voodoo spells and magic rituals. I confiscated them and put them on top of the fuse box in the cellar. At least if there's a power surge, they can do some good for a change.
I've heard Rackham deals in the occult as well.
What poppycock! Mr. Rackham is a good, honest, hard-working man. The cure for the ailments of this house. Which is why we are cursed to remain here. And it is why a good, honest marriage between Mr. Rackham and Miss Bellemore will finally allow us to move on. Just as I wish to do with this entire subject of conversation.
Thank you for your help.
Goodbye.
Na gut, dann versuche ich einfach mal oben mein Glück.
That wouldn't work. The dance board was missing steps.
Okay, ich muss alles ausfüllen. Ah, okay. Ich verstehe.
The dancers moved around the dance floor like clockwork soldiers, directed by the moves on the board. And with their movements, the cart holding the wedding cake could be pushed around too.
Uff. Okay, das nicht ohne.
There was already a cart in that slot.
Ich muss mir merken, bei welchem Tanzmove die sich nicht bewegen. Ich muss mir das nochmal anschauen. Also das ist rechts, das ist hoch. Links, da bewegen sie sich nicht bei Joyette. Dann links, hier bewegen sie sich auch nicht. Runter und runter. Also rechts, hoch links. Also das bedeutet, das hier zuerst. Hoch, links. Hier bewegen sie sich nicht. Das hier ist rechts. Ich meine, das hier ist links, links. Ja, schauen wir es uns einfach mal an. Okay, hoch, links. Sauber, jetzt bleiben sie stehen. Ja, jetzt wieder rechts, jetzt wieder links. Stehen bleiben. Runter, runter. Okay. Das hier war links. Uah. Okay, das war komplett falsch. Aber ich denke, das hier stimmt auf jeden Fall. Joyette und Wines. Hoch, links. Dann runter. Die Promenade. Moment, das hier war ein Stopp. Karussell. Kein Plan. Probieren was. So, links, runter. Stehen bleiben. Ach, rechts. Rechts? Moment, jetzt muss es runter. Moment mal. Wenn ich die zwei hier vertausche, könnte es jetzt nicht schon passen? Hoch, längs, runter. Ah, hier müsste es, glaube ich, zweimal runter, oder? Ah, geht doch. Sauber.
Heading down from the mezzanine, I saw what I was after. The cake cart had been pushed off the dance floor and into reach.
Okay, schnapp ich mir doch mal hier ein Stück Torte.
I couldn't cut a slice out of the wedding cake with my bare hands.
Aber mit dem Messer.
While Mrs. Craddock rubbed her temples, I had a moment of opportunity. I knew I wasn't supposed to cut the cake if I wasn't the groom, but these were unusual circumstances.
Okay, sehr gut.
It was a slice of wedding cake from a wedding that I needed to stop. It was a brass horn used to amplify sound.
Okay, das muss oben im Zimmer drauf.
Did you just touch the wedding cake?
Ach, ich doch nicht.
Certainly not. I was just admiring it.
I should hope so. If I catch you with so much as a crumb on your fingers, you will be in serious trouble.
Ich gehe hier hoch. Und setz das hier mal drauf.
With a bit of improvisation, I have fixed the ear trumpet to the phonograph in place of the broken horn. Now, I just needed some music to play.
So, die brauche ich von dem Klavierspieler unten. Aber Moment.
I definitely didn't have the natural balance needed to walk across the cable unaided.
Ich muss irgendwie das Gleichgewicht halten. Nur wie?
That wasn't going to work. There was nothing else in the toolbox.
Irgendwie muss ich das Gleichgewicht halten. Da brauche ich irgendwas dafür. Okay. Ich brauche den Regenschirm. Hier ist das Bild. Nur wie bekomme ich den? Gute Frage.
Miss LaRue, would you mind if I borrowed your parasol?
Don't be silly, Murphy. It's a beautiful evening outside.
Didn't you see the lightning?
A parasol's to protect you from the sun, silly. Carry this out in a lightning storm and you might... Actually, go right ahead and
Jawohl.
take it. You have fun.
Okay.
The glint in her eye sent a shiver through me.
Also, wieder nach oben. Und jetzt balanciere ich darüber. Und komme hier in die Kuppel
As a
rein.
child, I'd once watched a traveling circus act calling himself the Great Balancerio amble his way across a high wire with only a parasol to keep him steady. With absolutely zero practice and infinitely more chance of death, it was now my turn to try it. Oh well, here goes.
Mary Poppins.
Whoa. Oh. 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 That was a close one. While I may have lost the parasol, I did have one thing on Balancerio. I accomplished my stunt without having to wear a leotard.
Okay, aber ich wäre mal drüben. Wie ich wiederum zurückkomme. Okay, wahrscheinlich von hier oben abseilen. Jetzt komme ich hier oben rein. Okay, was haben wir hier? Eine Büste. Spinnenweben.
I wouldn't say I have many phobias, but spiders are definitely one of them. And after hearing about the size of the spiders living in the bayou, I wasn't about to start touching the spider webs with my bare hands.
Ah, mit dem Staubwedel.
Using the feather duster, I began sweeping away the spiders and their webs.
Sauber.
From a relatively safe distance.
Ah, okay. Jetzt kann ich die Truhe öffnen. Sehr gut.
The face reminded me of a man I used to buy milk from. From the neck up, he looked like an Italian nobleman. From the neck down, he'd wear denim dungarees and nothing else. It probably wasn't the same guy. Now that it was free of spiders, I opened the trunk.
Ist da nichts drin?
Searching through the trunk, I found blankets, bedding, tablecloths, and tucked up in the corner, a delicate lace veil. There was nothing else of interest.
Okay, ein Schleier.
It was an ornate wedding veil made of delicate lace.
Brautschleier. Was mache ich damit? Ah, Moment, den braucht die ja unten. Gut, den Kuchen und den Schleier habe ich. Jetzt brauche ich noch den Ring.
Looking through the telescope, all I could see was a blur. I soon realized why. A telescope without a lens wasn't going to be much use.
Okay, hier brauche ich eine Linse. Könnte das hier sein.
That didn't work.
Nicht wirklich.
That didn't work. That wasn't going.
Was könnte als Linse fungieren? Kein Plan. Globus.
The globe looked more decorative than functional, like a chihuahua with a bow tie.
Aber hier geht's noch runter. Brautkorridor. Ah, okay, jetzt bin ich wieder hier gelandet. Ich gebe dir einfach mal das, was ich schon mal gesammelt habe. Also, den Kuchen legen wir
Place the
dahin.
wedding cake on the dresser. There were 4 items left.
Dann den Schleier.
I placed the veil on the dresser. There were 3 items left.
Tja. Aber mehr habe ich nicht. So, jetzt muss ich das hier mit dem Jungen irgendwie hinbekommen. Nur wie mache ich das?
There was nothing behind the curtains. I needed to think of something else. That didn't. I needed to think of something else. Hello, Sebastian.
Back for a rematch?
You seek, I'll hide.
You're on. 1 Mississippi.
I was far too big to fit behind the
2
curtain.
Mississippi. 3
That didn't
Mississippi.
That didn't.
4 Mississippi. 5 Mississippi.
I didn't
Ready
need.
or not, here I come.
Nope.
Found you.
Goody for you.
You didn't even make it hard. Maybe I should hide next time.
Hello, Sebastian.
Back for a rematch?
You seek, I'll hide.
You're on. 1 Mississippi.
I didn't want to interrupt his counting.
3 Mississippi.
That had been a good idea. I just needed to be a tiny bit quicker.
5 Mississippi.
Okay.
Ready
Ich
or
muss
not,
bloß schneller
here
sein.
I come. Found you.
Goody for you.
You didn't even make it hard. Maybe I should hide next time.
Ah, okay, ich verstehe. Sobald er die Augen schließt, binde ich die Schnur an ihn dran. Und dann sage ich, er soll sich verstecken. Und dann sehe ich ja, wo er hinläuft. So wird's gemacht.
Hello, Sebastian.
Back for a rematch?
You seek, I'll hide.
You're on.
Okay, jetzt muss ich bloß schnell sein.
1 Mississippi. 2 Mississippi. 3 Mississippi. 4 Mississippi. 5 Mississippi. Ready or not, here I come. Found you.
Goody for you.
You didn't even make it hard. Maybe I should hide next time.
Okay, jetzt
Hello,
versteck
Sebastian.
dich.
Back for a rematch?
You hide, I'll seek.
Great. eyes closed and count 5 Mississippis. I won't even leave the room.
1 Mississippi, 2 Mississippi, 3 Mississippi, 4 Mississippi, 5 Mississippi. Ready or not, here I come.
Okay, da hinten ist er.
I wonder who's behind this curtain.
Haptisch.
What? How'd you find me?
Maybe you're not the best at this after all.
You cheated. You tied that string to me.
Don't be a sore loser. You never specified in the rules that it wasn't allowed. Now about that route through the staircase room.
Grown-ups are tricky. Here, this'll tell you how to do it. Cheetah, cheetah, pumpkin eater.
I almost felt bad. Almost. Because when I looked at the document, I was sure I'd been swindled. What I'd been given wasn't a blueprint of the house, but a wedding schedule scribbled on in colored crayon.
Oha, okay. 7, 3, 11, 9, 4, 8.
It was a wedding schedule for this evening, but the printed times had been replaced.
Tja, gehe ich halt nochmal in dieses Labyrinth da rein. Das ist der falsche Weg. Ah, okay, gut. Das kann sein, dass ich zu einer gewissen Uhrzeit durch die Tür gehen muss. Also 7, 3, 11. So, um 7 gehe ich da durch. Das hat geklappt. Jetzt 3. Kein Plan. Zumindest mal nicht geklingelt. Elf, 9, 4, 8. Ich glaube, ich war einfach zu spät. Moment. Ich denke, das muss jedes Mal klingeln. Jetzt war ich zu früh. Nein. Okay, aber komischerweise hat es jetzt nicht geklingelt. Warum auch immer. Aber komisch, dass es jetzt nicht geklingelt hat. Ich mach's einfach mal durch. So, 11, 9, 4, 8. Ja, ich glaube, das war zu spät. Es hat geklingelt. Oder muss ich genau wenn es 3 schlägt, da durch? Boah, das ist ja übel. Das genau zu treffen. Wie mache ich das am besten? Kein Plan. Moment mal. Hier gehe ich so nach oben. Es könnte sein, dass ich hier um 11 Uhr durch muss. Jetzt unten 6 Uhr. Gab's das? Nicht wirklich. Das symbolisiert das die Türen irgendwie. Hier im Prinzip 3 und hier dann 7 oder was? Beziehungsweise 8. Probieren wir hier mal 3. Hier gibt es auch noch 4. Könnte das hier 3 sein und das hier 4. Ich habe keinen Plan. Ich probiere hier mal 4. Hier 7. Dann müsste das hier 8 sein. Oder ist es unrelevant, wann ich durch die Tür gehe? Das könnte sein. Halt. Das kann es ja aber auch nicht sein. Dann müsste das hier... Kann es aber auch nicht sein.
It was a wedding schedule for this evening, but the printed times have been replaced with new times drawn in colorful crayon. It was a wedding schedule for this evening, but the printed times have been replaced with new times drawn in colorful crayon.
Verstehe ich nicht. Aber durch welche Zeit gehe ich jetzt hier?
The clock was too far away to reach. All I could do was watch.
Ich glaube, da brauche ich irgendeinen Hinweis. Moment, das ist erstmal unrelevant. Hier das Treppenzimmer führt zur Veranda. Gut, das ist ja der Junge. So, das habe ich ja geschafft. Irgendwas hat's mit der Uhr zu tun. Was, die 12 Uhr Position wurde stets durch die Richtung bestimmt, in die ich gedreht wurde. Okay. Ich verstehe. Okay. Jedoch erst, wenn die Uhrzeit mit dem nächsten Termin im Hochzeitsplan übereinstimmte. Also, 12 Uhr ist immer dort, wo ich halt stehe. Da muss man erstmal drauf kommen. Also, ist hier ja jetzt 12 Uhr oben. Und sprich um 7. Würde ich jetzt mal behaupten, muss ich da durch, oder? 6, ja. Scheint so. Also 7 Uhr hier durch. Okay, Volltreffer. So, jetzt... Moment, ich stehe jetzt links, also ist... Hier ist jetzt 12 Uhr. Würde ich doch behaupten. Und ich muss um 3 Uhr durch die Tür. Also wenn der Zeiger oben ist. Ah, kein Plan. Okay, sehr gut. So, jetzt ist 12 Uhr hier. 11 Uhr, sprich hier. Da wäre ich unmöglich drauf gekommen. Das ist zu heavy. Volltreffer. So, jetzt ist 12 Uhr hier unten und ich muss 9 Uhr. So, wenn es hier ist. Jetzt bloß keinen Fehler machen. Jetzt ist 12 Uhr hier. Oder? Oder ist 12 Uhr jetzt hier? Oh. Bin ich verwirrt. Aber hier müsste nochmal 12 Uhr sein. Ich muss durch 4. Also hier bei 10. Jetzt ist 12 Uhr wieder oben, oder? Und ich muss ganz normal durch 8 Uhr. Sauber.
I passed through the final door of the staircase room with the realization that I'd followed the final steps of a dead man.
Perfekt. So, was mache ich jetzt mit dem?
I'd never been in love, yet seeing the drastic measures the sailor had resorted to, I felt his pain all too viscerally. The happiest day of his life became the day his true love rejected him.
Ah, der hebt hier den Ring.
The sailor's skeleton still clasped his wedding ring for Abigail. With some unease, I took the ring, promising the skeleton I'd return it to the woman who loved him.
Okay, ich würde sagen, das war's hier an der Stelle, oder?
This must have been the skeleton of the sailor.
Da geht hier noch was. Nicht wirklich. So, hier muss ich das aufnehmen und ich muss auch noch die Rose bekommen. Halt, Moment. Das ging doch mit Alk, oder? Halt. Ich muss nochmal hier lang. Und ich fülle einfach nochmal die Flasche von mir auf.
Refilled the bottle, but as the rum neared its neck, the flow turned to dribbles. That must have been the last of it.
So, jetzt schütte ich da hinten den Alk drauf. Und dann gehen die Dornen weg, oder was?
I emptied the rum onto the thorns and waited.
Sauber.
There was only one rose left. I needed to be more delicate than ripping it out of the flower bed.
Schneide ich ab.
Delicately, I cut the stem and picked up the last rose in the house.
So, jetzt ist bloß die Frage, wie bekomme ich das Wachs jetzt aus dem Topf da raus?
I had nothing else to say to the gardener.
Wie bekomme ich das da raus?
I didn't want to make a hole in that. That wasn't going to work. I didn't need to dust that.
Moment. Wachswalze.
I took the record from the recording machine. Its outer coating worn away with age, it wasn't in a state to record onto.
Okay. So, das tauche ich da ein.
Carefully, I dipped the record into the molten candle wax. Once pulled out, the thin layer of wax rapidly cooled, leaving me with a blank, reset record.
So, das setze ich hier wieder ein.
I placed the freshly reset record back on the recording machine.
So, und jetzt soll er mal schön
Excuse me,
spielen.
Ezra, did you play the wedding march?
A request? Sure thing, Murphy.
Thank you very much. I clicked off the machine and picked up the newly recorded record.
Okay, jetzt habe ich doch alles. Das heißt... Die Rose hier rein.
I placed the rose in the vase. There were 2 items left.
Den Ring auf den Tisch.
I placed the ring on the dresser. There was just 1 item left.
Und ich spiele den Hochzeitsmarsch.
I placed the record into the phonograph. Now working again thanks to my addition of the ear trumpet, and with all the other wedding items on the dresser, it was time to start it playing. Abigail, if you can hear me, try to come back to your final happy moment. I began to feel a change in the room. The air not quite so still, the shadows not quite so dark, and the bride not quite so distant. I just hoped I'd made a wise decision.
You cannot be allowed to do this. I will stop you. At any cost, I will stop you. I'm free. You came back.
Please don't try to kill me a third time.
Don't worry, Murphy McAllen. I'm not here to do that.
I think I might have caused all of this, but I can explain everything.
I'm afraid to say I think you might be right, but at least there's a chance we can do something to fix it. If only... Oh no. He's coming.
Who's coming?
Rackham, you need to hide. If we're going to fix this, he can't know where you are. Quickly, out on the balcony.
Abigail, where is he?
Where is who?
Don't play dumb with me, little girl. I know about your little game on the riverboat. I know that you've brought that mortal into the house. Where is he?
You know, I haven't seen him.
I know you're lying to me, Abigail, but it makes no matter. There's nothing any mortal can do to stop my plans. The wedding will take place tonight, and this time, you're going to say I do.
I'll never marry you, Rackham.
I'm afraid you won't have a choice.
I've broken free of your spell before. I can do it again.
I'm not so sure that's true. The love spell will take hold again, and every minute you spend broken out of it drains you more and more from ever breaking out of it again. Soon the spell will take hold of you forever, and then you will marry me. The Bellemore treasure will be mine.
No.
You had your chance, Abigail. You chose that nightmare. And after tonight, you'll never be able to leave it again.
What a creep.
Abigail, is it safe?
Of course not, but we don't have the luxury of waiting. Come with me, Murphy. I have a plan, and there are some things you really need to know.
Okay, Teil 3. Die Skelettschlüssel.
Grand Hall. Why are we back here?
I suppose you have some questions for me, Murphy McAllen?
Just a few. This trip to Devil's Rock isn't going anything like I planned. So, Abigail. May I call you Abigail? Why did you try to kill me? Come to think of it, why did you try to kill me twice? Were you under Rackham's evil spell when you threw me from the balcony and dragged me into the spirit pool?
No, that was me. It took a lot of energy to escape the spell. Those were the only times I've ever managed to do it. But it needed to be done.
So you tried to kill me on purpose?
I wasn't trying to kill you, Murphy. When you came into the house, I knew what you were trying to do. Summoning the ghosts. And in doing that, you'd free Rackham. I was trying to stop you, to save everybody.
I was the threat?
And pulling you into the spirit pool? Once you'd done that damned foolish deed, I knew we needed you in the house to fix it. So I brought you here. I was never trying to kill you.
Oh, I see. I guess we had a slight misunderstanding.
Das macht Sinn.
What were those faces I saw through the broken glass?
Those are the faces I've seen every minute of every hour of every day for the last 33 years. Those are his punishment. I don't know how he does it. but it's like he can control your dreams and your nightmares. He can manifest images in your mind that don't exist, no matter how much you want to stop them.
Nightmares? So he's the one that the locals have seen wandering the house.
He was the only one who could, but until now, he could never leave the house, only manifest projections of himself beyond the estate.
Like appearing to Dr. Moray as a Loa?
That's right. Rackham was never a Loa, but he knew Moray would fall for it, hook, line, and sinker. And now look what it's led to.
You're free now. You can stop Rackham.
No, Murphy, Rackham's magic is strong. You may have broken the spell for now, but what he said was true. I don't know how long I can hold out before the curse takes hold of me again, but it will happen. I can already hear them laughing.
What are we going to do?
I have a plan, but I need you to carry it out for me. You need to finish what you started, Murphy. You need to find the treasure of Bellemore Manor. Rackham's looking for it too. You'll need to get there first.
What's so important about the treasure?
What do you think the treasure is, Murphy?
$13 million? Unaccounted for and unclaimed?
No, Murphy. The treasure is much more insidious than that. $13 million is just what my brother spent trying to contain it. Listen carefully. I need you to know something. Do you want to know what the treasure of Bellemore Manor really is? My brothers meant the world to me, and I missed them dearly every time they sailed away into the Caribbean. On one fateful voyage, they'd anchored in a lagoon to replenish supplies. There was a man there, so thin and weak he looked like a skeleton. He beckoned them along the beach, led them into a cave, and showed them an unfathomable pile of gold, coins, goblets, jewelry, the riches of 1,000 looted ships, topped by a wooden coffin. That coffin held a treasure more valuable than the rest put together. The skeletal man saw a shell from the beach in the hand of my eldest brother, and offered to make a trade, for he knew that the item within the coffin could not be given away. It could only be bought, or traded, or inherited. The deal done, my brothers loaded up their ship and set sail for the nearest port. But when the dockhands opened the coffin, they fled and refused to return. Inside was a black stone that seemed to glow green from within. The locals knew a legend of a terrifying pirate captain who wielded such a black stone, able to make any who resisted his demands collapse dead before him. But that had been 2 centuries ago. Surely the pirate captain should have been long dead. My brothers put so much into researching the stone, scouring the Caribbean, conducting scientific experiments, meeting experts of the occult. And it all led to one terrible discovery. The coffin stone was a cursed artifact, able to destroy a person's spirit and steal the remaining years of their life for the stone's possessor. That pirate captain, who had ransacked ships by stealing the life of anyone who dared to oppose him, was now cursed to live out every year he stole, withering and weakening without dying. My brothers sealed the stone in a vault beneath Bellemore Manor. 3 keys were required to open it. My brothers each took one, vowing never to allow the stone to work its evil power. But one person disagreed. He had seen the stone and knew what it could do. The ship's first officer, Rackham. And now, he'll stop at nothing to get it, murdering my brothers, enslaving me, and killing you.
This isn't quite the treasure I expected to find.
Murphy, the treasure isn't $13 million. All that money went into researching the stone and then sealing it away where no one would find it. This fireplace is the entrance to the vault where it's hidden. You see the keyholes concealed in the mantle? We'll need my brother's keys to open it.
And I guess finding the keys is where I come in?
Nur wo bekomme ich die her?
What if we just leave it sealed up? Hide the keys so Rackham can never find it?
He will find it. I don't know how long it will take, but eventually he'll find it. And I won't be able to resist the curse for that long. I need you to find those keys tonight, before the wedding.
How do I even start looking for your brothers?
You need to speak to Madame Planchette. She helped my brothers years ago, and now she might be able to help us too.
Who's Madame Planchette?
An old friend of the family my brothers brought to our house to help them. Some people call her the Parlor Witch.
Okay. Die Tür geht auf.
What will Rackham do if he gets control of the coffin stone?
Rackham fears the judgment of death more than anything. The stone will allow him to return to flesh and blood and remain here in the mortal realm for as long as he keeps taking people's lives.
He'll keep murdering people?
Exactly. And it's easy to know his first targets. Once he has the stone, there's an entire household of lives right here, ready for him to steal, including yours and mine.
He can steal life from ghosts?
The explosion may have interrupted things, but the spirits here still hold the years of life they're owed. They may never be able to use them, but Rackham will.
This house really needs its wiring looked into.
Oh no.
What's wrong?
The spell. It's coming over me again. Listen, as much as it frightens me to say it, I think Rackham might be right. Everything I do is making it harder for me to resist the spell. I don't know if I'll be able to break out of it again. I need you to do this for me, Murphy.
I will, just tell me what to do.
Madame Planchette will be the first step of 3 journeys you'll need to undertake. 1 for each of my brothers, each finished only by reclaiming their key and placing it in this fireplace.
I won't stop until I've done it, Abigail. I will beat Rackham to the treasure.
For all our sakes, I hope you're right.
I was on my own again, baffled by the situation I'd gotten myself into. The $13 million, the whole reason I traveled to the island and then quit my job, was gone. I had every desire to wait until sunrise and get that taxi back off the island just like I'd planned. Free of magic, free of ghosts, and free of the very real possibility that I'd be joining them. But heck, plans change. And now there was someone I needed to see.
May I help you?
Excuse my intrusion. Abigail Bellemore told me to find you. She said you may be able to help me find her brothers.
Murphy McCallan, come in, come in.
Die kennen mich
Sit
alle.
yourself down and let me introduce myself. I am Madame Planchette, psychic medium, soothsayer of the supernatural, forecaster of fortunes. And you're the one who caused all these troubles. Am I right?
Things kinda got away from me.
And now, we need to get them under control. Now, how precisely can I help you?
The man in the portrait was seated at a desk with papers in his hand. The man in the portrait was standing in front of a globe. The man in the portrait was standing on a stage holding a cup and saucer. I need to talk to Abigail's 3 brothers. Can we cast a summoning spell again to speak to their ghosts?
I'm afraid not, Murphy. The ghosts of Bellemore Manor could only be summoned because our spirits were trapped here and hadn't moved on to the spirit realm. The Bellemore brothers were murdered months before the wedding. Each has long since moved on, however reluctantly. It's very rare for someone to come back from the other side. It can happen, but I don't think there is much chance of that here.
How can we make contact with the 3 brothers?
We need to conduct a seance for each of the brothers, a way to contact them in the spirit realm and learn how and where they were killed. But each spirit is attuned differently. I will need you to gather some objects in order to contact them.
What do we need to contact Yardley Bellemore?
Yardley was a man of leisure, accustomed to the finer things in life. As his portrait shows, we must read tea leaves to contact him. You must bring me a used teacup.
What do we need to contact Xavier Bellemore?
Xavier was a man of the world, a traveler across the globe. As in his portrait, it is a globe that we will need to contact him, but one made of glass, a crystal ball.
Ein Globus war doch oben gewesen in dieser Kuppel, oder?
What do we need to contact Cecil Bellemore?
Cecil was a man of letters, skilled with the written word. Like the papers you see in his portrait, to contact him, you must bring me a spirit board, a sheet of letters through which Cecil may communicate.
How can I find those seance items when I can't even leave the house? I don't even know what's trapping me here.
That would be Abigail.
Abigail is keeping me trapped in the house?
She was. A last desperate act to keep you here and free her from Rackham's curse. Return to the front doors, Murphy, and they will now open for you.
Okay, ich kann immerhin mal wieder raus.
And bring those 3 items back to me, and we can begin to locate the 3 brothers.
I'll start looking right away.
Good luck. And hurry. Rackham will soon know what you're trying to do. And unlike the other ghosts here, his powers are no longer confined to the house. Just one more thing before you go. I have something that may help you.
Das wäre... ein Schlüssel, oder?
A necklace? What can I do with this?
Return it to whom it belongs. Now go. You do not have much time, and yet the mysteries of our entire island await.
It was time to test what Madame Planchette had told me, and see if I really could leave the house. So it was true. Right now I was living my very own ghost story, with a household of people who needed my help and a villainous phantom who had to be stopped. With Bellemore Manor unlocked, the entirety of the house and island were now mine to explore. Somewhere out there were the Bellemore brothers' 3 keys. My first task, to gather a crystal ball, a spirit board, and some tea leaves.
Okay. Was hat's hier mit dieser Halskette auf sich?
It was a handmade necklace of a wooden compass broken in 2.
Ja, gute Frage. Ich hätte gesagt, ich gehe erstmal wieder in die Stadt.
Life continued on in Dead Nettle, its citizens oblivious to the supernatural struggle happening on the far side of the island. Even with their predilection for local legend, I doubted they'd believe me if I told them.
Okay, hier ist auf jeden Fall mal eine Fähre neu. Ein Fährmann. Check ich mal den Juwelier.
Welcome back.
Good evening, Mr. Crumb.
How can I help you?
How come you're working so late?
Well, the wife's gone to visit her cousin Winnie for a few days. And if I stayed in my bedroom, I'd just start going loopy.
I'm looking for 3 keys.
No, unless they're the gem-encrusted keys to a lady's heart, I don't think I can help you. I'm a jeweler, not a locksmith.
Have you heard of something called the Coffin Stone? Jasper's eyes grew to double their size with a look of both excitement and fear.
How do you know about that?
I'm starting to think it's real.
I thought you didn't believe my tale about the ghost ship.
I do now.
Then I'm happy to tell you everything I know. Now, don't be telling anyone this, but I've read the captain's log, and the Coffin Stone was what murdered my great-great-grandfather's crew. Try telling people that a little bit of rock could allow a single pirate to overrun a galleon, and you're laughed at. But that's exactly what he says happened. 86 crew members, all killed by a magic stone. Their souls dragged from their bodies.
Who was wielding the stone?
A pirate called Captain Skelet. Truth be told, he wasn't much of a pirate for the first years of his career on the high seas. But almost overnight, he became the most feared gentleman ever to fly the black flag.
What happened to him?
Nobody knows.
And the stone?
Nobody knows that either. But if you hear anything, do tell me.
I think I'll just look around for now.
I'm here if you need me.
Okay, er hat kann der das vielleicht
What do you think of this necklace?
irgendwie identifizieren.
How quaint. Make it yourself?
No, I found it.
It's a lovely example of folk art, I would say. Whittled by a sailor would be my guess.
Okay, von einem Seemann.
Is it worth anything?
Not a thing.
Ich gehe mal wieder raus.
The ferryman wouldn't have liked me snooping around inside the boat.
Ich red mal mit dem.
Hello, my name's Murphy McCallan.
Hello, chum. Looking to hire a ferry?
Maybe?
Then come set sail with Crab McCready, when a ferry's really what you needy.
Crab's breath hit my face like a custard pie, a cloud of air reeking of cigarettes and stale beer.
Look, here's a promotional flag, so you can keep me in mind.
I'll treasure it.
Now, I can take you anywhere on the coast. Where are you looking to head to? Do you have a partner or an illicit liaison in mind? I do a very romantic sunset cruise.
Is this your ferry? It looks like it's held together with spit and glue.
That's right. But rest assured, my spit is remarkably viscous. You find yourself aboard the Creaky Crab 2. I am her captain, Crab McCready. I get most of my business ferrying over to the mainland when the tide's covered up the causeway.
Are you a member of the Captain's Club?
Oh, they banned me, those pompous buffoons. That Felix is full of himself.
What happened?
There used to be a club parrot called Squawkin' Hawkins, until he was taken away. Bird-napped, I'd say. See, I'm a big bird lover. They're very intelligent creatures, and I used to try to teach him poetry. Well, Felix Greer wasn't having none of that. I think he was getting jealous that the bird had more brains than him. He kicked me out. Well, I got a little upset, like anybody would. Words were exchanged, loudly, and he told me I wasn't welcome back. The cheek of it. Kicking me out when I'm a hard-working captain. That landlubber would get seasick using a washcloth.
Why do you like birds so much?
They're the sailors of the sky. Even the ones that can't fly. You tell me, have you ever looked an emu in the eye and not felt a sense of kinship? Seen that look that says it wants to explore beyond the horizon?
I've never imagined an emu thinking anything different to that.
I love anything with a beak, except platypuses. Don't get me started on them. Now, I take it upon myself to look after the feathered friends on this island. Squawkin' Hawkins now lives on a perch on my balcony. I have a name for every seagull that flies over Dead Nettle. And I look after Doris.
Doris?
Doris the chicken, over at Baxter's Mill.
What happened to the Creaky Crab 1?
That's it over there, with its bow peeking out of the water. I was out in the bay last Mardi Gras and looked down into the inky depths. Honest to God, I saw a mermaid staring back at me. I rushed back into Dead Nettle with such fervour I forgot to slow the engine once we reached the docks.
Was it really a mermaid you saw?
Nah. Turned out I'd forgot to take my wig off from the costume contest that night, and I'd just seen my own reflection.
I'd like to hire your ferry.
Sure. Give me a map of where you want to go, and I'll see if I can get you there. I'm the best ferryman this side of the Gulf. From Baton Rouge to the Bermuda Rectangle. I'm your man.
I thought it was called the Bermuda Triangle.
Well, sure it is now. Ever since one of its sides mysteriously disappeared.
I'll talk to you later.
Goodbye.
Okay, zu dem komme ich später zurück.
It was the cotton flag that Crab, the ferryman, had given me, embroidered with his company logo.
Oh, look who's returned.
Good evening, Felix.
Remind me, did you say your name was Captain Knott?
My pseudonym, that's right, for marketing purposes.
Because I've been doing some research in the club archives, and it seems as though we already had a Captain Knott as a member about 10 years ago.
That would be my father, Captain Knott Sr. I'll pass on a hello next time I see him.
42 years as a captain, sailed each of the 7 seas.
That's the one. More at home on the waves.
It says in the records that he's deceased.
Might be harder than expected to pass on that hello, actually.
Drowned, apparently.
A mighty struggle.
While taking a bath.
Mainly a struggle with the plug, really.
Look, I'm on to you, Sonny. When Mr. Perkins gets back tomorrow, we'll be having an investigation. Captain not, or not a captain.
And until then?
Enjoy the club.
Streichholzschachteln.
These are complimentary matchbooks for members only.
Ja, ich bin Mitglied.
Oh yes, how silly of me to forget.
Sehr gut. Kann ich noch mehr
There's a
mitnehmen?
limit of 1 per member. Considering your membership is going to be extremely short-lived, consider yourself lucky you got one.
Der sonst noch was zu sagen?
Hello again, Felix.
Hello again, sir.
How's the club tonight?
Buzzing.
That lively, huh?
No, I mean I just had to remove a wasp nest from the gentleman's lavatory.
Is the elevator still not fixed?
It hasn't been fixed for the last 7 months. I doubt it will miraculously start working for you tonight.
How did it break, anyway?
The city council rented out the whole club one day for a meeting to discuss a new town seal. Some sort of insignia representing Dead Nettle's history and culture. Unfortunately, the mayor misunderstood the brief and showed up with a seal of the aquatic type. 2 fins, whiskers, a little tricorn hat, and the moniker Captain Snoops. Took the entire council to wrestle him back into the elevator and get him down to the docks. And it overloaded the motor. And do you know what the real cherry on top was? He got the animal wrong. Captain Snoops was a sea lion, not a seal.
What's the difference?
An I, an O, and an N.
Crab McCready told me you kicked him out of the club for teaching a parrot poetry?
Yes, that's quite correct.
That doesn't seem very fair.
You didn't hear the poetry. If I may regale you, there was a young man from Bombay. Took the slow boat to China one day. He was pinned to the tiller by a frisky gorilla, and China's a bloody long way.
I see.
Apologies if we're in disagreement about whether that sort of material is appropriate for the Captain's Club.
Nope. Can't argue with that. Very fair conclusion. I'd best be casting off.
Farewell, Captain.
Ja, geh ich mal nach oben.
Avast, mateys! Shiver me timbers! 'Tis a pleasure to make your acquaintance, me hearties. Yo-ho!
What on earth are you talking about?
I think your lighthouse might have lured in a loon, Woot.
I thought you were captains. Isn't this how captains talk?
Not outside of Treasure Island, novel. You expect us to carry parrots on our shoulders, too?
I tried that once in my life, and all I got was excrement down the back of my blazer.
Oh, right. Good evening.
It's about time you got here. I've been waiting for you.
You have?
Darn right. Give me another sarsaparilla, and be quick about it.
No, I'm not a waiter.
You're a captain? They keep getting younger and younger. Do they give you a free pair of floaties with your license nowadays?
Are you a captain?
I was, a long time ago. Captain Cuthbert Moot's the name. Now I'm the island's lighthouse keeper.
How come you're not captaining anymore?
I had a bit of a bump with a lighthouse.
If only lighthouses had some way of warning you they were there. The lighthouse keeper's nostrils huffed like a bull about to charge at a matador.
After I crashed the ship, I lost my job with the Bellemore Trading Company. What's more, I was taken off the Bellemore wedding guest list. I've spent one disappointment after another ever since. I used to be a king of the waves. Now I'm a bigger wreck than my ship.
How did you not see the lighthouse?
I was busy at the time. What are you, the captaincy board?
But you managed to keep your captain's license?
In a manner of speaking, the captaincy board has a sense of irony. After I crashed into the lighthouse, they made me take the job of lighthouse keeper to maintain my credentials.
Then shouldn't you be at the fort if you're the lighthouse keeper?
Yeah, it's a dreary place, and there's a damn fleabag cat there that won't leave me alone. Anyway, it's a clear night. If the fog comes in, I'll switch the light on. Otherwise, I'm staying right here.
What's wrong with the cat?
Blacktail? You see these scratch marks on my nose? The
damn thing jumps from my head every time the badge on my hat catches the light.
You worked for the Bellemore Trading Company?
Once upon a time, I was the captain of the SS Mysterium, flagship of the Bellemore Trading Company fleet. I've captained more ocean voyages than you've taken baths. I might look like I should be hawking fish sticks at a market stall, but back then, I was at the top of my
Captain
game,
Igloo.
enjoying the finer things in life. Caviar in the finest restaurants, champagne at the finest resorts, dressing in the finest tuxedos. Oh, one little bump through my whole career down the plug hole.
I take it the Captain's Club doesn't compare.
It did once upon a time. This place used to be a model of a club. Now the only thing it'd be modeling would be a cardigan and a girdle.
So you weren't invited to the Bellemore wedding?
No, I was snubbed. Years of captaining their flagship, and then I get forgotten like a dirty sock. I tried to convince Mrs. Craddock to add me to the list, but she's got a heart colder than a penguin's behind.
I was invited to the Bellemore wedding.
What? You never told me that.
You never asked. Yeah, not a direct invitation from the Bellemores, but I was invited as a +1.
Who invited you?
A little lady named Tallulah LaRue.
Why didn't you go?
Because she scared the hell out of me.
Isn't it lucky that you didn't go to the Bellemore wedding?
Lucky? How by Neptune's beard could you call that lucky?
Because the whole wedding disappeared. Their lives were stolen from them, their souls trapped in a tormented house for eternity. If you'd have been there, you'd have disappeared too.
Oh, it just would have been nice to feel included, that's all.
Is there a way into the fort?
Not without the key, and I'm the one in charge of that. Do you know the reason?
Okay, gib mir den Schlüssel.
The sturdy gates, the barrels of gunpowder, and the big boomy cannons? To keep people out!
Can you turn on the lighthouse beacon?
I don't know if you know how lighthouses work, but they only need to be lit up when visibility is low. As far as I can tell, it's a clear night, so until I see fog pouring through that window, I'm not doing a thing.
Okay, ich muss es irgendwie neblig machen.
So long.
While I was trapped on Devil's Rock, a map of the world wasn't going to be much use to me.
Eine Trophäe.
That trophy belongs to the club champion, and as I'm club champion, I'm telling you, hands off.
The billiard table was already occupied. Good evening. My name's Murphy McCallan.
Good evening, Captain McCallan. Captain Gifford Pemberley at your service. That's right, I expect you've heard of me. Master of the Mississippi, tamer of the Tennessee, cuddler of the Colorado. Care to hit the table with me?
I'll join you in a game. What are we playing?
Billiards.
Should I set her up?
It is set up. This isn't American billiards, boy. We're playing English billiards. A fine game which requires only 3 balls. A white for me, a yellow for you, and a red we share.
I haven't heard of English billiards before.
I learned it when I toured the gambling halls of London back in 1922. It's a game with far more depth and skill than pool or snooker. Points are awarded not just for potting, but by the flair with which strikes are accomplished. More points can be earned with a fanciful shot than by a simple pocketing.
So I'm not trying to get the balls in the little holes?
Look, I think we might be a bit out of your depth with this. Why don't we keep it simple? The winner is the one who can bounce the red ball off the cushions the most times.
I can do that.
Then let's play. I'm afraid it'll have to be with dry cues. For some reason, the billiard chalk's gone missing.
I wonder how that happened.
Sevens! Something to be proud of.
Wahrscheinlich muss ich irgendwie die Kreide benutzen. Aber die habe ich, glaube ich, gar nicht mehr im Inventar.
It seems my standing as champion of the Captain's Club continues.
Ne, ich weiß auch gerade nicht, für was ich die benutzt habe.
Hello again, Captain Pemberley.
Welcome back, Captain.
That's a very nice trophy in the corner.
Well, it didn't start out as a trophy. We needed something spherical, so we just gilded a cannonball from over at Fort Bellemore. Polished up like a trombone in a marching band. A lot of elbow grease went into that shine, and currently these wrists have enough lubrication for a 12-lane bowling alley.
Are you saying that's your trophy?
That's right, boy. Champion billiards player of the Captain's Club. Keeps the other captains on their toes. Or peg leg in the case of Wooden Willie.
Surely he can't like being called that.
Too true. I think his peg leg is actually ceramic, but then the alliteration doesn't work.
Are you a famous riverboat captain?
You haven't heard of me?
I'm sorry, I don't have a lot of experience with riverboats.
Don't tell me you're one of those jelly-legged sea captains.
Jelly-legged? At least we sea captains do proper sailing, with charts, by the stars, across vast seas and oceans, hundreds of miles from land. You riverboat captains only have two directions, upriver or downriver.
Don't listen to him. He doesn't understand the perils of the riverways. I got my start in Baton Rouge. All I needed to do was teach the Mississippi that I was its master. If it wasn't going to do as it was told, it would get a damn good spanking until it fell in line.
Have you been a member of the Captain's Club long?
I'd say so. I got my license when I was 25. When my uncle Augustus passed away, I sold his gumbo restaurant and purchased a diamond of a riverboat. I ran pleasure cruises up the waterways of Devil's Rock for years.
Are you still a captain?
Technically, but it's hard to put into practice when you no longer have a boat.
What happened?
I got a little overconfident drinking whiskey and gambled my riverboat away years ago. My wife left me because she said I had a gambling addiction, but I still think I can win her back.
Were you the former captain of the Spirit Queen?
That's the one, dear boy.
So you must be interested in ghosts.
I beg your pardon?
Having named your riverboat the Spirit Queen.
It's not named after ghosts, boy. It's named after bourbon, gin, tequila, whiskey.
Das sind alles Säufer da in diesem Club.
Are you going to patch things up with Mrs. Pemberley?
Oh, I'm trying. I had a bouquet of flowers delivered to her this morning.
Is there a florist in Dead Nettle?
No, I just took them out of that window box over by Moot. Don't tell Felix, or they'll end up on my tab.
I'd best be running along. Enjoy your evening.
Okay, hier noch Billard zu spielen macht keinen Sinn.
The ceiling fans were off.
Das bringt mir, denke ich, erstmal auch nichts. Aber ich kann hier noch auf den Balkon. Was bringt mir das? Blumenkasten.
Empty of flowers, I could see that the window box was securely attached to the club's masonry. That didn't work. I needed to think of something else. I couldn't do...
Ich gehe mal wieder runter. Vielleicht hat der da unten was Neues zu sagen.
Well, aren't you a sight for sore eyes? I didn't think I'd be seeing you again, Mac. I thought you'd be swimming back to the mainland. Or, well, swimming with the fishes. How's the auditing going?
Well, I quit my job.
You quit? I thought that was the whole reason you were here in the first place.
Yeah, I thought so too.
Why you doing this, Mac? Don't you have a family you need to get back to? Away from the ghost stories?
I don't have any family. I never have. I was found.
Found?
As a baby, I was left on the doorstep of an orphanage with just a blanket and a piece of paper with my name on it. Growing up, I always felt alone, like I was missing someone who loved me. The last orphanage I was in was above a bookstore called Eerie Echoes, and I used to pick up the dime novels that got thrown out at the end of each month. My favorites were always the scary ones.
Why did you like the scary stories so much?
I felt like if I could read the scariest story I could find, it would make my life at the time seem a little less scary by comparison.
That's heartbreaking, Mac.
But that's why I'm still here. I always wanted to be in one of those stories, and now I am. I don't have much of a past, but this is a chance to make myself a future.
Well, hope you find what you're searching for. But don't say I didn't warn you.
I think I might know what happened at Bellemore Manor on the night of the disappearance.
I've told you, Mac. I don't want to hear no more about it.
But I think I know who the Phantom is.
Murphy, don't even say the name. I've seen that aberration once, and that was enough. I saw those faces laughing at me every night for months. I won't go through that again.
Ned's fear was real. I can only imagine what 3 decades of those faces would do to a person. Do you remember the Bellemore Trading Company ever unloading a coffin at these docks?
You know, now that you mention it, that does ring a bell. Yeah, back when I first started out, the Bellemore's flagship, the SS Mysterium, came back into port a few days late. And Mr. Rackham rustled up a bunch of us roustabouts to help unload it, way earlier than we usually be out. Yeah, I remember that morning. It's almost as much as the bonus pay we got for the early hours.
Did you find out what was in it?
I don't think we paid it much mind. It was rare, but people did die at sea back in those days. Although saying that, they'd usually be buried at sea too. I don't remember any fanfare about it, but it must have been someone important in there.
Or something. Still fishing?
You won't believe this, Mac. Squibb's record was ruled invalid. He was overheard down at Spinelli's bar boasting about how he put ball bearings inside the Pingoza to make it heavier. Can you believe the nerve of some people?
The despicable things they'll do.
It means I'm right behind you, buddy. Just one lucky catch, and I'll be bumping you down to second place.
Is that a grill you've got there, Ned?
14 hours out here will give anyone an appetite. I'm not giving up just yet, but it'll be supper time soon. You're welcome to join me.
Okay, ich kann irgendwas grillen.
Do you miss working on the docks?
I wouldn't give up fishing for it, but I have good memories of those times. Good, honest teamwork. Working outdoors, singing shanties, and swapping stories. Though to be honest, some of the tales they tell may have been a little exaggerated.
Catch you later, Ned.
See you around, Mac.
I had more important things to focus on than my stomach.
Hab auch nix, was ich grillen könnte.
What a piece of junk. So much as a nudge and the whole thing locks up. Work, damn you!
That almost hit me.
Almost isn't good enough. A few inches over and we could have had a lovely headline about a gory workplace accident.
So, ich mach hier erstmal ein Save, hätte ich gesagt. Und weiter geht's.
Hands off, McAllen. This is delicate business.
Aber die Feder ist da ja rausgeflogen. Ich quatsch mal mit der.
What seems to be the problem?
The till coil snapped off and almost had my eye out.
Your eye?
Can you believe it? I try to get a story that's fit to print and instead the printing press has a fit. Why can't I get one of those electric machines like they've got at the New Orleans Post?
Okay, ich muss so eine neue Spule besorgen.
Can I help fix it?
The press needs a new coil, but the only manufacturer is an 82-year-old machinist in Boise, Idaho. Getting a replacement will take weeks.
Mehr hat die nicht zu sagen. Vielleicht bekomme ich die Kamera.
Get past the newspaper editor to get it. Besides, I didn't know how to operate it.
Ne, ich glaube, hier kann ich nichts weitermachen. Gehe ich mal wieder nach draußen.
Of course, this
Aber ansonsten scheint hier auch mal nichts mehr zu sein. Gehe ich mal zum Strand.
The tide was still high as I returned to the Causeway Beach, while the sands were now the purlieu of a rather strange gentleman jabbing at the rocks with a walking stick.
Was ist das für einer? Strandgutsammler. Da ist irgendwas auf dem Tisch. Thermoflasche, Buch. Checken wir.
I glanced at the book's cover and was more than surprised to read the title, Dunstan the Dinosaur, above a drawing of a bulbous yellow triceratops walking on two legs and wearing a bowler hat. I picked up the vacuum flask.
Nimmt er mal mit.
It was an empty vacuum flask, used to insulate drinks so they stayed hot or cold.
Okay, und sie ist leer. Rede ich mal mit dem.
Careful where you step. Look, another one.
Another what?
A pebble. Don't step
Ein
on it.
Kieselstein.
Pebbles all over this beach. There's not many places I could stand that don't have them.
But they could be important.
My name's Murphy McCallan. Nice to meet you.
Hmm? Oh, yes. Hello. Pleased to meet you. I'm Muffy Carlyle.
Wait, I think I've heard of you. Doesn't your family run a banking firm in New York?
That's the one. Are you familiar with the Carlisle Provincial Accounts and Joint Stock Corporation?
Actually, the reason I remembered you was because I was amazed the owner had a son named Muffy.
It's a nickname. Nanny gave it to me because my ears were always cold.
What's so important about the pebbles?
It's not the pebbles themselves. It's what's inside them.
What's inside the pebbles?
Dinosaurs.
I'm sorry. I think I'm missing something here. You think there are dinosaurs living inside the rocks?
Not living. They're extinct. So I've been told. But skulls, bones, fossils.
Oh, you're a fossil hunter?
That's right. But this beach seems terrible for them.
Why is this beach terrible for fossil hunting?
Too many people wandering across here. The place has been picked dry. I need somewhere secluded. A beach no one ever goes to. Are you from around here? Do you know anywhere like that?
I'm afraid I don't.
Well, do let me know if you find anywhere. I'd pay a pretty penny to go somewhere with potential.
Okay. Wenn ich einen Strand finde, gibt er mir Geld dafür.
Have you found many fossils before?
Only one. It was in our flower garden. The summer house, actually.
Fascinating. Where did you find it?
In a plant pot.
A plant pot? Shouldn't it have been in the ground?
Yes. Nanny told me she planted it there for me to find. Couldn't stand the look of disappointment on my face.
Oh, this was when you were a child.
No, last week.
What's that book over there on the table?
That's my research text, all about dinosaurs.
A paleontology textbook?
No. Dunstan the Dinosaur. A thrilling series of books for the young reader. And the reader who is young at heart. My favorite is Dunstan and the Mysterious Meteor from Mars.
Have you been out here long?
Just a couple of hours. Rufus dropped me off just after supper.
Dropped you off, but the causeway is flooded over.
I didn't come via the causeway. I got here on the yacht.
You have a boat?
The Plucky Plesiosaur. I named it myself.
Do you work for your father's company too?
That's right. I'm Executive Director of New Initiatives.
And what exactly does that entail?
I'm not entirely sure, to be honest. But Papa does say it requires me to be out of the office as much as humanly possible. Muffy, he tells me, if I have to see your face around here, I'll end up moving to Tibet and joining a monastery. So even if I'm not sure exactly what my job is, clearly it is very important.
Well, good luck with your search.
I'll never give up. That's the dinosaur way.
Vielleicht zeige ich dir mal die Halskette.
I thought I'd keep that to myself.
Das könnte ich dem noch zeigen.
I didn't.
Nö, wüsste ich jetzt nicht. Geh ich mal weiter. Zwar mal zur Spirit Queen. Oh. Der Steg ist kaputt gegangen.
My trek through the bayou was easier on the return. My destination glowed green through the bald cypress trees. And then I saw why. The Spirit Queen was now a smoldering wreck, the embers of the green fire still glowing from within.
Ah, da ist irgendwas im Wasser, oder? Telegramm.
I wondered if I could reach the telegrams.
Huh.
Well, that answered that.
Okay. Aber ansonsten...
The riverboat looked like it might collapse at any moment. There was no way I was going to explore it.
Scheint hier nichts mehr zu
I
sein.
may have been new to the bayou, but even I knew that plunging my hand into alligator-infested waters wasn't a good idea.
Vielleicht ist hier was Neues drin.
There was nothing else of interest in the shack.
Nicht wirklich. Gut, dann gehe ich hier auch mal wieder weg. Und gehe mal zu... hier zur Kirche.
Returning to St. Juniper's Church, it was clear by the illuminated windows and the repetitive hum of a newly placed generator that the rum runners had made themselves at home.
Okay. Hier kann man auf jeden Fall irgendwas machen. Hupe. Schraube.
I tried to turn the bolt with my hands, but couldn't get a good grip.
Okay, aber ich habe doch eine Zange. Mal die Hupe abmachen. Sehr gut. Was haben wir hier noch?
I didn't need to drive the car. The stitching was too tight to undo with my hands. Pressing into it, I could feel the seat's springs right below the worn material.
Ah, okay. Den schneide ich mal auf. Könnte eine Feder für die Presse sein.
More damage wouldn't be noticed. I cut open the stitch. I pulled the
Sauber.
spring from the ripped seat cushion.
Okay, aber ansonsten scheint hier nichts mehr zu sein. Generator.
The sticker read, "Property of the Dead Nettle Police Department, not to be removed."
Vielleicht entferne ich das mal.
I needed to think of...
Wie könnte ich das abbekommen?
I didn't need to... I didn't... Without a second fuse installed, the dial refused to turn.
Ah, okay, hier fehlt eine Sicherung.
I couldn't do anything with an I didn't need the fuse.
Gut, aber ansonsten ist hier auch nix. Geht sogar rein.
Did you hear that? Will you stop twitching, Morris? You're making me nervous.
Sorry, boss. I just don't know if we should be doing this.
Doing what?
Using a church for
Da liegt was.
morally dubious activities. Theology lays out pathways and guidelines to keep us on the moral road to righteousness.
Did one of those barrels hit you on the head, Morris? Quit your belly aching. What's the worst that could happen?
I'm getting the spooks, boss. This church has a lot of dead people. What if they don't like us being in here?
Is that what you're worried about? Ghosts ain't real. Now hush up about it.
I don't know, boss. The scientific consensus on paranormal activity still seems to be inconclusive. I read a book about it last week, and it's really giving me the heebie-jeebies.
What have I told you about reading? It's no good for you. It gives you delusions of grandeur and indigestion.
Sorry, boss.
Just for the sake of argument, this book you was reading. What did it say about ghosts?
It said that there are 3 signs for detecting paranormal activity.
What's the first sign?
First, the temperature drops as the ghost's presence descends upon the locality.
Well then, until we start getting the chills, there ain't nothing to worry about.
Okay, ich denke, es wäre keine so gute Idee, dass die mich hier direkt sehen. Glockenseil, Ventilator, Sammelteller und eine Kurbel. Ich zieh mal hier dran.
It wouldn't have been wise to reveal myself to the rum runners by ringing the bell.
Logisch. Ventilator.
Turning the fan off would have alerted the rum runners to my presence.
Ah, okay, wahrscheinlich muss ich machen, dass es kalt wird, dass die denken, hier ist ein Geist.
The collection plate was empty.
Hier muss ich irgendwas drauf machen, dass dann kalte Luft kommt. Irgendwie Eis oder sowas. Tja, hab ich aber nix.
I didn't think the rum runners would appreciate me offering to start up their jalopy for them.
Na gut. Brauche ich erst Eis dafür. Gehe ich mal zum Friedhof. Der Totengräber ist weg.
I didn't need to warm my hands on the stove. It was already a humid night, and the fire was more useful at keeping bugs away from the shack than keeping anyone toasty.
Aber ich höre ihn graben.
The tin was full of nothing but holes. Now that I'd looked upon the lifeless face of Comptroller Grimes, it didn't feel appropriate to give his coffin a wiggle. I didn't need to shake the coffin anymore.
Da ist er.
Good evening, Edgar.
Plastic, not again. I go all night as the only one in this cemetery with a pulse. Then here you are bringing me 2 steps closer to losing it. What do you want now?
Just taking a look around. It's peaceful here.
It was.
What are you digging?
I thought the cemetery could do with a swimming pool. Put out some deck chairs, maybe a tiki bar. What do you think I'm digging? Another grave.
Who's this one for?
Reginald Goff. He was the state executioner in the next parish over.
How did he die?
His last convict was a bit nervous about being executed by the electric chair. When Goff asked him if he had any final requests, the convict asked if he could hold his hand for support.
Shocking.
Then I've got Marigold McGee to deal with before I can clock off. That'll be a headache.
What's so difficult about Marigold McGee?
She asked for her remains to be scattered across the island.
That doesn't seem so bad.
The problem is she didn't want to be cremated.
The ghost stories are real.
Well, I don't want to hear them. I don't like to think about ghosts.
Why not?
Because they'd be bad for business. I have my work cut out here with the dead as it is. Imagine if they came back asking for a refund.
Has the cemetery been here long?
This cemetery is the whole reason Devil's Rock is populated. Back when the mainland was first settled, they used to ship off the bodies of undesirables to be buried here. The criminals and paupers. St. Juniper's Church up on the hill was one of the first structures here, along with the fort. So that's what this place became. A cemetery island. A place where only Beelzebub himself would take the bodies that were interred in its soil. The Devil's Rock.
Creepy. Do you know there are a couple of gentlemen up by the church?
Rum runners, they are. Dealing with them is not in my job description. As long as they don't mix up the stiffs I'm burying with the stiff drinks they're smuggling, I'm keeping my nose out. Curiosity killed the cat, you know, and I really miss Mittens.
I think the rum runners are using the church as a hideout.
What do you want me to do about it? My job description says I deal with the outside. It's the vicar's responsibility to take care of the inside. I'm just contracted for the grounds and the graves.
Do you know what happened to the vicar of St. Juniper's Church?
Foskett was his name. Disappeared along with everyone else at the manor during the Bellemore wedding.
Did you get along with him?
No! Miserable guy he was. Fortunately, we came to an understanding.
An understanding?
Let's just say that one night, I might have witnessed a certain clergyman through the vestry window. Off his head on communion wine, wearing a crinoline over his cassock, singing, "We three kings of Jackson Square, selling stockings a nickel a pair." He couldn't look me in the eye after that. The only way we communicated was through notes on the parish bulletin board. And that's the way I liked it.
There's a dead body over at Bellemore Manor hanging from a tree.
So, what do you want me to do about it?
Shouldn't you bury it?
If it manages to wander its way over here, I'll bury it. Until then, I'm not stepping foot onto the Bellemore estate. I've heard the stories about the Phantom, and I'm not risking my shut-eye to rescue a cadaver from a tree like some stuck kitten.
Do you know who the hanged man is?
Beats me. But from what I've heard, it's been there ever since that wedding night.
I best be running along.
Goodbye.
Komme ich aber auch erstmal nicht weiter.
I looked to the bottom of the grave, but could only see dirt and darkness.
Ich denke, ich muss irgendwie diese Gruft da öffnen.
I couldn't see any way to open the crypt door. Not a doorknob, not a keyhole. Whoever sealed this up intended to seal it up for good.
Gehe ich mal weiter. Beziehungsweise gehe ich in die Stadt mal zurück. Und gibt der die Feder.
Work, damn you!
Maybe this will help?
What do you think you're doing?
I fixed it for you.
I'm going to need to recalibrate the whole thing now.
No need to say thank you.
You're lucky. There's something fishy about you, Murphy McCallan. I can smell a story on a person like rotten eggs in an egg salad. And currently it's the 4th of July summer picnic and someone forgot to put the bowl in the refrigerator last night.
It was a test sheet Evelyn had printed to test the press's alignment. I picked up the freshly printed sheet of paper.
Ah, okay. Das ist schon mal das erste Teil, wo ich brauche.
It was a typesetter's calibration sheet.
Sehr gut.
Typesetter's calibration sheet. I didn't need to bother Evelyn again by messing with the printing press.
Vielleicht kann ich jetzt mit der reden.
Yes?
Hi. What are you working on now?
A clarification. A local dancer is moving off the island and looking to get rid of some furniture. But my piece asking if there was any interest in Hoochie Coochie dancer Lulu Leroy's huge chest got a much bigger response than we expected. And not for the right reasons.
Am I right in thinking you're not from around here?
Good call, McAllen. Santa Monica, California. Born and bred. Hadn't even been to Devil's Rock before I got the job. The divine irony is that I got this job due to a misleading ad in a newspaper. Seeking newspaper editor for dynamic community, exciting stories, amazing opportunities. What nonsense. But now I'm here. Nonsense is all I have to write about.
Why did you stay in Dead Nettle?
I came down with a horrible case of temporary insanity.
Health issues?
No. I started dating a notary named Jonathan. Right after I'd taken out a mortgage, I stumbled across his dalliances with the fishmonger's wife, the ironmonger's wife, and the cheesemonger's wife. Knowing his type, I decided I'd become a warmonger, and I set fire to his belongings. I last saw him picking through his charred underpants on my front porch. Now he's off in Rancho Cucamonga with some flapper named Anastasia, and I'm still financially tied to this island.
I'm trying to track down 3 dead bodies.
A serial killer? In Dead Nettle? This could be gold. When did this happen? This morning? Last night?
No. 33 years ago.
33 years ago? That's not journalism, that's archaeology.
I think I better be going.
My door's always open. I broke the hinge earlier.
Aber weiter komme ich da auch nicht. Gehe ich mal zum Fort. Aber da komme ich ja nach wie vor nicht durch. Fehlt mir der Schlüssel.
I jiggled the gate, but it wasn't going to open.
Hat ja der Typ da beim Segelclub. Geh ich mal zur Mühle.
Doris! Cluck, 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 bark. Now that the chicken was enjoying the fresh air, there was nothing of interest in the chicken coop.
Mal schauen, ob in der Mühle was Neues ist. Sieht nicht danach aus.
I didn't need to set fire to that. I couldn't do that.
Vielleicht mit der Schalttafel da oben noch irgendwas.
The electrical safety of the panel looked questionable. I wasn't going to touch it. That wasn't going to work. I tried the door, but it was locked.
Wüsste ich aber jetzt auch nix. Geh ich mal wieder raus. Ja, könnte ich jetzt noch Bellemore. Vielleicht ist da ja was Neues. Vielleicht sitzt da jemand. Tatsache. Tea Party. Ah, okay. Die Teetasse. Die brauche ich.
Oh, it's you again.
Mallory, what are you doing here on the Bellemore estate? I thought all the locals were too scared to wander around here.
What does it look like I'm doing? I'm having a tea party for my birthday. Happy birthday to me.
How cute. And what are you talking about with your new doll?
Our strategy for conquering mortal civilization.
Right.
It's rude not to
Der
introduce
redet.
yourself, you know.
Mallory, have you been practicing ventriloquism?
Are you calling me a dummy?
You can talk?
I'm a head talking is one of the few things I can specialize in.
I didn't know that.
You didn't ask. My name, now that you're listening, is Sir Edward Teddington. Or as Miss Wisp here calls me,
Shrunken Ted.
You're not doing very much tea drinking at your tea party.
I couldn't get a handle on the physiology of it. No arms, hands, or esophagus makes this a little trickier than it used to be.
And I am drinking it. Watch.
Not a fan?
Maybe it's an acquired taste.
But an important one to acquire. Tea was the fuel of the British Empire.
Then maybe it would be better in a gas tank.
Mallory was handling the teacup with the tentativeness of a toddler being given castor oil.
Die Tasse bräuchte ich. Kann ich die haben?
May I have a cup of tea?
Nope.
Now, Mallory, what were we saying about manners?
Oh, yes, right. How do I put this delicately? I'm afraid this is a private engagement exclusively for the Sisterhood of Darkness.
Precisely. Remember, we may be planning on enveloping the world with a new totalitarian empire led by yourself as queen, but that's no reason to be impolite. Manners cost nothing. However, in this case, it is a private engagement.
Could I have your teacup if you're not drinking it?
I am drinking it. Well, I would if it didn't taste so bitter.
Mallory, you shouldn't be inside the Bellemore estate. Don't you know about the disappeared wedding?
You're asking a little girl about murder, black magic, and broken hearts?
Sorry, I don't want to give you nightmares.
Are you kidding me? I love this stuff! I wrote a paper on it last semester that prompted a parent-teacher intervention.
Haven't you seen the Phantom?
The grumpy guy in the tall hat? Yeah, I've seen him through the windows of the house.
Doesn't he give you nightmares?
Sure does, but those are the kind of dreams I like.
Do you know Sebastian Bach?
Unfortunately.
Why didn't you tell me?
I did.
Okay, yes, you did, but didn't you think it was worth mentioning he was a ghost?
I didn't think you'd be interested. Most grown-ups just don't believe me.
So you can see ghosts?
Ugh, I wish I couldn't. Most of them don't shut up, wailing through the windows all the time. Sebastian's the worst, the booger-brained bighead. Thinks he knows everything.
But the ghosts weren't visible until I cast the summoning spell.
To you, maybe. I mean, they're a lot more visible now. They were just shadowy, glowy things before.
The fact that I conducted an occult spell seemed to be lost on her. Knowing what I did about her, she probably did the same every day before breakfast. It was Sebastian that made you get the tin boat. He altered the toy catalog.
I knew it! Well, that's it. He's going to the top of the hit list once I'm Queen of the Universe. If you see him, tell him Pac's in for a shock.
So, Ted, that whole time I was carrying you around in my pocket...
Picking me up and stuffing me inside your vest without even a good evening? That's the living for you nowadays. Rude.
I'm very sorry. I've just never encountered a shrunken head that could talk to me before.
Maybe you have, and you just never introduced yourself.
I suppose, but I can't go around introducing myself to every inanimate object that I'm carrying on the off chance that they're supernaturally possessed, can I?
Did you just call me an object? That's objectification right there.
How did you end up as a shrunken head, Ted?
Can you believe this, Mallory? Asking about physical impairments just as brazenly as you like.
I'm sorry, I didn't realize it was a sore subject.
Well, I'll tell you anyway. Me and the old boys were embarking on a race to the Caribbean, known as the Coconut Rally. 14 days, 14 islands, with only what you can carry on your back to sustain you. It was all going so well, until day 9, when I was told to seek out a tribe of pygmies. Perhaps I got a bit lost, because the village I found was populated by villagers of average height.
Didn't that clue you in that you were in the wrong place?
I thought maybe they were just exceptionally tall pygmies. Hindsight's a wonderful thing, you know. They were a very welcoming people, filling me up on pork and bananas, a nice hot bath in a pot they hung over the fire. But it turns out they held a different philosophy when it comes to head placement and proportion. Still, no use grumbling. That's not the British way. Stiff upper lip. That's what we need.
Ted, how did you end up on Devil's Rock?
I was brought back here on a merchant ship by a strange man in a top hat who settled on me as a souvenir. Can you believe it? The indignity of being swapped and saying I was only worth 2 chickens.
I'd say at least 3.
Exactly.
And now you're helping a little girl take over the world, Ted?
Look, I was a little late getting in on the British Empire, and now its height has passed me by. I don't want to miss out again. This is my opportunity to get my foot on the ladder of a new attempt.
More like your chin on the ladder.
Very funny. You know, I have other interests too. You really need to get to know me as a person. I'm very well-rounded.
Of course you're round. You're just ahead.
The jokes just keep coming, don't they?
Well, I'll leave you two to your plans.
Long live the sisterhood!
Okay, ich kann den Teelöffel mal
Do you mind if I
mitnehmen.
take this?
Good idea. You can be my butler.
Geht hier
Bribe
vielleicht
the
noch mehr?
kindergartners and use them for espionage.
Shh, he's back.
The teapot was empty.
Hey, leave that alone. I'm drinking it.
I thought you didn't like it.
Maybe it's an acquired taste.
Okay, ich muss irgendwie hinbekommen, dass die mir die Tasse gibt. Da ist der Sonnenschirm.
The parasol had landed decidedly out of reach.
Nur was könnte ich mit dem Löffel machen?
I dunked the teaspoon into the molasses.
Ah, okay. Dann gebe ich dir den
It
zurück.
was a small silver teaspoon that had been dunked in sticky molasses.
Hier ist auch mal nichts Neues. Ich gehe direkt nochmal hin. Gib ihr den Löffel zurück.
Then we stockpile the phys ed equipment and use the hockey sticks as swords.
Quiet, quiet. It's him again.
So, rühr doch mal deinen Tee um.
That was going to be better in her tea.
What did you just put in my tea?
Try it now.
Careful, Mallory. It could be poisoned.
Does this dope look smart enough to brew poison?
Good point. You'd probably give it a taste test. Bottoms up, my girl. Drink on.
Jetzt schmeckt er.
Hey, that tastes pretty good.
I thought you'd like it.
Sure did. I drank the whole cup.
Jetzt brauchst du ihn nicht mehr.
Let me clear this away for you.
Good, butler. You shall be spared the dungeons.
Sauber. Okay, jetzt habe ich schon 2 Dinge. Jetzt brauche ich nur noch... War es nicht ein Globus oder sowas?
It was strange to think that I'd been supernaturally trapped within the house, and that despite that, I felt compelled to go back in. The chalkboard was blank, presumably waiting a decorative welcome for the infernal marriage of an evil phantom to his cursed bride. That didn't work. I need...
Was muss an die Tafel?
That didn't work.
Kein Plan. Geh ich mal in den Ballsaal.
Walking back into the ballroom, the throng of wedding guests had dispersed to their guest rooms, replaced by chairs and tables neatly set out on the dance floor. Preparations for the wedding were gathering speed like a boulder rolling down a mountainside, and I felt like I was smack in the middle of its path.
Nach da hinten kann ich nicht. Hier hoch kann ich auch nicht mehr.
The table was too large for one person to move.
Aber ich kann mal mit ihr reden.
Good evening, Mrs. Craddock.
Chairs at the far end, tables on the left. Oh, it's you again.
Where have all the guests gone?
To their rooms to get ready. Here I am tidying up after the waltz while they just waltz away.
How long until the wedding begins?
Just a few hours. Oh, good gracious, a few hours? And there's still so much to do. I'm sorry, but I can't stand around chitter-chatting. There is much work to be done.
You seem a little stressed.
Correct. And with all due respect, and I'm sure we can both agree much respect isn't due at all, talking to you only makes it worse.
You need to find a way to relax, Mrs. Craddock.
I don't think people realize how this job takes a toll on one's health. My doctor told me I need to rethink my diet, so I've decided to go more continental, by which I mean a glass and a half of wine with each meal and polishing off the bottle before bedtime. A la Francais.
Where's the wedding cake gone?
I had to hide it.
Hide it? Why?
Somebody had already helped themselves to a slice of cake. And I bet I know exactly who it was, Mr. McCallan.
Oh, really?
That horrible pock boy. The knave with his hand on the tarts. Perhaps the Queen of Hearts had good reason for her framework of justice.
I heard you didn't send a wedding invitation to Captain Moot.
Well, of course he didn't receive an invitation. He was dismissed from his employment weeks before the wedding for crashing the flagship of the Bellemore fleet.
He's very upset about it. Don't years of service outweigh one accident?
Accident? I suppose you never learned exactly why he crashed the ship, did you?
Actually, no, I didn't.
We discovered that Captain Moot used to invite ladies up to the bridge after hours. Dozens of ladies over the years. He'd take them on moonlit cruises around the island and, goodness gracious me, paint them with no clothes on.
Skandal.
Draped over the ship's wheel, stretched out in the rigging, dangling from the anchor. Apparently, he must have gotten a bit too carried away with his brushstrokes on the final painting, because he didn't see the rocks the ship crashed into.
Ah, that would certainly be distracting.
Indeed.
I'll leave you to get on with your work.
How thankful I am for life's little blessings.
Okay, schaue ich mich mal weiter um. Die was Neues zu berichten haben.
Good evening, Colonel.
Glaub's nicht.
What?
Der hört nichts mehr.
No, thank you. I don't have an appetite.
Good evening, Father Foskett.
Hello again, my child.
Are you prepared for the ceremony?
In every way, except one. I still haven't found my Bible.
Shouldn't you be looking for it?
The Lord giveth and the Lord taketh away. Furthermore, I have no idea where to look. But I would very much like to see it return to me.
Okay, der will seine Bibel
We
zurück.
three kings of Jackson Square, selling stockings a nickel a pair.
Oh, how drastic, no elastic, not very safe to wear. I'm sorry, I don't know where that came from.
I best be heading off.
May God be with you.
Aber hier geht auch nichts mehr.
This must have been the skeleton of the sailor.
Gehe ich mal in die Bibliothek. Beziehungsweise schaue ich mir nochmal das Glas hier an. Vielleicht kann ich das mitnehmen.
Leave it there, boy. I'm saving it for the toast.
Oder auch nicht. So, geht hier vielleicht irgendwas Neues? Sieht nicht danach aus.
Now wasn't the time to rearrange the furniture.
Dann nochmal in den Keller.
As I descended back into the cellar, the lack of mechanical noise quickly revealed that the barrel lift was no longer working.
Okay. Kann ich den jetzt wieder mitnehmen, oder was?
I took the chamber pot back off the machine.
Feuerwerk?
I took one of the fireworks. The logo on the side revealed that it was called the Whizzer. I'd known a boy in elementary school with the same nickname.
Man nannte ihn den Flitzer.
It was an old chamber pot, hopefully thoroughly cleaned. There was nothing large that I needed to move. I considered looking through the boxes, but doubted my immediate situation needed a set of matching crockery or monogrammed dish towels. I had already taken the last of the rum.
Okay, das ist auch leer. Ich probier's trotzdem mal.
That wasn't going to work.
Ne, hier geht nichts mehr. Das heißt... wieder raus. Der spielt immer noch. Eine Schaufel.
If I borrow this shovel?
Oh, go right ahead. I already dug up those naughty thorns.
Okay, sehr gut.
Things are dead, they can still cause trouble. Just look at us ghosts.
Könnte ich vielleicht mit dem Typ am Strand irgendwie vielleicht dem die Schaufel geben? Oder selbst graben?
I couldn't see anything alive in the plant pot, despite the gardener's best efforts.
Ich quatsch mal mit dem.
I had nothing else to say to the gardener.
Okay. Gucken, ob der was Neues zu sagen hat.
I didn't have anything to talk to him about.
Auch nicht. Tja. Ich gehe noch mal kurz nach oben. Mal gucken, ob hier irgendwas Neues geht.
Welcome back, Murphy McCallum. Take a seat.
Also die Tasse habe ich und das hier habe ich. Brauche ich nur noch das hier.
It was a portrait of the explorer Xavier Bellemore. I have some more questions.
Ask away.
Are you the one people in the house call the parlor witch?
I've heard that they do. The Bellemore brothers approached me to help research the coffin stone. The brothers did everything they could to understand it. A never-ending investigation into science and the supernatural, ranging from the Atlantic to the Pacific. To my deep regret, I was never able to find a way to destroy the stone's power, with no way to destroy it. The only option was to lock it away where no one could find it.
In the vault beneath the house?
That's right. Deep below the house, within a labyrinth of caves, where we pray no one finds it.
The last time I messed around with this kind of thing, I ended up releasing an evil spirit.
Yes, I sensed what happened with Dr. Moray. I'm afraid that man was lured in by theatrics and promises of power he never actually held.
It looked like he had powers to me.
Rackham's spirit had been reaching out for someone he could dupe. But Rackham was always the puppeteer. Moray had no powers whatsoever, except for those manifested by Rackham.
Does Rackham have powers of his own?
I'm afraid he does, Murphy. Although I discovered that far too late, to our great cost. I like to think of myself as knowledgeable about magic, but even I'm not sure what twisted powers Rackham wielded to project himself outside of the house. He seems to have power over visions and nightmares, and use that to put his plan into action.
Is it voodoo?
No.
But the summoning spell that I cast, that seemed like voodoo.
The manuscript you carry in your pocket is far older than the origins of voodoo in this region. It is a real spell. The icons of voodoo that adorn it are merely a distraction. I suspect Rackham has a knowledge of magic far older.
So it's a forgery?
More something in disguise.
Why couldn't he get Dr. Moray to cast a summoning spell?
A wise question. Magic doesn't work equally for everyone. Each spell depends on the person who casts it. Some spells work only for someone whose heart believes. Others work only for the person who rightfully owns the talisman. Some spells, no matter how much is invested in them, simply don't work at all. Moray was the bait, but Rackham needed someone more attuned to actually complete the spell.
I traded Dr. Moray for the Gree that enabled the summoning spell.
No, Murphy. Moray may have been the broker, but you cast your trade into his spirit pool. You traded Rackham for the Gree, the same Gree that unleashed that terrible spell on Abigail.
I should get back to trying to open the vault.
May fate be in your favor, Murphy.
Kann ich der das schon geben irgendwie?
I've brought you the tea leaves.
Wonderful. That will work to contact Yardley. Be quiet now, Murphy. I need to concentrate.
Okay.
Yardley Bellemore, heed our plea. Where was your life stolen from thee? I sense a crypt, deep below the ground, where Yardley, unknown to him, has been drugged. Among alcoves of the dead, Yardley is still alive as brick by brick. He is being entombed within the crypt. The drug may wear off, but he has no means of escape. Trapped! Look at the painting!
Na, wo soll das
Yardley's
sein?
body is still bricked up inside that crypt. The sanctuary crypt. You must find a way
Auf dem
inside.
Friedhof?
There is a tunnel, once used for safety, but now used for salvation. Something in Yardley's bedroom will help you.
Okay. Ah, okay. Jetzt geht hier die Tür auf. Sauber.
It was a portrait of the actor Yardley Bellemore.
So, dann gebe ich ihr mal das hier.
I found something that could be used as a spirit board.
Yes, that will work. Even if it will take a lot of concentration on my part. Cecil Bellemore, we now implore. Where do you rest forevermore? I sense a hidden place. A laboratory known only to Cecil. A secret refuge for study and invention, and desperate attempts to reconcile science and the supernatural. But he's been followed. Unknown to Cecil, someone lies in wait in the darkness and is about to look at the painting. Cecil's body lies in a hidden laboratory, and you must find it. Cecil never told anyone where he conducted his work, but in happier times he created a treasure hunt for his brothers, were they ever to seek him out. That is your lifeline, Murphy. Follow the trail of clues to reach that laboratory. I sense the first clue lies in Cecil's bedroom.
Okay, jetzt fehlt nur noch dieser Kristallglobus oder Kugel oder irgendwas. Hier, von dem hier. Aber Ich habe eine Idee. Ich glaube, ich weiß, was ich da holen muss. Ich gehe jetzt erstmal nicht in diese Zimmer rein. Ich besorge jetzt erst noch das Teil. Es hat irgendwas hier mit diesem Nachttopf auf jeden Fall zu tun. Und ich denke, ich muss in die Stadt. Und hier zum Juwelier.
Welcome back.
Und ich denke, ich brauche hier das Glas vom Goldfisch. Dass ich den da irgendwie da reinfülle. Aber ich denke, ich muss ihn zuerst ablenken. Ich lasse ihn das nochmal schleifen.
Would you be able to polish my brooch again?
Oder polieren.
What have you been doing with it?
Oh, you know, just the usual wear and tear.
I don't know how anyone does this much tearing while wearing. But hand it over and we'll shine her up.
So, jetzt tausche ich das. Sieht gut aus.
With Jasper distracted, it was time for his fish to move into its new porcelain throne home. Hopefully it didn't suffer any indignity at the change of residence, but then, being a goldfish, it would probably soon forget anyway.
Here you go. I've wrapped it in a little tissue paper this time so it doesn't get dirty again.
Thank you.
But really, sir, this many polishings in one night might be approaching my limit. I certainly understand the appeal of a good flash, but I don't know how many more times tonight I can cope with this.
Seidenpapier. Kann ich das jetzt hier noch sauber machen vielleicht?
That wasn't going to work.
Nicht wirklich.
It wouldn't have been a good idea to tell the jeweler I'd borrowed his goldfish bowl. With the goldfish now swimming around happily inside it, I thought it best to leave it where it was. The goldfish had been through enough today.
Tja, eventuell war's das ja hier schon. Testen wir.
Welcome back, Murphy McCallum. Take a seat.
Will this work as a crystal ball?
Sieht gut aus.
Considering our circumstances, we will have to make do. Xavier Bellemore, hear our cry. Where does your mortal body lie?
Funktioniert.
I sense a cave on the island coast. Waves thrashing, wind howling, and two figures exploring its darkest depths. Xavier and Rackham. Rackham has lured Xavier here, promising an unparalleled expedition to the bold adventurer. But it's a trap. I sense Rackham fleeing the cave, leaving Xavier as the water rises and rises and rises. Look at the painting. Xavier's body still lies in that coastal cave. I feel much danger there, but you must get a boat and cross the sea to reach it. I sense something in Xavier's bedroom might help you locate it.
Okay, jetzt kann ich die ganzen Räume durchsuchen. Machen wir doch direkt mal. Aber ich schaue mich hier noch mal kurz um. Vielleicht ist hier auch noch irgendwas von Interesse.
The face reminded me of a man I used to buy milk from. From the neck up, he looked like an Italian nobleman. From the neck down, he'd wear denim dungarees and nothing else. It probably wasn't the same guy. There was nothing else of interest in the trunk. Looking through the telescope, all I could see was a blur. I soon realized why. A telescope without a lens wasn't going to be much use. Nope. Nope. The globe looked more decorative than functional, like a chihuahua with a bow tie.
Wo komme ich hier nochmal hin? Ah, okay.
Abigail's ghost was once again back in her bedroom, now fully consumed by the wicked spell Rackham had trapped her in. The minutes left before he married her were falling away like dominoes.
Aber hier scheint mir auch nichts Neues zu sein. Vielleicht kann ich das wieder mitnehmen.
The phonograph could provide some comfort to Abigail. I didn't want to remove it. Playing the phonograph wouldn't have been any help anymore. It was going to be best.
Ne, hier kann ich auch nichts mehr machen. Geh ich in die Zimmer rein. Gehe ich hier direkt mal in das erste Zimmer rein. Okay, was haben wir hier Schönes?
Weapons weren't my style. Besides, most of them were secured to the wall.
Eine Karte.
I reached up and took the map from the frame. As best as I could tell, this was a genuine pirate treasure map. The island I recognized as Devil's Rock, but what stood out to me was the large X in red ink on the southern coast, marked Crossbone Cove. At least I hoped it was ink.
Jawohl, neuer Ort. Sauber. Okay, der Theorie nach müssten ja dann noch 2 weitere neue Orte kommen. Ich glaube, hier geht bestimmt noch ein bisschen mehr. Hier kann ich mal nichts mehr nehmen. Da ist noch eine Truhe.
The latch on the trunk was broken. I would have to do without whatever was inside.
Kann ich die vielleicht aufbrechen irgendwie?
Nope. That didn't work.
Scheint nicht so. Der Schaufel vielleicht?
I needed to think of something.
Sonst habe ich nichts mehr. Mit der Zange?
That wasn't going to work.
Nee. Glaub, das funktioniert nicht. Bärenfell.
I stared at the glassy black eyes of the bear rug. It didn't stare back. That was a relief.
Okay, aber ansonsten ist hier nichts mehr. Gehe ich mal in das Zimmer.
I'd already carried a shrunken head around earlier that night. I didn't want to start a trend by lugging around other unnerving abominations. And I especially didn't want this one talking to me.
Apparat.
The apparatus looked like the handiwork of a mad scientist. I thought it was best not to mess with it. Who knew what sort of reaction I might set off? The bag was empty of everything but papers covered in an unintelligible scrawl.
Hat aber nicht mitgenommen.
The bag was empty of everything but papers covered in it. The books covered all manner of scientific subjects, magnetism, thermodynamics, chemistry, and much more, none of which I had the time or understanding to read.
Laborkittel, da geht
through
was.
The pockets of the lab coat. To my surprise, I found something. A small silver coin.
Ah, okay. Das muss ich dem Seefahrer geben. Dem Seefahrerclub. Und der gibt mir dann wahrscheinlich den Schlüssel für das Fort. So, mal schauen, was im letzten Zimmer ist. Eine Maschine, Gasflaschen. Schau ich die mal an.
Nozzles hissed, a cloud of cold mist billowed out, from the machine came a smattering of dry ice.
Ah, Trockeneis. Sauber.
I couldn't pick up the dry ice with my bare hands.
Okay, mit bloßen Händen geht's nicht. Ah, vielleicht mit dem Seidenpapier.
I couldn't do that.
Nee. Ah, in die Thermosflasche.
I collected the dry ice in the flask. That would keep it from melting, at least for the time being.
Okay, das bekommen die in der Kirche.
The machine looked ready to operate. All it needed was a blast from the tanks.
So, das habe ich ja gemacht. Jetzt muss ich hier nur noch einen Hinweis finden.
The chest contained only a myriad of theatrical costumes, not one of which I wanted to wear around the island. I had more urgent things to do than cozy up with a book.
Aber ansonsten scheint hier mal nix zu sein. Hier ist bloß die Maschine. Spiegel.
Looking good, Murphy.
Nö, das war's. Okay. Dann hätte ich gesagt, gehe ich... Da ist der Junge wieder.
Hello again, Sebastian.
Oh, it's you again.
Not playing hide and seek anymore?
I've outgrown it.
Sore loser, huh?
I didn't lose. You cheated. Anyway, I've moved on to this now.
A paddleball?
My mum found it for me after I told her I wasn't getting the tin boot I wanted for my birthday.
It's not even your birthday.
That doesn't matter. Anyway, what? Bet you can't do this.
The little brat had me there. Like hula hooping, unicycling, and stilt walking, my facility with a paddleball was on par with my ability to do other completely useless party tricks. Shouldn't you be getting ready for the wedding?
I'm not the page boy anymore. I've been demoted.
How did that happen?
Well, before I started playing with this paddleball, I found a marble in one of the bedrooms. A super-sized one, perfect for bombing.
Whose bedroom?
One of the guest rooms. Mr. Beaumont's, I think. He's certainly lost his marbles.
What did you do with it?
Like my dad taught me, I'm keeping Mum on that one. All I'm going to say is that it was a big mix-up. Mrs. Craddock must have had her sense of humor surgically removed.
So, you think you're good with that paddleball, huh?
Better than you'll ever be. Just name a trick and I can do it.
Bet you can't do the paddleball with your eyes closed.
Look and learn.
Okay, er macht die Augen wieder zu. Das hat irgendwas zu bedeuten. Ah, den Ball kann ich nicht nehmen. Was könnte ich da machen? Gute Frage.
Hello, Sebastian.
Ich gehe erstmal noch den restlichen Text da durch.
Did you say you followed Cecil Bellemore to his secret laboratory?
I was going to, but then I saw him.
Rackham?
Shh. Yeah, I'm good at hiding, but the way he moved, he was like a shadow.
Mallory told me to tell you she's not happy that you changed her toy catalog.
What's she going to do? I'm already dead.
But that's not a nice way to treat other people.
She started it.
How?
She tried to have me exorcised.
I beg your pardon?
Candles, salt, a pentagram. She even brought over a black cat from the fort. When I confronted her about it, she said she was just doing a science project.
I see. Bet you can't do the paddleball with one hand behind your back.
Oh yeah? Watch this.
Wüsste ich jetzt aber auch nicht, was ich hier machen muss. Ich gehe mal wieder raus. Und dann gehe ich hier ab in die Stadt und in den Kapitänsclub. So, dem gebe ich die Münze.
I thought I'd keep that to myself. I didn't need to show him that.
Ich red mal mit dem.
Good evening, Captain Moot.
If you say so.
I found out why Mrs. Craddock
Aber der hat doch den Schlüssel, oder?
You were caught painting naked ladies on the ship's bridge. That's why you crashed the ship.
Maybe that's true, but you'd think she'd have been more understanding about the whole thing.
Why's that?
She was the naked lady I was painting when we crashed.
I better be off.
So long.
Hello again, Captain Pemberley.
Welcome back, Captain McCallum.
I'm sorry to tell you this, but the Spirit Queen burned down.
Oh, what a sad day. I knew it would happen sooner or later. It was that damn fool Moray, wasn't it? He never loved her the way I did. She was one in a million. A personality as fierce as the Mississippi. A sway when she moved that could hypnotize any man. And curves in all the right places.
Are we still talking about a boat? I'd best be running along.
Nee, hier kann ich nichts mehr machen.
Well, Captain McCallum.
Zumindest vorerst nicht.
It was an old silver coin. At its center were two lines of text, but they were too small to read with the naked eye.
Ah, okay. Ich muss die Münze unter das Mikroskop legen beim Juwelier.
Welcome back.
Dann mal schauen, was da drauf steht.
could I use your microscope to look at this coin I found?
Oh! Are you a fellow fan of numismatics?
I prefer the old ones.
Yeah, never mind. Go right ahead.
With the microscope calibrated, the coin's writing came into focus. It read, "Into the palm of a prince." The inscription must have been a clue in Cecil's treasure hunt. I just had to find the prince's palm he was referring to.
Die Handfläche eines Prinzen. War nicht irgendwo so eine Statue gewesen? Ich überlege gerade. Ich rede nochmal mit dem. Gucken, was der zu sagen hat. Ah, beim Gärtner im Haus war doch so eine Statue. Ah, das war kein
If I needed
Prinz.
more help from Crab, I was going to need to charter his ferry.
Kann ich dem die Münze geben?
I charge more than that to hire the creaky crab, I'm afraid. I'm not Karen.
Karen?
Greek mythology's ferryman of the underworld. He charged a single coin, and in my opinion, drastically underpriced his service. When you've got a monopoly on the River Styx, you could justify charging a premium.
Kann ich den vielleicht damit bezahlen?
I thought I'd keep that.
Nicht wirklich. Ne, hier geht nichts mehr. Dann ab zur Kirche. Und lege ich das Trockeneis dorthin. So, jetzt wird denen kalt und die denken, da ist ein Geist und hauen dann ab. Hoffe ich doch. Okay. Es zieht sich hin.
I'm getting the shivers, boss. It feels like I got a brain freeze, and I ain't even slammed down a snow cone.
You don't got a brain to get froze. It is feeling chilly, though, ain't it?
That's the first sign of ghosts, boss.
Don't be a crybaby. But just for safety, what's the second sign of ghosts?
The ghost's presence begins to interfere with the electric fields, most commonly seen manifesting as flickering lights.
Okay. Das heißt, ich muss die Sicherung draußen noch rausmachen. Oder raus und wieder rein.
I didn't need the fuse. I couldn't do anything with an empty socket.
Funktioniert aber nicht. Die Sicherung nimmt er nicht.
I didn't need the fuse.
Wie bekomme ich die Lichter zum Flackern? Oder ich muss halt erstmal noch eine andere Sicherung finden. Ich hätte gesagt, ich gehe einfach mal hier zu dem neuen Ort.
Crossbone Cove lay at the bottom of impassable rocky cliffs. If I wanted to reach it, I would need to get there by boat.
Okay, ich muss da mit einem Boot hin. Sprich, ich muss das Boot mieten von diesem einen Typ. Nur wie mache ich das? Hier komme ich ja nicht weiter.
Good evening, Edgar.
Ah,
Is that the sanctuary crypt in the hillside?
that's right. Must be the oldest crypt in the cemetery.
Is there a way inside?
Not that I know of. I've never been in there. I don't think it's been used for centuries. There's a local legend that a tunnel runs into the crypt from the church. An old escape route. But if it's real, I've never found it.
What's that carving on the front of the sanctuary crypt?
Beats me. Just a fancy schmancy decoration, I assumed. But now that you mention it, I do think I've seen that pattern somewhere before.
I best be running along.
Goodbye.
Aber Moment mal. Wenn ich hier... Moment, ich gehe hier nochmal in den Keller. Und da war doch eine Sicherung in dieser Box, oder? Wenn ich mich recht entsinne. Habe ich hier nicht eine rein?
Looking at the fuse box, it was clear to see why the barrel lift no longer moved. The fuse had blown, taking the small glass cover with it.
Ah, sauber.
Apart from my own safety, I pulled the damaged fuse from its socket.
Okay. So, die haue ich jetzt in den Generator. Und dann flackert das Licht. Und ich hoffe, die hauen dann endlich ab. Und dann kann ich mal die Kirche durchsuchen.
If flickering lights were what would scare the rum runners, it was time to do some rewiring. I turned the dial to redirect the electricity through the faulty fuse.
Geht doch.
Boss! The lights are flickering!
That's gotta be a coincidence.
Or a sign of ghosts!
What did you say the third sign of paranormal activity was, Morris?
The tolling of a bell!
Das bekomme ich hin.
If the tolling of a bell was the third sign of ghostly activity, it was time to ring in the witching hour.
The bell!
A chill in the air. Flickering lights. Tolling of the bell.
Do you think it's...
Ghost! Run for your life!
Jawohl.
Start, you blasted car!
Why are we not moving, Musket?
Because out of that long line of automobiles on Delancey Street, you decided to steal something less reliable than a politician's promise! Start, you rust bucket!
It started, Musket!
There we go! And now, we floor it!
Nur ich frage mich gerade, wo hier die Kurbel hin ist.
We crashed, Musket!
I can see that we crashed, Morris. Well, there's only one thing we can do.
What's that, boss?
Run for our lives!
Ich gehe mal kurz nach draußen. Voll an den Baum gefahren. Vielleicht geht hier ja was. Da ist die Kurbel.
I picked up the starter crank from the jalopy seat. I didn't need to drive the car.
Ansonsten geht hier nix mehr. Gut, jetzt kann ich die... ich nehme mal noch die Sicherung raus. Falls das geht. Vielleicht brauche ich die ja noch.
I didn't need to take the faulty fuse again. I didn't need to take the...
Ich mach zumindest mal das Licht da an. So. Was haben wir hier?
I decided to leave the fan running. The collection plate was empty. I didn't need any more rum. Now wasn't the time for a sit-down.
Erstmal eine Runde beten.
I couldn't see anything to do with the statue.
Ja, aber irgendwas muss hier ja
The
gehen.
window is even more beautiful in person, adorning the altar below it like a crown. And that's when I noticed something. Below the window was a cross-shaped indentation in the wood that made me think something was missing.
Ah, hier ist die Bibel. Und die kann ich dem Priester geben und der gibt mir dann vielleicht ein Kreuz.
Taking the book, I realized it was an old Bible.
Jawohl.
With a thicker layer of dust than a nudist's summer wardrobe. It was a leather-bound Bible that was falling apart at the spine. I didn't need to dust that.
Ja, probieren wir's. Also wieder zurück. Ich weiß, der hat ein Kreuz umgehabt. Boah, falsche Tür. Hier muss ich rein. So sieht's aus. Okay, probieren wir's.
Is this the Bible you've been looking for?
My word, that it is, my boy. Oh, where did you find it?
Fallen down the side of a cabinet back in St. Juniper's church.
People do say they find faith in the most unexpected places, but down the side of furniture is certainly one of the most common. I'm most indebted to you. Is there anything I can give you to show my appreciation?
Ja, dein Kreuz.
I did have my eye on that crucifix you're wearing.
Ah, are you looking for spiritual guidance, my child?
Absolutely. Particularly if it guides me to something hidden in St. Juniper's church.
Then I shall give it to you with my deepest thanks.
Sauber.
Let it guide you to where you want to go. What a relief! My Bible returned to me. Why, if I hadn't gotten it back, we would have had to cancel the wedding.
Okay, dann wieder zurück zur Kirche. Was es hier aber mit dieser Tafel auf sich hat.
That didn't work.
Kein Plan. So, und das Kreuz in die Vertiefung.
Crucifix slid smoothly into the indentation, like the final piece in a jigsaw puzzle.
Uff. Rote Taste, orange, blau.
The text read, "In the light find the cross, for it shall bring you safe passage." At night, the colors of the stained glass window were impossible to make out. At night, the colors of the stained glass window were impossible to make out. I pressed the button and the panes of glass in the window above seemed to change, but it was hard to tell at night. Without sunlight behind them, All the colors were indistinguishable from one another.
Okay, ich muss irgendwie Licht machen. Mit Feuerwerkskörper vielleicht.
At night, I couldn't do that.
Mit was könnte ich Licht machen? Beziehungsweise Sonnenlicht. Das ist eine andere Frage.
I knew I was on the right track, but at this time of night, the colors of the window were dark and indistinguishable. If only it had been dawn.
Tja. Da komme ich auch nicht weiter. Gute Frage.
I looked to the bottom of the grave. I thought I'd leave Edgar alone for now.
Aber hier ist doch auf jeden Fall... Hier ist doch ein Leuchtturm irgendwie. Ich muss irgendwie in das Fort reinkommen. Aber dazu brauche ich den Schlüssel von diesem Captain. Aber vielleicht bekomme ich es ja jetzt hin. Ich rede nochmal mit dem.
I had nothing else to say to Captain Moot. It was clear he wasn't going to turn on the lighthouse light until it got foggy.
Ah, okay. Erst wenn's neblig wird. Nur wie mache ich das? Hier in den Blumenkasten muss ich irgendwas reinmachen wahrscheinlich.
That wasn't going to work. I didn't need to dust that.
Aber Moment. Das Einzigste, was mir jetzt einfallen würde, wäre, wenn ich nochmal ins Manor zurückgehe, in die Villa, und das Trockeneis hat doch einen Nebel verursacht. Und ich das dann vielleicht irgendwie in den Blumentopf legen muss. Und er dann denkt, dass es irgendwie neblig draußen ist, kein Plan. Probieren wir's. Halt. Das war ja hier. Hier nicht. Hier. Ja. So. Die Gasflaschen an. Ah, das ist auf jeden Fall der Nebel. So, wieder in die Flasche. Und wieder zurück. Und dann lege ich das Eis in den Blumentopf. Und dann müsste es doch klappen. So, hoffentlich geht's. Sieht gut aus. Jawohl.
The dry ice clattered into the metal window box.
So, mein Freund, schau mal aus dem Fenster.
I had nothing else to say to Captain Moot. It was clear he wasn't going to turn on the lighthouse light until it got foggy.
Funktioniert noch nicht. So, ich denke, das muss ich ausschalten. Oder vielleicht mit dem Blasebalg.
I didn't need to blow on that.
Irgendwas fehlt
I
noch.
thought it best to leave the dry ice in the window box. It was a car horn from the Rum Runner's jalopy.
Vielleicht anzünden.
Nope. That wasn't going to work.
Irgendwas fehlt noch. Nur was?
Nope.
Wieso schmilzt das jetzt nicht? Oder dampft zumindestens?
I thought it best to leave the dry ice in the window box. I had nothing else to say to Captain Moot.
Oder muss ich vielleicht ein bisschen Wasser drauf schütten? Das könnte gut möglich sein.
The bottle I was carrying would be a better choice for that. I didn't need to keep it hot or cold.
Okay, er macht's zumindest mal.
I filled the bottle with water from the fountain.
Schon. Sieht gut aus. Jetzt dampft's auf jeden Fall gut ab.
I poured the contents of the bottle onto the dry ice, and immediately it started to evaporate, filling the area with mist. Good evening, Captain Moot.
If you say so.
Look, there's fog outside the window.
I can't see any.
Maybe if you just stand up, you'll definitely see it. He looked at me like I'd served surf and turf to a vegetarian. You're not getting out of your chair, are you?
Nope.
I better be
Jetzt wahrscheinlich mit dem Blasebalg.
I could see the mist billowing up just beyond the frame, but it was clear that a draft from inside the captain's club was blowing it away from the window.
Okay, ich muss den Ventilator ausschalten.
I flicked the switch, turning off the ceiling fans, and watched as the mist outside stopped being
Da
blown
schaut
into
er
the
schon.
night air and instead began to fall into the club.
Waiter!
I told you, I don't work here.
Do you know how to work a
Jawohl, er
lock
gibt
at
mir den
least?
Schlüssel.
Sure I do.
Right. Well, fog's coming in, and someone needs to switch on the lighthouse light. I would do it myself, but that fort's danker than the inside of a sailor's trousers. Use this key to unlock the gate, then turn on the light with the switch on the ramparts. Think you can handle that?
I'm on it.
So, jetzt kann ich hier das Tor aufschließen. Sauber.
It was the gunpowder barrel the cat had knocked over, now spilling out its contents onto the cold stone floor. The coat of arms depicted 4 lions surrounding a central flower, topped by a medieval tower. From the fort ramparts, I had an unobstructed view across the entire southeastern coast of the island. Cliffs and crags, waves and water, and an endless horizon.
Jetzt muss ich das bloß irgendwie anschalten. Ah, ging ja einfach.
I decided to leave the lighthouse light on.
Ladestock. Okay, hier kann ich die Kanone noch schießen.
I needed to load some gunpowder into the cannon first.
Schießpulver ist doch unten. Aber was sollte ich da schießen? Ich habe ja keine Kugel.
The cannon looked like it might still work. If it did, I knew from that evening's previous experience with firearms that 5 steps were required. Gunpowder, shot, ramrod, aim, fire. The lighthouse light was shining out to sea.
Ah, Moment, ich muss hier am Rad noch drehen. Ah, okay, hier sieht man den Pegel. Dann nochmal. Das sieht doch gut aus.
I took a handful of the spilled gunpowder.
Tja, aber was? Ah, könnte vielleicht Feuerwerkskörper verschießen. Aber was bringt mir das? Ich könnte es mal probieren.
I poured the gunpowder into the cannon. The cannon was too big to work as a launch tube for the firework. Nope.
Was sollte man damit verschießen?
Nope.
Ich denke, mir fehlt einfach die Kugel. Das fehlt mir noch.
I took a handful of the spilled gunpowder.
Aber ich kann hier jetzt auf jeden Fall mal das Rätsel da lösen. Okay, das sieht schon besser aus.
Walking into the church, I was presented with the sight of the stained glass window illuminated beautifully by the lighthouse beam. They lined up perfectly.
So.
Now that I discovered the lighthouse beam shone directly at the church window, this image made more sense. With the lighthouse light illuminating the window, I could now make out the colors of the stained glass.
Nur welche Farben brauche ich da jetzt?
Pressing the button, I noticed something had changed in the stained glass window. Whatever mechanical process it used was a mystery to me, but pressing the button caused the panes of glass to tilt, ever so slightly, so that the white light from the fort was split into 4 different colors that seemed to dance around the window.
Da müssen die... Muss oben blau sein. Vielleicht müssen oben alle blau sein. Ja, das funktioniert ja auch nicht. Gute Frage. Wie muss ich das hier einstellen? Kein Plan. Oder müssen vielleicht hier die mittleren eine Farbe geben. Das funktioniert ja auch nicht. Oder? Moment, das Blaue könnte gelb sein. Gelb geht nicht. Orange geht aber auch nicht. Ah, Moment. Ich muss es wahrscheinlich tatsächlich gelb machen. Nur ich muss das hier blau. Okay. Jetzt blau wieder so. Jetzt das hier drehen und dann wieder blau. Und jetzt. Bringt aber auch nichts.
With the lighthouse light illuminating the window, I can now make out the colors of the stained glass.
Tja, die Frage ist bloß, welche Farbe ich brauche. Oder... Es kann ja aber auch nicht sein. Blau. Oder muss es vielleicht rot sein?
It was a tattered pirate map with a large X drawn in red along the southern coast.
Nach dem roten Licht des Reflektors. Tja, aber ich hab bloß zweimal rot. Oder müssen vielleicht... die Orangenen zu Orange und so weiter. Probiere ich mal das. Also, Blau zu Blau. So. Dann hier Orangen. Aber tatsächlich bleibt ja Gelb übrig. Dann muss Gelb wahrscheinlich in die Mitte und hier ein X-Form. Und die anderen Farben nehme ich mal an. So, Rot ist ja schon. Blau nach da unten. Ah, okay. Das muss ich nochmal neu machen. Ganz schön kompliziert. Jetzt aber. Geht doch.
As soon as the plates in the stained glass window clicked into place, forming a translucent cross at the center, I heard a rumble behind me. The sound of antique machinery somewhere beneath the stone floor.
Sauber. Ab nach unten.
The uneven stone staircase descended beneath the church into a dark, narrow tunnel. I considered taking one of the skulls, but each seemed firmly immovable and really creepy. The passageway twisted far away from the church, finally emerging in a round room lit only by a pale shaft of moonlight filtering through a narrow hole above. Tombs surrounded me in solemn silence. I had found the sanctuary crypt.
Okay. Die Kerzen sind mal
I couldn't
aus.
reach the chandelier.
Jetzt brauche ich wahrscheinlich gleich die Kurbel.
The brickwork was crumbling, and although I couldn't dislodge it with my bare hands, I could tell it wouldn't take much force to break through.
Okay, mit was könnte ich das einreißen? Der Schaufel.
I needed to know what was on the other side of that wall. And this was the situation that
Geht
called
doch.
for some straightforward destruction.
Jawohl, der erste Schlüssel.
You're free now, Yardley. He can't keep you imprisoned anymore.
So you are the mortal who is trying to find the lost treasure of Bellemore Manor before me.
Rackham.
You know who I am. Surely you must also know that you have started down a foolish path. It will only end in your death, Murphy McCallan.
I know all about your plan, Rackham.
My plan will succeed with or without your interference. I'm afraid you're making a terrible mistake, McAllen. For your own sake, I suggest you leave this island for good.
Never. Whether you like it or not, I'm part of this story now too.
Don't let it be said I didn't warn you. If you're so interested in being friends with the dead, perhaps it's time you joined them.
Just as Yardley Bellemore was entombed alive,
so shall you be.
Was passiert jetzt?
Rackham's spell had transported me somewhere I couldn't immediately place. I was lying down, my arms pinned to the side of me, my hands only able to feel the grain of the wooden boards to the sides and above and below me. And then I heard the noise. Something thudding on the boards above me. That's when I realized I was being buried alive.
Aber ich hab doch eine Hupe.
That wasn't going to help me escape from the coffin. The sealed coffin would have muffled the noise too much for Edgar to hear it. It was the coffin lid. I didn't normally think of myself as claustrophobic, but this situation was making me reconsider. Pushed on the coffin lid with all my might, telling myself that an inch of cedar was all that separated me from the night air, but it was no use.
The
instructions on the fireworks said that it needed to be placed into a launching tube before igniting it.
Den Wagenheber.
I fumbled in my pockets and took out the screw jack, bracing it between the floor and the lid. With each crank, the pressure grew and grew.
Geht doch.
Until finally...
Sauber.
Hey! Could you get me out of here?
Murphy? What are you doing down there?
Trying to not be down here.
I'll go fetch a ladder. Don't go anywhere.
Where do you think I could go? Before I'd even reached the top of the ladder, Edgar had fled to the safety of his shack, far away from the grave where he'd inadvertently tried to bury me. But one good thing had come out of it. Now I had Yardley's key.
Okay. Kann ich da noch mal runter?
I didn't need to climb back down into the grave.
So, jetzt habe ich zwar den Schlüssel.
It was Yardley's key to the Bellemore Manor vault.
Aber mir fehlen noch zwei. Tja, ich müsste hier hin. Aber da fährt der Typ mich ja nicht hin ohne Bezahlung. Moment, irgendjemand wollte mir doch Geld geben. Wer war das nochmal? Bei Baxter Nash. War das nicht bei dem?
I had nothing else to say to Muffy.
Aber irgendjemand wollte mir irgendwas... irgendwie Geld geben für irgendwas. Ich erinnere mich bloß nicht mehr. Vielleicht bekomme ich den ja auch irgendwie so dazu, dass er hier wegsegelt.
If I needed more help from Crab, I was going to need to charter his ferry. What do you think of this necklace?
Oh, very nice. A whittle too. Next time, you should try driftwood. It'll be brittle, but with some sweat and spittle and the right committal, a little whittle, and it'll turn out lovely.
Oder ich zeig dem mal die Karte.
I'd like to charter your ferry, please. I have a map here to... Huh? What's that?
Shh, shh, quiet! The show's starting. Signore, signori, ladies and gentlemen, the magic and mystery of the theater comes together with the artistry of the craftsman. I was going to say that. You're interrupting me. You started it. This is very unprofessional. To present to you the fantastical battle between good and evil, a struggle between right and wrong. I just said that. The timeless tale of Pulcinella. I was supposed to announce the title.
Excuse me?
These two crack me up.
About the ferry hire.
Yes, I'm afraid the ferry's engaged at the moment.
Because of the puppet show?
You got it. My favourite part's when they hit each other on the head.
Solange da die Show ist, will er nicht weg.
Great show. Maybe it's time to wrap it up? I don't think I'd ever been brushed off by a puppet before. Hey guys, do you think you'll be finished soon? I was starting to dislike these guys.
Aber die Hupen kann ich auch.
Perhaps it was the piratical air that brought to mind the mimicry skills of a parrot. If Squawkin' Hawkins could do it, maybe I could give it a try.
You're speaking over my lines.
Huh.
I'm not speaking over lines. You're adding in lines that weren't in the script.
Jetzt kriegen die Krach. Machen wir nochmal.
That seemed to get one of the puppeteers riled up. I wondered if I could do the same for the other. That seemed to get one of the puppeteers riled up. I wondered if I could do the same for the other.
Aber der hier macht ein anderes Geräusch. Vielleicht muss ich das irgendwie verdecken. Was könnte denn so ein Geräusch machen? Kein Plan. Puh.
That didn't work. Nope. That didn't work. That wasn't going to work.
Kein Plan. Ich glaube, da brauche ich eine Hilfe. Hier das Puppentheater unterbrechen. Sprach mit einem Hupen, während die andere mit einem Summen sprach. Ja, die habe ich ja abgemacht. Hier. Für das Summen gab mir etwas in der Zeitschrift. Die Zeitschrift. Ah, das da unten. Moment. Ein Kamm und etwas Seidenpapier, würde ich sagen, sind alles, was du brauchst. Okay. Wo bekomme ich den Kamm her? Moment. Okay, die kämmt sich doch. Okay.
The contrast between the bride and her reflection was clear. While the bride in front of me buried her face in sadness, her reflection was clearly at the dawn of the happiest day of her life. If only she knew what was to come.
So, aber wie bekomme ich hier jetzt den Kamm? Gute Frage. Ich brauche noch einen Tipp. Okay, eine Halskette. Ah, okay. Da muss man erstmal drauf kommen, aber Tatsache.
The necklace I was carrying exactly matched the one around the neck of the bride's reflection. This must have belonged to the sailor. It was time to reunite it with its other half.
Und jetzt gibt die mir den Kamm, oder was?
As the reflection disappeared back into the mirror, I looked at the dresser and saw that something had been left behind. A small ivory comb. I didn't think Abigail would mind if I took the comb with me.
Okay, das Seidenpapier habe ich ja bereits. Das mit dem...
Remembering my childhood days, I wrapped the tissue paper around the comb to form a rudimentary kazoo.
Okay. Und jetzt wieder ab zum Puppentheater. Und dann verärgere ich den anderen. Dann hören sie auf zu spielen und ich kann zu dieser Insel mit dem Boot fahren. Da wäre ich wahrscheinlich nie drauf gekommen, dass das so geht. Sauber.
That was my moment. Your moment? We agreed in rehearsals that this scene would be about me. Because I did no such thing. You did it again! You always told me you'd try to upstage me. But Mama told you. She always told me I should go solo. Right, that's it. I quit. You quit. I quit first. You'll never work in this town again. Work in this town again? We only arrived this morning. You sabotaged the show.
Oh, I'm sorry. I was just...
That was hilarious. I liked it when the puppets fight. I love it when it's the puppeteers.
Glad you enjoyed the show.
Could I borrow those instruments you used? If they come back, I'd like to direct the encore.
Sure. I doubt I'll have much more use for them.
So, jetzt fährt er mich.
Hello again, Crab.
Hello, Murphy.
What was that puppet show you were watching?
A bastardization of the Commedia dell'arte. You know, I don't even think they're Italian. Shave the moustaches off, and they'd look exactly like two guys I saw down at the Absinthe Bar a few weeks ago.
Huh. Do you think they're really locals?
Worse than that. I think they're Floridians.
Does anyone else perform here?
On the Plaza del Pez? Oh, sure. We're plagued by performers. Last week, some guy painted himself silver, shoved a steel rod up his sleeve, then stood there pretending he could float on air.
Sounds magical.
It wasn't magical when Mrs. Grotke took a tumble and tried to steady herself on him. Knocked the guy right into the bay. He might have been able to float on air, but he sure couldn't float on water.
Are you not a fan of the theater?
Quite the contrary. I dreamed of one day treading the boards, basking in the limelight.
What would your act have been?
Hypnosis. Ever since I was a boy, I would practice for hours, honing my hypnotic stare.
Were you any good at it?
I don't know. I never tried it out other than in the mirror. But anytime I hear a bell ring, I do start clucking like a chicken.
Have you ever auditioned for the local theater?
At the Calliope? No, I can't say that I have. I always felt that the innate connection between the performer and the audience was disrupted by the proscenium arch. An actor should get out among the spectators, simultaneously a symbol and a reflection of the society they find themselves in. A commentary on the bourgeoisie that belongs within the everyday experience, not locked away behind an entry fee.
And you think that can come across in street theater?
Of course. Unless you're a mime, then you just look silly.
I'll talk to you
aber
later.
fahren tut er mich noch nicht. Aber sonst habe ich ja alles gemacht. Bis auf dieser Typ hier. Der will ja noch
I had nothing else to say to Muffin.
Ah, Moment. Der will einen Strand, wo noch keiner war. Und ich zeige ihm einfach mal die Schatzkarte.
Did you say you were looking for a more secluded beach?
Yes, that's right.
Da hinten war gerade ein Geist.
Look at this. Further along the coast is a bay called Crossbone Cove.
Und vielleicht hat er ja genug Kohle, um das irgendwie zu finanzieren.
Crossbone Cove. That does sound very bony. How do we get there?
I'm not sure. It only looks accessible from the sea.
Well, tell me if you find a way to get there. I'd love to join you on your expedition.
Ah, ich wüsste da einen Weg.
Hello again, Muffy.
Hello, Murphy. Have you found a way to Crossbone Cove yet?
Not yet, but I'm working on it. Can we use your yacht to get to Crossbone Cove?
Oh, I'm afraid not. I gave Rufus the evening off. I knew I'd be plenty busy here on the beach, so I told him not to come back until morning. He said he was going to the Carondelet Cat House. Goodness knows why. I'm a dog person myself.
Well,
Ja, aber
good luck with your search.
wieso kommt er jetzt nicht mit?
That's the dinosaur way.
Oder muss ich erst nochmal dem anderen die Karte zeigen? Verstehe ich gerade nicht.
That didn't work.
Geht nicht.
The ferryman had a face that told 1,000 stories, not one of which would be fit for polite company. The ferryman wouldn't have liked me snooping around inside the boat.
Ich kann auch nicht mehr mit ihm reden.
The ferryman...
Und ich kann ihm auch nicht mehr die Karte zeigen. Dubios.
I had nothing else to say to Muffy.
Hä?
I needed to find a way to get to Crossbone Cove first.
Ja, mit dem Boot. Aber wieso funktioniert das nicht? Was sagt die Lösung? Bezahlung für die Fähre finden. Ja, hab ich doch. Was, ich hab einen Scheck bekommen? Wieso habe ich keinen Scheck? Hä?
I needed to find a way to get to Crossbone Cove first. I had nothing else to say. It was a tattered pirate map with a large X drawn in red along the southern coast.
Ist das hier ein Bug oder was?
I needed to find...
Er stellte mir sofort einen Scheck aus. Ich habe aber keinen Scheck bekommen. Ha. Problematisch.
I had nothing else. I needed to find a way to get to Crossbone Cove first. I glanced at the book's cover and was more than surprised to read the title, Dunstan the Dinosaur, above a drawing of a bulbous yellow triceratops walking on two legs and wearing a bowler.
Tja, jetzt habe ich ein Problem. Ich habe keinen Scheck.
If I needed more help from Crab, I was going to need to charter his ferry. If I needed more help from Crab, I was going to need to charter his ferry.
Oder bekomme ich den jetzt?
Could you take me to Crossbone Cove?
Well, look at that. That's quite the dangerous destination. Do you know how many boats have crashed against the rocks along that coast?
Does that mean we can't go?
Oh, sure we can. But it'll cost you.
How much?
Boat charter, insurance, perilous route supplement, double
Okay,
pay
das ist
at the
aber neu.
night. It's gonna cost you at least $50.
$50?
Plus tax. Let's call it $75 total.
75?
But listen, I'll give you private hire of the ferry for the rest of the night.
I don't have that much.
No problem. Just get back to me when you do. As I say it, you've got no other choice. Ain't no other ferry around at this time of night.
Ich hoffe, der am Strand gibt mir jetzt diesen Scheck.
Hello again, Muffy.
Oh, Glück.
Hello, Murphy.
Aber schon dubios.
Ferryman in town named Crab McCready who could take us to Crossbone Cove. We just need $75 to cover the charter fee.
Oh, absolutely. I can spare some of my allowance. Let me write you a check.
Hatte schon Angst, dass es nicht weitergeht. Okay, $75. Das passt.
That should cover it.
I'll go charter it at once.
Und wieder zurück in die Stadt. Und ihm den Scheck dann geben. Wieso geht das jetzt schon wieder nicht?
I needed to think.
Oder muss ich einfach mit dem reden? Funktioniert nicht. Hä? Ich bin verwirrt. Moment. Irgendwas ist hier komisch, auf jeden Fall. Gleiche Problem wie vorhin. Mal schauen, ob es jetzt geht. Okay, immerhin kann ich mal wieder mit ihm reden. Okay, ich hoffe, ich kann ihm jetzt den Scheck geben. Glück gehabt.
Oh, I didn't think you'd get that much. Sure it will. Who's this Carlisle guy?
Oh, he's coming too. He's funding the trip.
Well, he gets a promotional flag too.
Gee, thanks.
Consider this ferry chartered. Thank you for placing your trust in the Crab McCready Ferry Company, despite all the reviews. Now, once your compatriot is here, we can cast off. Pin that map up inside the cabin, will you? It'll be a tricky voyage to Crossbone Cove. I haven't sunk yet. This month.
So we were off, captained by a man whose body composition had more alcohol in it than a bottle of vodka. And yet he navigated like a seasoned dancer, pirouetting through the treacherous currents with a drunken grace, all the while sipping from a flask that smelled stronger than window cleaner. Crab, I can't complain about your captaincy skills, but I've got to ask, how did you get through those treacherous rocks with so much alcohol in your bloodstream?
Murphy,
If I didn't have the alcohol in my bloodstream, I wouldn't be going anywhere near those rocks in the first place.
Er kann bloß mit Alk im Blut fahren. Okay, aber ich bin mal auf der Insel. So, was haben wir hier?
The rowboat had no oars, and more importantly, no structural integrity. It wasn't going anywhere. At the far end of Crossbone Cove, all I came across was a wall of rocks and boulders. It seemed the cave I was after had gone missing.
Okay, was ist das hier?
I didn't want to disturb the rock pile. I might have made it collapse. I didn't want to disturb the rock.
Vielleicht brauche ich jetzt auch die Kanonenkugel.
Looking back out through the narrow inlet across the waves, I could see Fort Bellemore, with its ramparts of antique cannons and lighthouse-top tower. Currently, it was shining away from Crossbone Cove.
Oder ich muss hierher leuchten. Moment. Das machen wir doch direkt mal.
Hello again, Crab.
Hello, Murphy.
Isn't there supposed to be a cave here?
Looks like there's been a rock slide. Not unusual on this side of the island. The Caribbean hurricanes hit these coves with full force.
Do you think there's a way into the cave?
That has to be 200 tons of solid rock. The only way you're going to get through there is by blowing a hole in it. And I'm afraid the Creaky Crab 2 here is too small for artillery.
What's that tower of rocks across the beach?
That there's a cairn. Probably built centuries ago.
What was it used for?
The cairns were used by pirates as markers. You see, with all these coves and caves along the coastline, it'd be easy to lose track of which one held the booty. So they'd stack up the rocks and put something reflective on top, like a shard of metal from a broken cutlass or a handheld mirror. Then, as they'd sail the coast, they'd shine their lanterns across the beaches, and if they saw something reflect back, they knew that's where they'd hidden the stolen loot.
Do you think the cove still has treasure?
I don't think so. What's the point of hiding gold and jewels if you don't come back to collect and spend them?
So pirates used to use this beach to stow hidden treasure?
I heard this one was used by Captain Crumb.
He's related to Jasper Crumb, the jeweler, isn't he?
Hard to believe, isn't it? One of the most vicious pirates to sail these seas. Until he got the wind knocked out of his sails. How a bloodline can go from a man who would cut through a dozen men for just a single doubloon to a man who came off worse in a fight with a budgie is beyond me.
What knocked the wind out of Captain Crumb's sails?
Some say it was a ghost ship. Personally, I think he must have had a midlife crisis. Tried to find something more fulfilling, like crochet or watercolour painting. All that swashbuckling would wear anyone out.
I'd like to head back to Dead Nettle, please.
I'll stay here. Come back for me later. I'm not leaving until I find a fossil.
That guy's elevator doesn't go all the way to the top floor now, does it? Hop aboard, Murphy.
So. Ich brauche aber auch noch eine Kanonenkugel. Und die finde ich hier. Ich muss die Trophäe gewinnen. Ah, da muss ich gegen den im Billard gewinnen.
Hello again, Captain Pemberley.
Welcome back, Captain McCallum.
Nur wie mache ich das?
I'd like a rematch at English billiards.
Thinking you can beat what I hit before? Step right up. Threes. Too bad, Captain McCallum. It seems my standing as champion of the Captain's Club continues.
The billiard table was already occupied.
Aber ich habe eine Idee. Man muss ja hier die rote Kugel treffen. Und im Meiner war doch noch der Geist von dem Jungen. Und der hatte doch so einen roten Ball auf seinem Schläger da. Den muss ich mir schnappen. Jetzt wird's echt kompliziert hier. Da. So, nur wie mache ich das?
Hello, Sebastian.
Auf jeden Fall muss ich ihn überlisten. Ich soll mal die Augen zumachen.
The paddleball with your eyes closed.
Look and learn.
Jetzt schneide ich einfach die Schnur ab. Geht doch.
With Sebastian's eyes closed, I took out my scissors and when the timing was right, snipped.
Hey, what happened to my paddleball?
Well, the ball just snapped right off there. Maybe you need to practice a bit more. With any other child, I'd feel guilty. With Sebastian, it felt like evening out the cosmic balance.
I bet Mallory was behind this.
Da liegt er doch.
I picked up the red rubber ball I'd cut from the paddleball. It looked like a clown's nose.
So, jetzt wieder zum Billardtyp. Und dann tausche ich den Ball irgendwie. Und dann trifft er nämlich gar nichts mehr. Vielleicht kann ich es jetzt schon tauschen.
I had an idea. One that required skill, subtlety, and finesse. Or at least the ability to hurl a billiard ball through an open doorway.
Aha, der tauscht's.
Yoink!
Did you just touch the table?
Nee, ich doch nicht.
Ow! Who threw that?
Hello again, Captain Pemberley.
Welcome back, Captain McCallan.
So, dann zeig mal,
I'd
was
like
du
a
drauf
rematch
hast.
at English billiards.
Thinking you can beat what I hit before? Step right up.
Ha, jetzt geht's ab. Da guckt er doof.
I don't believe it. I've never seen 14s before. You must have arms like the coupling rods on a steam train.
A blessing and a curse, as I've discovered more than once to my own cost. But I don't like to boast. Does this mean I win the trophy?
I'm afraid it does, but you need to bring it back next Wednesday for the potluck. We'll have a rematch then.
Natürlich bringe ich die zurück.
With my newfound title as Club Billiards Champion, it was time to claim my trophy.
Ich schieße ihm sogar zurück. So. Jetzt wieder zum Leuchtturm. Ich denke, ich stelle ihn auch direkt drauf ein, dass er dorthin leuchtet. So, drehe ich ihn direkt nochmal. So, jetzt Pulver rein.
I'd already poured gunpowder into the cannon.
Dann die Kugel rein.
I loaded the billiards trophy into the cannon. Spherical and solid metal. It was the perfect improvised cannonball.
Laden. Beziehungsweise stopfen.
I packed in the gunpowder and makeshift cannonball. Now there were just 2 steps remaining. Aim and fire.
Licht ist auch da. Und Feuer frei.
The cannon looked like it might still work. If it did, I knew from that evening's previous experience with firearms that 5 steps were required. Gunpowder, shot, ramrod, aim, fire. The cannon looked like it might still...
Will aber nicht schießen.
With so many coves and caves along the coast, it was difficult to make out what was what. Crossbone Cove lay somewhere out there, but I would need some way of knowing which one it was. With so many coves and caves along the coast, it was Crossbone Cove lay somewhere.
Ja, dort wo das Licht hingeht, oder? Oder muss ich vielleicht auf diesen Stein erst noch was platzieren, wo dann leuchtet?
Returning to Crossbone Cove, I discovered the lighthouse at Fort Bellemore was now illuminating the inside of the cove.
Hier muss doch wahrscheinlich was drauf. Geht doch.
As I placed the polished brooch on the cairn, it caught the light of the lighthouse beam and reflected it back fantastically, like a signal mirror.
Okay, zurück zum Leuchtturm.
Hello again, Crab.
Hello, Murphy.
I'd like to...
Hop aboard.
Und Feuer frei, hätte ich gesagt. Da hinten leuchtet's.
The cannon looked like it might still work. If it did, the red light must have been the reflection of the brooch I planted, showing the exact location of Crossbone Cove.
Tja, schieß doch.
The cannon looked like it might still work. If it did, I knew from that evening's previous experience with fire. The cannon looked like it might...
Wieso macht er das nicht?
The red light must have been the reflection of the brooch I'd planted, showing the exact location of Crossbone Cove.
Da muss ich... Hä? Verstehe ich nicht. Da muss ich das hier einfach nochmal komplett drehen.
As I directed the light along the coast,
Okay.
it caught the polished brooch I'd placed on the cairn, reflecting back the light fantastically, like a signal mirror.
So, jetzt aber Feuer frei.
The cannon looked like it might still work. If it did, I knew from that evening's previous
Hä, aber wieso geht das nicht?
The red light must have been the reflection of the brooch I'd planted, showing... The red light must have... An old cannon still sat on... I decided to leave the lighthouse light on. The cannon looked like it might still work.
Kapier ich nicht. Da muss ich hier noch irgendwas machen.
Hello again, Muffy.
Hello, Murphy.
Any luck finding those fossils?
Nothing. I'm beginning to think this island doesn't have any fossils.
Have you found anything at all?
Only these.
Oh my goodness, Muffy! Those are gemstones! Rubies, emeralds, sapphires? This might be genuine pirate treasure.
But they're not fossils, are they? They're nothing more than baubles. They're not the figurative footsteps of ancient behemoths, the skeletal remains of the kings of the prehistoric world. I'll have you know, I'm not conducting this exploration for financial gain, but for the love of dinosaurs. Here, you seem rather entranced by them. You can have them.
Gosh, thank you, Muffy. What do you think of Crossbone Cove, Muffy?
I feel like a real explorer out here. Such daring and tranquil isolation. Inaccessible. Miles from civilization.
It's nice to get away from it all, isn't it?
Just the place to build a summer retreat, I'd say. A manor on the cliffside, a pier for the yacht, connect up a road for Rufus, my driver, a few cottages for the staff. Then I'd be able to enjoy the isolation properly.
You haven't seen a cave around here, have you?
I'm afraid not. Why? Have you lost one?
It appears so.
Well, don't give up. Things are always in the last place you look.
Good luck with the fossil hunting.
I'm close. I can feel it.
It was a handful of multicolored gemstones. Undoubtedly pirate treasure.
Aber vielleicht... Moment.
Hello again, Crab.
Hello, Murphy.
Do you think there are any fossils on this beach?
Bones? Here? Nah, I don't think so. You see, most of the rock is igneous. Doesn't have the right sedimentary process and stratigraphic considerations. You need to have a thorough understanding of geologic timescales and the depositional environments present in a particular era to fully grasp why fossils wouldn't be found in rock formations like these.
I didn't expect you to know so much about geology.
Most people don't. Skills like that, they keep close to your chest. Never know when they'll come in useful.
What do you think of Muffy persisting in his search?
Well, everybody needs a hobby, right? I collect rubber ducks.
You continue to surprise me, Crab. I'd like to...
Hop aboard!
Aber hier beim Juwelier, der hatte doch hier so fossile Knochen. Vielleicht kann ich welche kaufen.
I've got something to sell that I think you'll be very interested in.
Wonderful! What is it you're selling?
These are genuine pirate gems. They were discovered at the treacherously inaccessible Crossbone Cove, where they must have laid undisturbed for 2 centuries. Just imagine their history. Fierce ship battles, sword fights, X marks the spot. They must be priceless.
That's a very exciting story, Murphy. But I'm afraid what we have here is glass.
Glass?
Na, Weltklasse.
Yes, sea glass. Bits of bottle or a broken lantern, perhaps. They fall into the sea, then get smashed up into little pieces by the rocks. The tide wears them down until you end up with pretty little polished pieces like this.
Does that mean you're not going to buy them off me?
I'm afraid not. But they are pretty. I'll tell you what I'll do. Have a look and see if there's something you'd like to trade them for. Does that sound like a
das
deal?
da unten.
Sounds like the best deal I'm going to get. Could I trade the sea glass for one of these fossils?
Certainly. I think that's within your price range. Which would you like?
The swirly one at the front would be great. Thank you.
Pleasure doing business with you.
Okay. Das bedeutet, zurück zur Insel. Halt. Hier lang. Und ihm das geben. Aber das bringt mich hier mit der Kanone zwar noch nicht weiter.
Look what I just found.
Is that what I think it is? A dinosaur fossil. A memento of the Baphomets. A shadow of a bygone age. My very own dinosaur. That's an ammonite, that is.
Really not helping here, Crab.
Just saying.
And it was right here where you were searching. You were right after all.
I was right. I'm a real-life paleontologist. This will show Papa.
Crab, we're heading back to Dead Nettle. Muffy found what he was looking for.
Glad to hear it. Step aboard. Where did your friend run off to so fast?
I have no idea. I think we made a childhood dream come true tonight.
I am so overwhelmed, I might spew right across the deck.
Tja. Ich probiere, ob ich jetzt dahin schießen kann. Kein Plan. Ich hoff's. Komm schon.
The cannon looked like it might still work. If it did, the cannon looked... The red light must have been the reflection of the brooch I planted, showing the exact location of Crossbone Cove. The red light must...
Ja, aber er will nicht schießen.
The cannon looked like...
Wieso schießt er nicht?
The cannon looked like...
Oder muss ich das jetzt nochmal drehen? Das ist doch mies. Oder muss ich was ganz anderes machen? Wenn es jetzt nicht geht, schaue ich mal in die Lösung. Gucken, was die einem sagen.
The cannon looked like...
Geht nicht. Oder habe ich die Brosche falsch gelegt? Hä? Hätte die vielleicht gar nicht auf den Steinhaufen gemusst?
I'd already angled the brooch towards the fort. I didn't want to disturb the rock pile. It might have made it collapse. I'd already angled...
Hä?
I couldn't see a way through the fallen rocks. If I wanted to get into the cave, I would...
Ich muss sie anzünden. Okay, da muss man erstmal drauf kommen. Aber eigentlich logisch.
Hello again, Craig.
Hello,
Ich denke mir die ganze Zeit, warum geht's nicht? Wehe, das funktioniert nicht.
The brooch at Crossbone Cove reflecting light back from the lighthouse. I knew exactly.
Scheint zu gehen.
I took a match out of the matchbook and lit the cannon's fuse. I felt like a pirate captain about to unleash a broadside barrage.
Feuer frei.
Raise the cannons, you scurvy scallywags! Pull the ship to port, down with the mainsail! Buckle your swash and fire!
Boom.
That looks like it might have worked.
Okay, wieder zur Bucht. Und jetzt komme ich da endlich in die Höhle.
Down. What's happened here? Did you do this, Murphy?
I needed to find a way in.
Well, Aladdin, I think you found your magic cave.
The cannon
Sauber.
fire had worked. The boulders that had fallen in the rock slide were now rubble strewn across the beach, revealing what I'd been searching for, a dark cave winding into the cliffside. A ghostly glow flickered from the far end of the cave as I slipped on the seaweed-covered rocks trying to reach it. I began to fear the worst, but as I emerged in the subterranean chamber, I discovered it was actually the otherworldly glow of plankton.
Sehe ich da nicht einen Schlüssel?
I found you,
Sauber.
Xavier. Your final expedition won't have been in vain.
I grow weary of your inability to heed my warning, Murphy McCallum. No good shall come from you pursuing this.
What you've done to Abigail Bellemore cannot be allowed to continue.
Abigail Bellemore is dead, as will you be if you continue this pathetic charade.
She deserves to be free, just like all the ghosts of the manor.
You haven't learnt, have you, McCallum? Everything you've done so far has just made the situation worse. Now is the time to back out.
I'll never do that, Rackham. Finding the treasure is more important to me now than it's ever been.
Then I hope it's a cause you're willing to die for. Just as Xavier Bellemore drowned in the rising tide of this cave, so shall
When Rackham's earthquake finally stopped, I realized the route I'd followed into the cave was blocked. Tons of impenetrable rock and rubble now stood between me and the outside world. I was
Da
trapped.
komme ich nicht
The
mehr
only
zurück.
source of light was the glowing algae in the water. Even that dimmed to darkness when it went undisturbed in the quiet cave. At any point, the cave could fill up with seawater, drowning me just as it had Xavier. I needed to find a way out. I wasn't going to be able to pick up the algae with my bare hands. I didn't need to bother Xavier anymore. As I stood still, I noticed the algae beginning to dim. I'd read that its glow was triggered by vibrations, and without my footsteps, it was getting darker.
Okay, ich bewege mich mal nicht. Was ist
As
das?
the darkness dimmed in the cave, I began to make out a faint luminescence in the form of a whirlpool. Some turbulence beneath the water was making the algae glow, and I hoped it might be an underwater tunnel.
Okay.
That might have been my only way out, but swimming through the darkness would have been far too dangerous.
Okay, muss wieder mich bewegen. Jetzt hier
That might have
durch.
been my only way out, but swimming through the darkness, that might have been...
Ich brauche erst ein paar Algen.
I wasn't going to be able to pick up the algae with my bare hands.
Okay, nicht mit bloßen Händen, sondern mit der Wasserflasche.
I scooped up some of the algae water. With a quick shake to agitate it, the bottle began to shine like a blue lantern.
Sauber. Und jetzt kann ich hier schwimmen.
The lights below the water didn't offer much chance of escape, but at least it was better than waiting to drown in the cave. Using the bottle of algae as an underwater lantern, I waded into the water, then dived down below the surface. The underwater tunnels felt like a maze. I pulled myself past jagged rocks and twisting passages, with only the ethereal blue glow of the algae to light my way, until finally, with only seconds of air left in my lungs, I reached the surface.
Okay, sehr gut.
Murphy, what are you doing over there? It's dangerous to swim out here, you know. You could get washed into a sea cave or something.
Thanks for the advice, Crab. I'll make a note of that. Green from the seawater I'd swallowed, I could at least say I'd survived being drowned. And now I had Xavier's key. Hello again, Crab.
Hello, Murphy.
I'd like to head back to Dead Nettle, please.
So, jetzt fehlt nur noch ein Schlüssel. So, ich muss die Münze bei einem Prinz in die Hand legen. Und der einzigste Prinz, der mir einfällt, wäre ganz oben im Haus, war doch eine... Oder nee, nicht ganz oben, hier beim Gärtner. Nicht Trophäenzimmer. Hier rein. Hier. Der hält doch die Hand offen. Könnte ein Prinz sein. Vielleicht geht dann der Brunnen weg.
Following the inscription on the coin and realizing that the metallic statue depicted an Indian prince, I took a close look at the statue's palm. For the first time, I noticed a slight circular indentation, about the size of a coin.
Passt doch.
I placed the coin into the statue's hand. It fit the indentation exactly, into the palm of a prince. No sooner had I done it than I heard sparks and hums coming from inside the statue. That's when I realized it wasn't a statue at all. It was an automaton. A robotic figure made to move with cogs, wires, and electrical pulses. It seemed to be fighting to move, but then, nothing.
Well, blow me over with a dandelion. I didn't expect anyone to get that working again.
It's not doing much.
Joints will be frozen, I should think. No wonder after all these years. Another job for me to do, and a dangerous one at that. Who knows how many volts Master Cecil ran through that thing to get it moving?
The automaton seemed unable to move, its joints stuck after decades without use.
Das bedeutet, ich brauche Fett, oder?
The fountain had long run dry, and the cracked, dusty basin was empty.
Also wieder zurück zur Mühle. Und hier ist doch Fett. Mit was kann ich das aufsammeln? Vielleicht mit der Flagge.
Using one of the cotton flags, I scooped up some of the gloppy grease.
Sauber. Okay, jetzt die Statue schmieren.
It was strange. Using the flag soaked in grease, I began to oil the automaton's joints.
Und wieder die Münze in die Hand legen.
I placed the coin back in the automaton's hand and watched.
Jetzt müsste es doch klappen. Jetzt fällt hier bestimmt der Brunnen weg. Oder auch nicht.
The cap of the scroll case opened and revealed something inside.
Well, there's life in the old thing yet. Gives us all hope, doesn't it?
Okay, was ist das für ein Papier?
I picked up the piece of paper that had fallen from the statue. Unrolling it, I discovered it was a death certificate, all filled in except for one key piece of information. The name was missing. It was certainly a clue, but who did it belong to? It was a death certificate. The name had been left blank.
Okay, dann hätte ich gesagt, wieder zurück zum Friedhof, oder? So, ich zeig dem das mal. Gucken, was er dazu sagt.
Mean anything to you? The name hasn't been filled in, but it says you were the Undertaker.
Of course I was. Nobody else on the island would do it, now would they?
I was wondering if you remembered who it was you buried.
That was over 30 years ago. Do you know how many bodies I've buried in my career? I couldn't tell one corpse from the other. This may surprise you, but I don't get that attached to them. They don't make for very stimulating conversation.
Is there any way I could find out who it was?
Well, you've got the date they were buried. Maybe there was an obituary.
Thank you.
Okay, das bedeutet, ich muss wieder zurück in die Stadt.
As I returned to the docks, I realized that Dead Nettle's usual smell of sea breeze and rotting fish had been replaced by something far more pleasant. The smoky scent of a fish I thought I recognized.
Well, look who it is. Murphy, I've been hearing talk of someone wandering the island on a crime spree. And look who comes walking through the door.
I can explain.
Explain what? We've got no time for your blabber. I need your help to catch him. You're an auditor, aren't you?
I used to be.
You must be used to prying that big nose of yours into other people's business.
Big nose?
It's a honker, Murphy. Now, put it to good use and help me sniff out who this Devil's Rock devil is.
What's he been up to?
Given age-restricted voodoo artifacts to an 8-year-old, let loose a dangerous domesticated alligator, broken into Bellemore Manor, trespassed at Baxter's Mill, handled prohibited alcohol, recklessly knocked over historic explosives, impersonated the dead, and, get this, bellowsed a chicken.
Unfassbar.
Know anything about it?
Noch nichts davon gehört.
Well, keep your eyes open. If a good and just citizen like me allows those with such wickedness to get away with their heinous deeds, then what has become of us as a society?
Is that really the reason?
Of course not. I might sell some newspapers out of this.
So, fragen wir sie mal nach dem Archiv da.
Anything else to ask her?
Hey, you can't come back here.
Da muss ich ihr das zeigen.
Can I take a look in the filing cabinets?
Sorry, McAllen. Employees only. And we're a one-woman operation here these days.
I'm trying to track a burial down, and I think the date might match up with an old edition of the newspaper.
I hear you. Why don't you write up your request and lodge it with our archival department?
Where's the archival department?
In any trash can you can find.
Die lässt mich aber nicht. Ich red mal mit dem.
Hello again, Mac. I hope you don't mind, but you left your fish hanging there. No sense in letting the fish that size go to waste. I've started cooking it up. It'll be the tastiest fish this side of the Mississippi. We can tuck in as soon as it's cooked.
I tried to hide the realization growing on my face. A mouthful of taxidermy stuffing and chipped teeth from the iron horseshoe hidden inside wouldn't be the culinary sensation Ned was after. Sounds great, Ned. The fish was far too hot to pick up, and I was sure Ned wouldn't have wanted me to extinguish his grill.
Don't touch it now, Mac. It's still cooking. Got to wait until the skin is nice and charred.
Good evening, Ned.
Hello again, Mac.
Ned, I don't know how to tell you this, but I'm not sure that fish is edible.
Nah, Mac. Don't be so modest.
No, really, I think there's something inside the fish that shouldn't be there.
You almost had me there, Mac.
Ned was a nice guy, seemingly too nice to believe what I'd stowed in that fish. How's the grilled pancoza coming along?
Sizzling up nicely. I have to keep checking it every few minutes. Make sure the fire isn't too hot. Make sure the skin doesn't get too charred. But don't worry, I'll let you know as soon as we're ready to eat.
Catch you later, Ned.
See you around, Mac.
I had more important things to do than fish.
Don't touch it now, Mac. It's still cooking. Got to wait until the skin is nice and charred.
Vielleicht ein extra Feuerchen.
If Ned wanted to wait until the fish was cooked to tuck in, it was time to turn up the heat.
Whoa!
Ja, gut durch.
Little fishy. Time to cut you open. Ready for a taste sensation, Mac?
Ready as I'll ever be.
Hand me back that knife, would you?
Kein Problem, mein Freund.
That string. There's something in here. A horseshoe.
Now, how did that get in there?
Mac, I think your fish is stuffed.
Well, knock me over with a herring. I'm shocked. Does this mean my record doesn't count?
I hate to break it to you.
Did I hear what I think I heard? Out of the way, Buster.
Evelyn, what took you so long?
The record-breaking pancoza was stuffed? The new record was a sham? Murphy, what have you got to say for yourself?
You've caught me red-handed. Well, I don't mean to be coy with you, but this cuts me to the soul. I only entered for the hell of it. I can't believe I'm herring this right. I'm cracking up. I'm floundering. I'm carping on and on. I need to clear my head, but let me know if you need anything else from me.
I think you've got more of a future in the funny pages than serious journalism, Murphy. Kips, have you got time for an interview with the Juniper Parish Gazette?
Okay, jetzt ist er aber abgelenkt.
Like a dog with a bone and no sense of personal boundaries.
What drives
Sprich.
you to catch fish? Is fish in your blood?
Ich kann hier rein. Ja, dann schauen wir doch mal im Archiv.
Fisherman David Wiseau run over by own trawler. The newspapers in the cabinet dated back decades. If I was going to find something specific, I needed to match it up with a date. Using the date from the death certificate, I began to search through the newspaper's archives. And then, I found it. In the bottom corner of the newspaper was a small announcement showing that the person buried on that date was named Eleanor Hines. I ripped out the announcement and replaced the newspaper. It was the obituary I'd ripped from the newspaper giving the burial date of someone named Eleanor Hines.
Okay. Oh, da kommt sie
McCallan,
wieder.
I told you can't go back there.
Whoops, look at the time. I've really got to be going.
Nix wie weg.
I had a name to go along with the death certificate. Now it was time to find out where they were buried.
Okay, wieder zurück zum Friedhof. Und der müsste doch wissen, wo die begraben ist.
Do you know where I can find this grave?
Eleanor Hines? The name rings a bell, but I can't remember the face. She must be around here somewhere, though.
Der hilft mir nicht wirklich weiter.
I scanned the headstones for anything of note, but didn't... I began searching the graves for the name in the clipping, Eleanor Hines. Aha! I discovered a small headstone at the center of the cemetery, partially covered in moss and lacking any date whatsoever. So this was where Eleanor Hines had been buried, except now that I was looking at it etched in large letters, I began to realize something. The name was an anagram. Here lies no one? And if a person wasn't buried here, what was?
Der Schlüssel.
I wasn't going to be able to exhume the grave with my bare hands.
Mit der Schaufel.
To say digging up a grave felt eerie would be an understatement. But if something was down there, I needed to find out what it was. I took out the shovel and began to dig. Eventually, I found something.
Komm schon, der Schlüssel.
Not a coffin, but instead, a battered old chest.
Eine Linse.
I opened the chest I dug up from the grave and found two things of interest. A round glass lens and an engraving in the lid of the chest. I picked up the glass lens.
So, und was ist das da oben noch?
The engraving read, "The Tale of the Mermaid."
Der Schweif der Meerjungfrau. Okay, dann setze ich die Linse oben ein. Und das Teleskop. Hier. Kein Plan, nach was ich zwar suche, aber...
The small lens fit perfectly on the end of the telescope. I immediately looked through it to see what it would reveal. I spy with my little eye the next clue. The creek meandered all across the peninsula. Surely that was too much to search. I'd already walked that road numerous times. Was there something along it I was missing?
Ah, okay, ich kann das hier noch schwenken.
Maybe the top of the outcrop would provide a
Hier ist doch die
different perspective on
Meerjungfrau.
something. The Tale of the Mermaid. This must have been the location described in the chest's inscription. But looking through the gap in the weather vane, all I could see was darkness. With no easy path to it, I couldn't justify risking my life trekking through overgrown wilderness and the alligator-infested bayou unless I was sure something was there. I needed some way to light up the bayou. With no easy path to it, I couldn't justify risk. I needed some way to light up the bayou.
Okay, ich muss das beleuchten. Nur wie? Im Prinzip habe ich ja nur noch das Feuerwerk.
Using the firework to light up the bayou was a great idea. I just needed to launch it from the Bellemore Manor roof, if I could find something to serve as a launch tube.
Okay, eine Abschussrampe. Gute Frage, nächste Frage. Ah, hier das Abflussrohr.
The firework dropped snugly into the drain pipe. If it needed a launch tube to fire, this was the closest I was going to get.
Feuer frei.
I took a match out of the matchbook, dragged it against the striker, and lit the firework.
So, jetzt muss ich da schnell wieder rein. Hier durchschauen.
Illuminated by the glow of the fireworks, I could see something through the mermaid weather vane. It looked like a wishing well.
Sauber. Okay, wieder runter. Und ab hierhin.
My route to the well had me clambering over fallen tupelo trees and trudging through knee-deep water, lit only by moonlight and accompanied only by the overly curious critters of the bayou. But eventually, I found it.
Okay, der Wunschbrunnen.
The rope looked like it could bear my weight, if only I could lower it into the well first.
Zum Glück habe ich die Kurbel.
I wanted to turn the pulley, but realized the handle was missing. Without a handle, I wasn't going to get the leverage to turn it. The crank slid into the gear mechanism perfectly.
Mal schauen, was ich da raushol.
I'd heard of throwing a coin down a well to make a wish, but never of throwing yourself down. I just had to hope a 30-year-old rope could still hold my weight.
Ab nach unten. Oh oh. Na klasse.
With some luck, I found I'd landed on a metal platform jutting out into the hollow of the well. Clearly, I wasn't the first person to come down here, although the previous visitor might have arrived here more gracefully.
Die Spindel
I picked
nehme
up
ich
the rope
mit.
and the spindle it was attached to.
Der dritte Schlüssel dürfte nicht mehr weit
Unless I planned
sein.
on jumping even further down into the well, the alcove looked like the only route out. But as I ran my hands over the bumps in the darkness, I couldn't find anything but cold, wet stone. If there was something there, I'd need some illumination to find it. I didn't need to set fire to that. I didn't need to set fire to that. I didn't need to The feather duster would have burned up in an instant, leaving me without a feather duster and probably without eyebrows too.
Ich muss irgendwie Licht machen. Nur wie? Aber hier kann ich ja mal nichts mehr machen.
The flag was made from the type of material that would give you a rash. A torch made from it
okay,
would be
hier
burned
ist
up
ja
in an
das
instant.
Fett.
Knowing how flammable the grease-soaked cotton would be, I wrapped it around the spindle to form a rudimentary torch.
Okay, jetzt kann ich die anzünden.
I took the final match out of the matchbook, careful not to drop it onto the wet
Das
floor.
letzte Streichholz.
The torch. The torch burned brightly, dancing light into the formerly dark alcove. And that's when I saw it.
Da ist ein Knopf.
Hidden within the rock face was a small metal box with a button on it.
Drücken wir doch
Pressed the
direkt
button
mal.
and immediately heard the sound of sparking electricity, seemingly coming from within the rocks themselves. And then
Nix wie rein. Oh oh.
the passageway meandered like a labyrinth through the underground rock. With each step, I felt more and more lost and ready to turn back. Then up ahead, I saw a glimmer of light. I looked into the chasm, but all I could see were jagged rocks, darkness, and numerous health and safety concerns. The top of the stairs appeared to be a dead end, but the wooden board blocking my way and the muffled sounds of electricity suggested there was more to this passageway than met the eye.
Bin ich jetzt wieder bei der Mühle
I
wahrscheinlich.
placed my hands on the obstruction and pushed.
Da ist der Dolchste.
I emerged into a dimly lit office that seemed to have been taken over by frighteningly active machinery, and from the familiar groaning of wood, I realized where I was.
In der Mühle wahrscheinlich. So, und hier müsste doch der Schlüssel sein. Da ist er.
I solved your treasure hunt, Cecil. I hope you don't mind me taking this as my reward.
Sauber.
Murphy
Der schon wieder.
you will pay for your insolence.
I have the third key now, Rackham. The treasure doesn't belong to you. I will get to the Bellemore treasure before you.
Do you think this is a game, Murphy McCallan? You are toying with things beyond your understanding.
I think you're just nervous that I'm closer to finding the treasure than you are.
I will not be defeated by a mere mortal. Even if you claim the treasure, I will haunt you to the ends of the earth. There will be no escape from the terror and misery I will bring down upon you. Each time you sleep, I will turn your every dream into an unending nightmare.
I've survived your attempts to kill me twice now, Rackham. Maybe you're not as powerful as you think you are.
Even with the 3 keys, do you really think you can beat me to the treasure, Murphy? You are a mortal. I am an all-powerful spirit. I have looked upon the face of death,
And still I remain here.
Now it's time for you to look upon death too.
Just as Cecil Bellemore's blood poured from his body,
so shall yours.
Rackham's telekinetic powers
Na
had dropped
klasse.
the mill's conveyor belt. My wrists and ankles now tied with the same wire that was strewn about the mill. But at least the buzzsaw wasn't on. And then it got even worse.
Ah, was? Ich kann nichts machen.
With inches to spare, the belt snagged on the warping wooden frame and gave me a chance of escape. Acutely aware that it could catch again any moment and send me hurtling into the spinning blade.
Okay, wie komme ich da weg?
No matter how hard I pulled, I couldn't snap it. No matter how hard I pulled, I couldn't snap it. My hands and feet bound, I couldn't reach my belongings. Carefully, I held the wire wrapped around my wrists against the spinning blade. Cut through them like butter, just like it would do to me if I couldn't get my ankles free. I didn't have the maneuverability to roll off the conveyor belt with my ankles, let alone
Das schneide ich durch.
buzzsaw.
Der Schere?
With second glance,
Oh, oh.
I hacked into the wires with the scissors and just managed to cut through them.
Glück gehabt.
With legs free, I swung myself off the conveyor belt. I had survived being cut in half, and now I had Cecil's key. That was it. All 3 skeleton keys. Now it was time to open the vault.
So sieht's aus. So, zurück zum Anwesen. Und die Schlüssel benutzen. Ah, ich glaube, ich hab's auch gleich durch. Lang geht's auf jeden Fall nicht mehr.
I placed the first key into the mantelpiece.
Die müssen
I
wahrscheinlich auch
placed the second key into the mantelpiece.
in einer gewissen Reihenfolge sein, oder?
I placed the third key into the mantelpiece and immediately heard a click.
Oder auch nicht.
I didn't know what exactly I was going to discover beneath the house, but it was time to find out.
I wouldn't go down there if I were you.
This is the only way to save everyone in the house. I need to see what's down there.
A cry for help will make no sound with secrets deep below the ground. Dare he walk into the black, for once he's in, he won't come back.
Okay, wahrscheinlich letztes Kapitel. Der Sargstein.
The staircase coiled down and down beneath the house, carved out of the very rock the house sat on. Lit only by flickering lanterns, I worked my way towards the green glow beckoning me at the end of the tunnel. Finally passing through the frame of a large metal door and into the Bellemore vault. I didn't want to lock myself in.
Das wäre keine gute Idee.
There didn't appear to be a way to operate the crane. That must have been the treasure coffin, the same one the Bellemore brothers traded for in the Caribbean, and that meant I had a pretty good guess what was inside, if I could find a way to reach it.
Gehe ich mal nach unten. Das Geisterwasser.
Decades of exposure to the coffin stone had turned the water green with cursed energy, just like the spirit water in Moray's riverboat. I didn't want to put my hand in it. I reached down to the hand wheel and pulled it from the glowing water, careful not to splash any on myself.
Kann ich davon was mitnehmen? Vielleicht noch in die
The bottle I
Kanne.
was carrying would be a better. I didn't need.
Okay, hier muss irgendwas... Aber hier kann ich auch nichts machen. Tja, ich muss irgendwie an den Sarg kommen. Beziehungsweise mal schauen, was ich mit diesem Rad jetzt machen kann. Bestimmt hier beim Kran irgendwas.
The hand wheel slotted perfectly onto the axle of the crane.
Okay, den kann ich schon mal ablassen. Slayer oder was? Da ist der Stein.
As I peered into the coffin, I saw for the first time the cursed artifact that had caused all of this. The coffin stone. Its surface is black as brimstone, each crack faceted like an emerald. Simultaneously beautiful and terrifying.
And so the elusive artifact is found.
Rackham, you've lost. I found the coffin stone before you. Your plan has failed.
Congratulations, Murphy McCallan. But now I think it's time you hand it over to me.
I'll never give it to you.
Give it to me or die.
You've attempted to kill me 3 times now, and every time you've failed. You don't scare me anymore.
Yes. How convenient that you managed to escape 3 times. Such failure on my part would be terribly embarrassing. It's almost as though it was planned that way.
Planned?
Could perhaps the perpetual threat of an evil phantom have motivated you to quicken your pace in finding the coffin stone? Without a demonstration of the threat, you might well have walked away. But you did exactly as I wanted. My powers outside this house may have been constrained to mere projections, and yet everything I needed was accomplished by you.
You wanted me to find the stone?
Now the foolish mortal understands. And just as you hold something valuable to me, I hold something that is valuable to you.
Abigail, are you okay?
I'm afraid she's very much under my spell again, McCallum. And for the final time, too. Her final struggle to escape the spell. All that energy she spent to warn you, wasted on someone as worthless as you. Now, because of it, she's trapped forever.
I'll save her.
I'm afraid it's too late for that.
I'll use the coffin stone to save her.
You know nothing about the stone, McCallan. Do you even know how to use its powers?
I know enough to not let you have it.
Let me tell you the final piece of the puzzle. The Bellemore treasure will belong to me. For years, I have studied and mastered powers beyond anything you could know. I deserve that stone. But as you've come to learn, Murphy McCallum, this magical artifact has one important rule. It will only work for its rightful owner. It cannot be stolen. It can only be bought or traded or inherited. I knew the Bellemores would never sell or trade it to me of their own volition. But if I were to marry Abigail, all our worldly goods would become one another's. If she inherited the entire Bellemore estate. Perhaps I underestimated her infatuation with that sailor. The need to look into the eyes of her true love as she vows I do. But tonight, it's time to perform the wedding again. And if she needs to gaze into her true love's eyes to go through with it, this time I will make that happen. Don't you remember yet, Murphy? Only you could be lured to the island. Only you could summon the spirits of the house. Only you heard the call of the treasure within. You've been here before.
Walking through the port town of Dead Nettle, I could sense its history in every stone, brick, and plank.
I know what your mind sees when your eyelids close. Tell me, Murphy, what do you dream of?
I've been dreaming about this treasure since I first read about it. It's like it's calling for me to find it.
It's like it can infect your dreams.
Even without lights on, it felt like something inside the house was calling me, or warning me.
I suppose fate will always bring two soulmates together, even when they least expect it.
It's very rare for someone to come back from the other side. It can happen.
And Murphy, this ghost story, now it's your story too.
You came back.
You were the sailor, Murphy McCallum. Welcome home.
Ich bin der Seemann.
I felt like I was falling through every memory of my life, and then every memory of the life I once lived, the realization crystallizing in my mind like a flash of lightning. I was the sailor. I remembered everything, an entire relationship coursing through my mind in seconds. The tragic way it ended, but I'd come back for her. Abigail, you don't have to marry him. I remember. I loved you. I still love you.
It's too late, McCallum. She's my bride-to-be now.
She broke free of the spell the last time you tried to make her say I do. She'll do it again. It's me she wants to marry.
You're right about that. This time, it'll be your eyes she sees before her. I promised you death, Murphy, and I intend to deliver. For 33 years, I was trapped in this house. Now you'll be trapped here for eternity.
Das werden wir noch sehen. Ah, was?
Such a feeble vessel. But I'll have to make do. Do excuse me, Mr. McCallum. I have a wedding I'm running frightfully late for, and I'd just die if I missed it.
Der ist jetzt in mir drin.
And that's how I died. My body torn from its spirit, and then possessed by Rackham for his evil ends. All those times I'd read about the ghosts of Bellemore Manor, and now I was one of them. But just like those ghosts, death wouldn't be the end for me. If I could escape the vault. Looking back into the treasure coffin, I found it now contained all the items I'd collected on my adventure. I gathered up all the belongings I'd been carrying, Rackham might not see their purpose, but if they'd helped me out once, they might be useful again. The hook was lowered as far as it could go. There didn't seem to be much reason to attach the rope to the hook while it was lowered.
Ich muss ihn erst hochfahren. Die Tür ist zu. Nur was bringt mir das Seil da dran zu machen? Kein Plan. Probieren wir's. Vielleicht kann ich mich irgendwo hinschwingen.
Now it was time to play the game with a little more on the line.
Ah, ich kann das an die Tür machen.
Attach the heavy
Hier
metal
wieder
hook to the
drehen.
handle on the door. Well, I hope that holds. I turned the hand wheel, pulling the chain taut, but the vault door remained secure in its frame. It must have still been attached somehow. I turned the hand wheel, pulling the chain taut, but the vault door remained secure in its frame. It must have still been attached somehow. I tried with all my might to open the vault door, but with no luck. It had been locked from the other side. The vault door was much too strong to break down with my shovel. The vault door was much too strong. I tried with all my might to open the vault door, but with no luck. It had been locked from the other side.
Ah, okay, hier ist das
Holding the door
Scharnier.
in place was a pair of metal hinges that each looked like they'd begun to fracture, but pulling at them with my fingers would do nothing.
Okay, die schlage ich ab mit der Schaufel.
I may not have been able to get through the vault door with brute force, but I could certainly make an impact on its hinges.
So, jetzt müsste es doch klappen.
The vault door went crashing into the spirit water below, and in doing so gave me my escape route. With no time to lose, I needed to get to the ballroom.
Nix wie in den Ballsaal. Oh oh.
We are gathered here today
Ich komm zu
join
spät.
Abigail Bellemore and Murphy McCallan in holy matrimony.
Rackham's plan was taking shape. At the far end of the ballroom, Father Foskett was delivering the rites that would wed Abigail to Rackham, even if he'd possessed my body to do it. I needed to stop the wedding, and I didn't have much time left at all. The peculiarity of what was happening didn't seem to faze the ghosts in attendance, who watched with an eerie calm. Marching up to them without a plan wasn't going to be a wise move. I couldn't go any further and risk Rackham seeing me before I was ready to confront him. I couldn't go any further and risk Rackham seeing me before I was ready to confront him. Marching up to them without a plan wasn't going to be a wise move. It was a manuscript that looked hundreds of years old, with the instructions to a spell that summoned things hidden within.
Okay, ich muss wahrscheinlich hier wieder diesen Zauberspruch machen.
It was a manuscript that looked... It was a manuscript... I couldn't go any further and risk... In a flash of inspiration, a plan came into my mind. The summoning spell revealed that which is hidden within.
Okay.
Maybe it could reveal the evil spirit that was hidden within my mortal body, if I could find all the ingredients. I placed the feather duster in the gree-gree. That would work as black feathers.
Okay, schwarze Federn. Was brauche ich noch? Schießpulver habe ich dabei.
I placed the gunpowder into the gree-gree.
Was war's noch? Silbermünze, Rum. Silbermünze habe ich keine. Beziehungsweise... Ich gehe mal direkt weiter. Rum war doch im Trophäenzimmer.
Leave it there, boy. I'm saving it for the toast.
It was clear that if I wanted it, I was going to have to persuade the Colonel to let me take it. A tricky task when he was deafer than Beethoven wearing earmuffs. Good evening, Colonel.
Potatoes, onions and...
Ich muss ihm wahrscheinlich erst wieder das Hörgerät bringen.
I picked up the horn. Abigail had no need for it anymore.
Okay, wieder runter. Die Silbermünze müsste normal beim Gärtner sein, oder? Ich probiere das direkt mal.
Walking back into the conservatory, I could hear the unnerving hum of electricity. The outer casing of the automaton had been removed. Clearly, Rupert was undertaking some maintenance on it. The gardener's hand-painted sign of a human skull surrounded by electricity bolts clearly warned me to stay away if I didn't want to get electrocuted. The interior of the automaton was laced with wires, fuses, and other dangerous-looking electrical devices. Even as a ghost, it didn't feel safe to touch anything inside it. The interior, even as a ghost...
Okay, da muss ich irgendwie... Na, ich gebe dem erstmal das Hörgerät.
Would you like your ear trumpet back?
It's no use. I can't hear a blasted thing you say. I wish I had my ear trumpet back.
I'll take that as a yes.
Oh, thank you, my boy. I suppose now that Foskett's not here, I can enjoy a little peace again.
Why aren't you at the ceremony?
The ceremony?
I think everybody's gone through to the ballroom for the wedding.
Well, I didn't hear an announcement.
I wondered why. Good evening, Colonel. I need to stop the wedding.
An objection? Oh, how exciting! I objected at a wedding once. The unfortunate part was that I was the groom.
Do excuse...
I'll drink to that.
Would you like me to top off your drink?
Oh, yes, my boy. Good plan. I meant to save it for the toast, but who can blame a man when such temptation is right in front of him?
Okay. Das hätte ich
Pour the rum
auch.
from the Colonel's glass into the gree-gree.
So, jetzt brauche ich Nägel. Waren in dem Sarg da Nägel? Moment, das muss ich checken. Wenn nicht, muss ich nochmal zum Friedhof. könnte sein, dass da Nägel dran waren. Da hinten sind doch welche. So sieht's aus. Ah, mit der Zange.
One by one, I pried the old nails from the coffin.
Okay, wieder nach oben. Beziehungsweise die Nägel hau ich direkt mal rein.
I couldn't do that.
Falsch.
I placed the coffin nails into the gree-gree.
Okay, was fehlt jetzt noch? Kreide und Knochenfragment. Kann sein, dass die Sachen, die ich brauche, alle hier sind. Knochen könnte dann vielleicht hier beim Skelett sein. Okay, da komme ich gar nicht raus.
I didn't have the time or tools to remove the wooden planks.
Da komme ich nicht raus. Oder kann ich die vielleicht doch
Now wasn't the
abmachen?
time to break out of the house. My focus was on the ballroom. The door was locked. The door was...
Türen sind alle verschlossen. Ah, okay. Hier komme ich zu den
It was a
Knochen.
strange feeling, staring at a decaying skeletal body that, once upon a time, used to be me. Knowing the skeleton belonged to a former version of myself, I didn't feel quite as uneasy taking a piece of it. I placed the skeletal finger in the gree-gree. That would work as the bone fragment.
So, jetzt fehlt im Prinzip nur noch die Silbermünze und die Kreide. Nur wo bekomme ich die her? Beziehungsweise die Kreide. Oder ich muss hier in den Keller wahrscheinlich. Obwohl das ja aber nichts mit der Elektrizität da zu tun hat. Da ist shit hier das Zeug drauf.
The danger sign dangling from the automaton warned of electrocution. Now it wasn't just the plants in the conservatory that were deadly, it was the statuary too. Being dead already, I decided to take the risk.
Jawohl. Mir die Münze.
I took the engraved coin from the automaton's now open hand.
Okay, jetzt ist die Frage, wo bekomme ich die Kreide her? So, ich könnte mal die Münze da reinlegen.
Silver, the engraved coin was just right for going into the gree-gree.
Aber die hier hat doch was mit Kreide geschrieben.
The delicately drawn writing on the chalkboard listed the schedule of events for the wedding.
Ich red mal mit der.
Good evening, Mrs. Craddock.
It is certainly not a good evening. The kitchens aren't prepared, the flower arrangements are a shambles, and they've changed the schedule 3 times already.
The schedule?
Right behind me in black and white. And am I even permitted to see the wedding? Of course not, in case any guests arrive late. Through a door we're supernaturally barred from passing through. I almost daren't say it, but I'm on the verge of resigning my duties. I am the head of housekeeping. I deserve respect.
I need to stop the wedding.
You shall do no such thing. I've put a lot of work into this event, and I won't have an off-the-street gutter snipe like you interrupting it. I'm barely hanging on as it is.
What did you say was on the chalkboard?
As I said, this is the schedule of tonight's events. I've spent the past 40 minutes writing that up, with all the calligraphic flair my teachers taught me in preparatory school. And now I'm hearing rumors that the schedule is going to change. No self-respecting housekeeper should have to deal with so much in such a short period. One more change, and I shall be handing in my notice.
Goodbye, Mrs. Craddock.
Goodbye, indeed.
The delicately drawn writing on the chalkboard listed the schedule of events for the wedding.
Ah, aber ich habe hier doch noch einen anderen Hochzeitsplan.
Noticing the similarity between Mrs. Craddock's chalk artistry and the wedding schedule, it was time to ask some questions. Are the times on your chalkboard correct?
Excuse me. Whatever do you mean?
Well, it's just that I was given this other schedule and the times are very different from yours. Maybe things have been shuffled around?
No, this can't be. How am I expected to work under these conditions? A wedding is a once-in-a-lifetime event. If they keep reconsidering every decision, I can't be expected to keep up with it.
Yep, definitely different. This looks like it'll take ages to fix.
That's it! They're already at the altar. I shall be taking my leave. Somebody else can hand out the vol au vents.
With the noise and waddling motion of a cranky goose, Mrs. Craddock strode across the grand hall, through a doorway, and out of sight. The delicately drawn writing on the chalkboard listed the schedule of events for the wedding.
Aber
a decorative chalkboard stood by the door.
Wo ist die Kreide? Oder muss ich die irgendwie erst abwischen?
Like a guilty schoolchild held back after class, I rubbed down the chalkboard.
Geht doch.
And came away with the flag covered in chalk dust.
Okay, auch ins Gree-Gree.
Placed the chalk dust covered flag into the gree-gree. That was the final ingredient. Now I just needed one more thing, an image of the focus. And this time, the focus was going to be me.
Okay, ein Bild habe ich aber hier drin.
It was a riverboat I remembered the photograph of me that had been taken earlier that night, still privately tucked away inside the captain's license. I folded it up and placed it inside the gree-gree, knowing that it would work perfectly to direct the spell towards its focus, my own body. So the spell was ready. Now it was time to confront Rackham.
Okay, Rackham.
Just as the sun rises to warm the earth each day, may your love rise anew each morning. If anyone can show just cause why these two may not lawfully be wed, speak now or forever hold your peace.
She doesn't love him.
You meddlesome fool! I am her groom. I will marry her.
Rackham has been using dark magic. The bride is under a love spell, and he's possessed my body for this wedding.
Your claims are the ravings of a madman. Bosket, resume the ceremony at once.
Yes. Then, by the power vested in me...
You've underestimated me for the last time, Rackham. If you won't return to me what is mine, I have the power to take it. Within the focus what may hide, this spell will soon reveal.
I now declare you...
Okay, ich bin mal wieder in meinem Körper. Ha, und jetzt habe ich die Kraft über den Stein.
No! No!
You may now kiss the bride.
You fool! You've destroyed everything!
I've saved everything, including the one I love. But there is one thing that needs to be destroyed, Rackham, and that's you.
Okay, hebe ich doch direkt mal den Sargstein auf. Und nimm das,
Murphy,
Rackham.
now that we're married, the power of the stone is yours too.
And for once, it'll be used for good.
No.
Rackham, be gone.
No!
I knew you'd do it, Murphy. Do you remember now?
I can't believe I ever forgot you.
I knew you'd come back. Even if just for a final goodbye.
Goodbye? Why goodbye?
The spell is broken. The ghosts of the house are able to move on.
And as I looked around us, I saw each ghost in the audience fading away as they passed over to the spirit realm, each with a grateful smile. With the heartbreaking realization, I knew Abigail would be next.
Murphy, I think I have to go with them now.
I can't lose you again, Abigail.
It was worth it to see you one last time. You freed me. Thank you, Murphy, for everything.
No, I won't let this be the end.
Oh, ich kann irgendwas machen.
Stay with me, Abigail.
I wish I could, Murphy.
Stay with me,
I wish I could, Murphy.
Okay, vielleicht mit dem Stein.
The coffin stone glowed green with the stolen years of Rackham's life. For once in a lifetime of evil, Rackham could do something good. The coffin stone captures a person's remaining years, and now it holds Rackham's. Abigail, I give them to you.
Sauber.
You're back.
Just like you came back for me. Nothing could keep us apart. Not even death.
33 years without you. I never thought I'd be able to hold you again.
33 years stuck in this house. Come on, Murphy. Let's go see the sunrise.
Da hätte ich doch gesagt, durchgezockt, oder?
So how does it feel being a treasure hunter?
It would have been easier if I'd remembered what the treasure was this whole time. All those dreams I had of a treasure calling out to me from this house. It wasn't $13 million. It wasn't even the coffin stone. It was you. You were the treasure.
And you found me.
Why did nobody tell me who I was from the beginning?
You couldn't just be told you're in love with someone you don't recognize. You needed to remember it yourself. I knew it would happen eventually.
Why did nobody living recognize me?
Rackham has all kinds of powers I'm not sure we'll ever understand. For years, he'd been trying to erase all memories of you. His plan relied on it. To everyone else, you became just a blur. How could anyone really make the leap to realize you're a reincarnation from 30-something years ago? You didn't even know it yourself.
How did I come back from the spirit realm?
Don't you remember?
No, I remember the moment I died, and then the earliest memories of this new life I've been living, but nothing in between.
Madame Planchette told me that spirits can come back if their ties to the mortal realm remain strong enough. But even she doesn't know more than that. Who knows if we'll ever find out?
What happened to all the ghosts in the house?
They'll all have crossed over now. So many years of life destroyed by Rackham's deeds. And he didn't even need the coffin stone to do it. The spirits no longer had much to keep them here in the mortal realm anymore. They'll be happier that way. And we all end up there eventually.
In some cases, we come back. What happened to Rackham?
I don't know, but I hope his spirit was destroyed. I'd hate to think it's moved on to the spirit realm. All I do know is that we don't have to worry about him here anymore.
What are we going to do with the coffin stone?
It stayed safe in the vault for over 30 years. For now, perhaps that's where we should return it to. I think it's our duty now to watch over it, to make sure it never falls into evil hands.
Again. So, this is the end of our adventure.
This is only the beginning, Murphy. It took a bit longer than we expected, but we're married now, after all these years.
The rest of our lives are ours again.
Till death do us part.
And even longer than that.
Ja, durchgezockt. Das war doch mal wieder ein richtig schönes Game. Richtig gutes Point-and-Click-Adventure, hätte ich gesagt. Das hat Fun gemacht. Oder was sagt ihr dazu? Wenn es euch gefallen hat, dann lasst mir wie immer ein Like da. Und falls ihr es noch nicht getan habt, abonniert meinen Kanal. So, die Credits kann ich nicht wegdrücken. Aber ich lasse sie mal durchlaufen. Vielleicht kommt ja noch was. Und falls nicht, hätte ich gesagt, sehen wir uns spätestens in meinem nächsten Let's Play wieder. Bis dann! Da kommt doch noch was. Aber das war's an der Stelle. Bis dann.